Chapter 12. Illness and Death of Bobbin, 1797. Illness of Bobbin, letters of Bobbin and her father's replies, dress minutes at the opera, hoping against hope, Bobbin's death, seeking for consolation, retrospection, beginning of diary, correspondence. This year, so fatal to every worldly hope, which overturned every prospect I had in life, and changed me almost as much as a new creation, opened in the common manner by my going to London to attend the meeting of the board. I brought my dear angelic child with me, who went to school in January, in good health but never in good spirits, for she abhorred school. Oh, what infatuation ever to send her to one! In the country she had health, spirits, and strength, as if there were not enough with what she might have learned at home, instead of going to that region of constraint and death, Camden House. The rules for health are detestable. No air but in a measured formal walk, and all running and quick motion prohibited, preposterous. She slept with a girl who could hear only with one ear, and so ever laid on one side, and my dear child could do no otherwise afterwards without pain, because the vile beds are so small that they must both lie the same way. The school discipline of all sorts, the food and C, all contributed. She never had a bellyful at breakfast. Detestable this at the expense of ADL. A year. Oh, how I regret ever putting her there, or to any other, for they are all theaters of knavery, illiberality, and infamy. Upon her being ill in March, I took her to my lodgings in Jermyn Street, where Dr. Turton attended her till April 12, when I carried her to Bradfield. He certainly mistook her case entirely, not believing in a consumption, and by physic brought her so low that she declined hourly. He stuffed her with medicine at a time when sending her at once to Bristol, or even to Bradfield, she went little more than skin and bone, with prescriptions for more physicking under a stupid fellow at Bury, who purged her till she was a spectre. On June 13 she went to Smith's, Bradfield neighbors, and there complained that such a young girl as I who came for air and exercise should be thus crammed with physic. Poor thing, her instinct told her it was wrong, but she submitted. Illustration. Bobbin's Martha Young, from a miniature by Plimer. From Bobbin to her father. My dear Papa, I received your letter this morning. Thank you for it. My strength is much the same as when I saw you. My appetite is getting better a good deal. Mr. Smith saw me yesterday and said it was a running pulse, but that he thought me better. I think if anything I am better than when I saw you. Thank you for the wine, which I have not yet received, but suppose it is at Bury. As for the bad news, I am tired of it. I want, and should very much like, a nice writing box to hold pens, ink, paper, all my letters, and in short, everything exact. This is just the thing for a birthday present. As for sweet things, I do not wish for them particularly. Any little thing that you think wholesome I should be glad of. The weather is yet so bad that I cannot stir out. Remember me to the party, and thank Mr. Keddington for waking me at 6 o'clock on the Monday morning. Believe me, dear Papa, your dutiful daughter, M. Young. His reply. My dear Bobbin, I am much obliged to you for the description you gave me of your health, but I beg you will repeat it directly, and do not forget appetite, pulse, sleep, pains, swelled legs, fever, exercise on change of weather, thirst, and for I am extremely anxious to know how you go on. I have looked at a great many writing boxes, but find none yet under 1L, 5S, and 1L, 11S, 6D, but I hear there are good ones to be had at 15S. The moment I can find one I will buy, and send it packed full of seals, or something else. Politics are melancholy, for the fleet is satisfied, the army is not, and the same spirit would be dreadful. Today, it is said, the Duke of York has declared the intention of raising the pay of infantry, which is wise, but it may not be done to satisfy them, and in a moment they might be masters of the Tower, Bank, Parliament, and sea. However, let us hope that measures will be taken to prepare for the worst. The French will make no peace with us, but bring all their force to the coast and ruin us, if they can, by invasion expense. I cannot read half your mother's letter, but enough to see that she is very angry, for I know not what. I am not paid, and have nothing to send. Dear Bobbin, yours affectionately, A.Y. Bobbin to her father. My dear Papa, I received your letter this morning, for which I thank you. My appetite is a great deal better, pulse rather too quick, sleep very well, no pains, no swelled legs, no fever. We have had Sunday, Monday, and yesterday fine, and only those since you went. I walked in the stone walk. Pray send my writing box as soon as you can, and as you see by this, I want writing paper to write to you in Griffiths. I hope you will put some into it. I think one under a guinea will not be of any use to me. I saw Mr. and Mrs. Oakes in Barry yesterday. They have made but a short stay in town. I am much obliged to you for the wine and porter, which I have received safe. Remember me to the party, write soon, and believe me, dear Papa, your dutiful daughter, M. Young. N.B. By the time Mr. Keddington comes, his strawberries will be ripe. Ask him if he would give me a few if I send for them. Pray remember a patent lock, so it will be a guinea besides that. Reply. I was very glad to receive my dear Bobbin's letter, for it gives the best account I have yet received of your health. As you wish a guinea box, you shall have one, though I can very ill afford it at present. As to your mother's ideas of my being paid, nothing can be said to it, if she knows better than I do. Her intelligence that I have sold the Exchequer annuity is like all the rest. If it is of longer duration than I supposed, so much the better for those who have bought it of me, and the worse for me. Lady Hawkesbury, Lady Hervey, and Lady Erne have given the Macklins and me some opera tickets several times, last night for the benefit of the sailors' widows and orphans, under Lord Jarvis, but sailors are not in fashion. The pit was not more than 2/3 full. They go out of town on Sunday or Monday. The weather has been very hot. Yesterday I could scarcely get from the board home, for coaches and crowds along all the streets near St. James's, and see the king is low-spirited at the thought of parting from his daughter. The Duchy of Württemberg is in the very jaws of France, and the prospect not favorable. Every person that comes from France asserts the same, that their whole force will be brought against this country. I have been sent for and had an interview with a cabinet minister on arming the landed interest, but I fear nothing will be done effectually, though they seem determined that something shall. Don't mention this out of the family. I will put paper in your box. Changing the lock will take some time, but you shall have it, I hope, on Monday. Continue to write me. Tell your M I have no money, therefore, why worry me? She might as well ask blood from a post. Dear Bobbin, yours affectionately, A.Y. From Bobbin to her father. My dear Papa, I received your letter this morning and am extremely obliged to you for your attention about the writing box, but if it be not purchased, I have seen one at Rackham's which suits me exactly in every respect, therefore, if you will send a patent lock, I can have it put on. The price of Rackham's is a guinea, but if you have bought it I shall like it as well. My chief complaints are weakness, and a very bad cough, nothing else that I mind. I dare say you were entertained at the opera. I have just got 6 of the most beautiful little rabbits you ever saw. They skip about so prettily, you can't think, and I shall have some more in a few weeks. Having had so much physic I am right down tired of it. I take it still twice a day, my appetite is better. What can you mind politics so for? I don't think about them. Well, goodbye, and believe me, dear Papa, your dutiful daughter, M. Young. Saturday. His reply. Monday. My dear Bobbin, I received your letter this morning, and am sorry it did not come in time to stop my buying this box, which is 25 shillings besides carriage, but I hope you will like it. The lock is good and not common. I cannot afford a patent one, which is 15 shillings alone. I am sorry to hear you have a bad cough and are weak. God send this fine weather may make you well soon. Continue to let me know how you do, particularly your cough. You do not say if you are upon the whole better, nor whether you have got on horseback yet, which I must have you do, at all events, or you will not get well at all. Be more particular. What physic do you take? You are right not to trouble yourself about politics. Mr. and Mrs. M. went out of town this morning. The Directory of France has ordered all my works on agriculture to be translated in 20 volumes, and their friends here would guillotine the author. The Travels sell greatly there in French, the 3rd edition coming. Adieu, yours affectionately. I have just time to send this. I intended it by coach, but as I am sure the seals would be ground all to powder, I think it best by wagon, which will explain the reason of your not having it so soon as I hoped and promised, and I think you would be vexed to have your collection spoiled. It goes by Barry wagon, your pincushion box won't come in it. Note from A.Y. to Bonnet, farm bailiff. Miss Patty is to ride out in the chaise or whiskey, or on double horse, whenever Bonnet is not obliged to be absent from the farm. If he is at market when the days are long and Miss Patty rises early, she can have a ride before breakfast. Bonnet to pay Miss Patty a shilling a week. To Bobbin from her father. My dear Bobbin, I know your understanding, and therefore shall not write to you, young as you are, as a child. Mrs. Oakes writes me from Smith that Dr. T ordered you physic which you have not taken, at the same time that he does not at all like your case. Now this is a very serious business for your health, and consequently it makes me very uneasy. You are extremely weak by your own account, and steel is to strengthen. I gave it with my own hand to my father for a year, and with great effect. Why you should doubt the efficacy of anything prescribed by so great a physician is more than I can understand. As to ill tastes, it is beneath common sense to listen to anything of the sort. But, my dear Bobbin, you ought to bring some circumstances to your recollection. The expense I have been at is more than I can afford, and I am now paying your school the same as if present. It is surely incumbent on you to consider that when a father is doing everything upon earth for your good, yet you ought from feelings of gratitude and generosity to do all you can for yourself. I ask nothing but what another would positively insist on, and would order violent means of securing obedience. I, on the contrary, rely on your own feelings and your good sense, and so relying, I do beg that you will take everything ordered without murmur or hesitation. For I assure you it is with astonishment I hear that you have omitted this some time. Call your understanding to your aid, and ask yourself what you can think must be my surprise at hearing that while all around you are anxious for your health, that you alone will be careless of it. It is a much worse thing than ill health, for I had rather hear you were worse in body than that you had a malady in your heart or head. Think seriously of such conduct, and I am confident it will cease, for I know your disposition, and that makes me the more surprised, for knowing your good temper so well as I do it is perfectly astonishing. I am sure I shall hear, and it will be with great pleasure, that you are acting worthy of yourself, and having so much patience in your illness, you will show it in this, as in so many other things. The first cheap lobsters I shall send you 3 by mail, the weather being hot. I think you are not strong enough to ride a dickey alone. Surely double horse would be better, but if you have tried you must be able to judge. Pray continue to write me constantly, for you must know how anxious I am to hear exactly your case. God bless you, my dear girl. I talk of your physician and your physic, but God forbid you trusted to either without asking his blessing regularly. You tell me that you always say your prayers, you cannot deceive God, and I hope you have a reliance on his blessing, which you cannot have if you do not ask it, and gain the habit of asking it. From Bobbin to her father. My dear Papa, I received your letter yesterday. Thank you for your advice. I had taken the steel and draughts long before I received it, besides which I take some more stuff, and ask him likewise how long the steel, and see, must be taken before you feel any effect from it, for one might take physic forever without receiving any benefit. Let not my giving you my opinion make you think that I do not take mine regularly. I assure you I do. My dear Papa, how can you imagine that I should ever neglect my prayers? No, believe me, I know my duty too well for that. I believe once, the last time I was at the cottage, when I was too weak to say them out of bed, I then said them when Betty brought the ass's milk. One morning I fell asleep and forgot them. I thought of it at night and told her to remind me of them, which she did, this she can tell you. I thank you for some fine cod and lobsters, which came very fresh and good. I am much the same as when I wrote last, my cough very troublesome still. I called on Mrs. Belgrave, she was gone to town. Adieu, my dear Papa, believe me. Your dutiful and affectionate daughter, M. Young. His reply. Saturday. My dearest Bobbin, the moment your letter came I went to Dr. Turton, but he was, as I feared he would be, out. However, I shall call on him this evening and send you his answer by tomorrow night's mail, if he is not gone to Kent, which I hope he will not be. If so, I cannot see him till Tuesday, as I shall be Sunday and Monday at the Duke of Bedford's. I am of opinion you should leave off steel till you have my answer. It is to give you strength. You are a very good girl for having taken it, and equally for saying your prayers. Always preserve the habit of doing so. God protect and bless you. 2 64s and 15 merchantmen have left the mutineers under a heavy fine, and it is expected the rest will do the same very soon, and then Admiral Parker and Co. will swing. Great expectations of a peace. Tell Mary, St. Paul's would come to be as soon as Dr. T., but her thought was a good one. Write me again soon. Yours very affectionately, AY. To Bobbin from her father. Jermyn Street, Friday. My dear Bobbin, as I desired you to write to me twice a week, I expected a letter yesterday, but hope when I go by and by to that I shall find one from you, for I am very anxious to hear how you do and what Dr. Turton has ordered Smith to do for you. I had a very disagreeable journey to town and did not sleep a minute, but, thank God, did not take cold, went to bed next night at 9 o'clock and recovered the fatigue. The Macklins and Keddington were in a good deal of rain. They have been at 2 plays, I go to none. Kay lives with us, and I am to charge him what he costs. They will go somewhere every night. I order everything just as usual before I go to the board, and though I am to pay no more than my common expenses when alone, yet, as I necessarily live much better, I think it but fair to be quite economical, and we have a great deal of pleasant laugh at my pinching them, and not permitting their being extravagant. I allow no scrap of a supper which they make a rout about, for they come hungry as hounds from the play, and drink porter when they can get it. The wine I lock up, and have been twice in bed when they return. If you saw them devour at breakfast, you would laugh. Kay, who is to be with the Oaks, when they come, we have hired Merlin S. for them, threatens that he will give us nothing but potatoes. The news you see. It is said that there will be mutinies in the army as soon as the camps are formed. If so, and no immense army of property to awe them, the very worst of consequences may be expected. Ireland is in a dreadful state of alarm and apprehension. In a word, everything wears a threatening appearance, and nothing but the greatest wisdom and prudence can save us. I hope you have got rid of your lameness, and use your legs much more than you did when I was with you. Pray, my dear Bobbin, exert yourself, and take much air and exercise on the stone walk, which will do in all weathers except rain. I have not seen anybody yet except Lord Egremont. Tell Arthur to write to the Lewes bookseller that the board buys 200 copies and finds the plates, that is the copper, so that it must be to him not a hazardous speculation. Adieu, my dear girl. Yours affectionately, A.Y. Bobbin's reply. My dear Papa, I received your letter this morning. I am sorry you had not a pleasant journey. Every day since you went we have had nothing but rain all day, most part of the night, long, so I have not been able to stir out, only in the chaise. I am much the same as when I saw you, but hope that when we have fine weather I shall get better. My leg is a great deal better. Mr. Smith advises porter, the beer is so new. If you like to send a quarter cask, my mother will pay the carriage. She has no opinion of berry porter. If you send it by the Dis wagon, let me know when it comes. If you don't like this, order Bonnet to get me some at Barry. What terrible news you write me in your letter. I really have nothing more to tell you. Write soon, and believe me. Your dutiful daughter, M. Young. N.B. Papa, you said you would send me some red wine, as there is none drank here. He speaks very much against my drinking so much water without red wine in it, because my ankles swell so much. The following were memoranda noted at the time. The 11th of June, I went to the Duke of Bedford's sheep shearing, and got back to London on the 16th. The next day I had a letter that terrified me so much that on the 19th I set off for Suffolk, and went directly to Troston Hall, the seat of Capel Loft, Esquire, where the dear child had been carried some days before for change of air. Good God! What a situation I found her in, worse than I had conceived possible in so short a time. So helpless and immovable as to be carried from a chair to her bed, evidently in one of those cruel consumptive cases which flatter by some favorable symptoms, yet with fatal ones that almost deprive hope. Good heaven, what have I to look forward to if I lose my child? For her own sake I know not what to hope. The world is so full of wickedness and misery, and she must be so innocent and free from crimes, that her lot hereafter, I hope and have confidence in the mercies of God, will be blessed. Ought I then, but from selfishness, to wish her here? Yet a fond father's feelings will be predominant. Oh, save her, is my prayer to God Almighty. Dr. Wollaston, the eminent physician at Barry, has been consulted. He gives little hopes, but advises a milk and vegetable diet, and said that sea air and a humid mild climate would be good. I next wrote to Dr. Thornton, who recommended an egg and meat diet, and Mr. Martin, in a letter, desired me to try the inhaling of ether. In fact, all has been done that the urgency of the case required, but alas, she is past the assistance of all human power. After remaining a week at Troston, I wrote into Lincolnshire for a house at Boston, with a view to be near the sea, in case she should be able to support a short voyage, and the air of that low place is reckoned preferable to the keen air of Bradfield. We traveled with slow and short journeys on July 5 to Braddon, still more exhausted. On the 6th to Wisbeach, no alteration yet from the change of air. On the 7th only to Long Sutton, worse, greatly fatigued, and a very bad night. Oh, the lacerated feelings of my wounded heart, to see the child of my tenderest affection in such a state, growing hourly weaker and more emaciated, during the last week being even unable to stand. It is beyond my power to describe what is struggling within me. My sorrow has softened me and wrings my very heartstrings. How hard does it appear submissively to bow to that text, "He that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me." I have but one consolation, which prevents my utter depression and despair. I trust in the goodness of her Almighty Creator and in the merits of her blessed Redeemer, that they will, in the mercy of omnipotence, pardon what slight offenses she may have been guilty of, and receive her into that heavenly mansion which I humbly hope her innocence may expect. I pray fervently for their mercy, and only wish that I was worthy of being heard. May my future life be such as to make in hereafter the great view, aim, and end of my remaining life. The 8th we reached Spalding, too much fatigued to go on, thinking that an air so different from what she had left might have given some ease. Vain hope, no effort of the kind appears. The 11th we arrived at Boston, and she bore the journey well. Alas, it was her final stage in this world. The next day she was still worse, but even now gave one of those traits which displayed her delicacy, for upon finding that her mother was detaining Dr. Wilson with questions, she reminded her of it by saying, "Mamma, you forget there are other ladies wanting the doctor." On the 13th, the crisis of her sufferings was approaching. She whispered to me as I sat by her bedside, "I hope you pray for me." At about 11 o'clock, she asked her sister Mary to read a prayer as usual, and attended with apparent fervor, putting her hands together in the attitude of devotion. My poor dear child breathed her last at 12 minutes past 1 o'clock on Friday morning the 14th. I was on my knees at her bedside in great agony of mind. She looked at me and said, "Pray for me." I assured her that I did. She replied, "Do it now, Papa," on which I poured forth aloud ejaculations to the Almighty that He would have compassion and heal the affliction of my child. She clasped her hands together in the attitude of praying, and when I had done said, "Amen," her last words. Thank God of His infinite mercy, she expired without a groan, or her face being the least agitated. Her inspirations were gradually changed from being very distressing, till they became lost in gentleness, and at the last she went off like a bird. Thus fled one of the sweetest tempers, and, for her years, one of the best understandings that I ever met with. She was a companion for mature years, for there was in her none of the childish stuff of most girls. And there fled the first hope of my life, the child on whom I wished to rest in the affliction of my age, should I reach such a period. But the Almighty's will be done, and may I turn the event to the benefit of my soul, and in such a manner as to trust through the mediation of my Redeemer to become worthy to join her in a better world. Her disposition was most affectionate, gentle, and humane. To her inferiors, full of humility, and always ready to perform acts of beneficence, thus attaching the poor by her charity, whilst she was equally courted by those above her for that fascination of manners, possessing the attraction of the lodestone. Her countenance in health beamed with animation, and her dimpled cheeks smiled with the beauty of a Hebe. Dear interesting creature endowed, too, with a sensibility that shrunk from the gaze, her appearance in society produced. What a scene have I described for a fond father to witness! On the 15th, the Reverend S. Partridge and his wife came to give us what comfort they could, and took us in a most kind and friendly manner to their house. I determined that her remains should be carried to Bradfield, having a warm hope of being animated to a more fervent devotion by the idea of her ashes being deposited in our own village church. To the departed spirit, it is less than nothing. To me it may do good, and I have need of working out my salvation with fear and trembling. I feel that a wretched and depressed state of mind leads me to more Christian thoughts and more favorable to religious impressions than prosperity, or ease, or happiness, as it is called, and therefore hope I am justified in doing it. And if my family think the same, they also will derive benefit. After a day passed in deep sorrow, Mr. Partridge read one of his sermons on the intermediate state of departed souls, and which I afterwards found was one of Jortin S. From many passages of Scripture, it was made clear that they are conscious, and if good in this life, happy. On Monday, the 17th, I arrived at Bradfield, where every object is full of the dear deceased. On going into the library, the window looks into the little garden in which I have so many times seen her happy. O gracious and merciful God, pardon me for allowing any earthly object thus to engross my feelings and overpower my whole soul. But what were they not on seeing and weeping over the roses, variegated sage, and other plants she had set there and cultivated with her dear hands? But every room, every spot is full of her, and it sinks my very heart to see them. Tuesday evening, the 18th, her remains arrived, and at midnight her brother read the service over her in a most impressive manner. I buried her in my pew, fixing the coffin so that when I kneel it will be between her head and her dear heart. This I did as a means of preserving the grief I feel and hope to feel while breath is in my body. It turns all my views to an hereafter, and fills my mind with earnest wishes that when the great author of my existence may please to take me, I may join my child in a better world. O merciful Savior that took on thee our nature and feelings, grant me thy Holy Spirit to confirm and strengthen these sentiments, to repent of all my sins and errors, and enable me for the rest of my days to look steadily towards that better world where, I trust, the innocence of my child, united with her piety, have given her a place. Sure, I shall pray with a more fervent and sincere devotion over the remains of her whom I so much wish, when it pleases heaven, that I may join. This was my motive. The 19th I went into a little chamber which I had neatly fitted up about 3 years ago. My dear child had decorated it with some drawings and placed her books on the shelves, and left it in that order and regularity which followed all her actions. I burst into tears while viewing it, and felt such a depression at my heart that I thought I should have sunk on the floor. It shall never be altered, but everything continued as she left it. 20th, again looked at her garden, and a new one she had marked out and planted under a weeping willow. No day arrives, but some new object is presented to move all the springs of affection and regret, and what day can pass in which these melancholy feelings will not predominate? In the meantime, I read the Scriptures, and Jortin and other sermons, with an attention I never paid before. And may God of His mercy confirm this disposition, and enable me thus to turn this heavy misfortune to the benefit of my soul. Dispositions which company, traveling, and other pursuits would have tended to banish, I wish to cherish. A melancholy has produced in me a more earnest desire to be reconciled to God than any other event of my life, and proves that of all the medicines of the soul, sorrow is perhaps the most powerful. Business, pleasure, and the world tend only to stifle this seriousness of thought, and to prevent the mind from looking into itself and examining the foundation of all its future hopes. For these 3 days, I have continued perusing no books but the New Testament and sermons, of which I have read many. 21st, hoed part of my dear child's garden under the window, and carried her bonnet and cap to her chamber. They produced many tears, for I yet continue weak as a babe. Read the whole Gospel of St. John, 2 sermons of Tillotson on the state of the blessed, and 2 of Dr. Horn, S. on the purification of the mind by troubles and the government of the thoughts. I had before in this week read all the epistles, the Hebrews, and the Acts of the Apostles, and also Bryant, S. Authenticity of the Scriptures. Such studies are my only consolation. I give full attention, and hope for the blessing of God's Holy Spirit, that I may not let it be vain, or ever suffer the world to wipe out this taste for the things that concern another world. I attempt the regulation of my thoughts, and to contemplate the goodness and mercy of the Deity. But my misery for the irreparable loss I have suffered yet weighs me down. 22nd, hoed the rest of her garden. Simmons and Carter spent the day at the hall. I wish they had not come together. I wanted conversation with them separately on the question I had read a good deal of, the sleep of the soul after death till the resurrection. Simmons will not admit that we can draw any satisfactory conclusion for or against it, but Carter allows Dr. Jortin's reasoning in his sermon on that subject. In the evening, I read what Dr. H. Moore says upon the subject, who is strenuously against it. A state of insensibility is a dreadful idea, and I find consolation in the conviction that my dear girl is now happy. 23rd, Sunday, passed it, I hope, like a Christian, at church sitting over the remains of my child. Oh, what a train of feelings absorbed my soul. In the evening read St. Luke's Gospel and took a most heart-sinking, melancholy walk. I cannot yet bring my mind to sufficient tranquility to throw into one little memoir these and other particulars. Examined the willows she planted on the island. Oh, that they were thriving oaks that promised a longer duration, but they may last as long as anybody that will care for the planter. Continue to read scripture, and some of Secker, S. and Ogden's sermons, and again began Bryant on Christianity. I pray to God with all the fervency I feel to give me the grace of His Holy Spirit, that I may turn this loss to the benefit of my soul. Dr. Jortin, in his 17th sermon, most truly says, "It is adversity which seizes upon the future as prosperity dwells upon the present." On the 25th I read Littleton's Conversion and Apostleship of St. Paul. Had brought down from London a new political pamphlet of Howlett's on a subject that was once interesting, but I can attend to nothing except inquiries which in some degree connect with that habit of mind which flows from my recent loss. Mrs. called to persuade me into company for regaining cheerfulness. Alas, it will come, I fear, much too soon, and what is it good for? Sorrow is the best physician to heal a soul that has been too careless in its duty to God. Will the world, and pleasure, and society contribute, like grief, to secure me a probability of joining in another world the spirit of her I mourn? 26th. I read part of Dr. Clarke's Demonstration of the Being and Attributes of God, as much as I could understand without too intense an application, and then part of Butler's Analogy. Prayed to the Almighty in the middle of the day. The morning is the proper time, but when we are tired and sleepy, the evening I think an improper period to offer either thanksgiving or petitions to the divine goodness. Why, oh, why must we have misfortune and sorrow to make us sensible of our duty to our Heavenly Father and our Savior and Redeemer? How difficult to instill a right attention into young people. I am, however, thankful that my dear child was naturally serious and, I believe, well disposed in this respect. With what joy I now read the following passage in a letter I received from her while she was ill at Bradfield before I came down. My dear Papa, how can you imagine that I should ever neglect my prayers? No, believe me, I know my duty too well for that. What now would be the idea of any improvement or accomplishment compared with the least trait like this? 27th. Called for a few minutes on some neighbors. They all want me to dine with them, but such society to a mind diseased yields no food for reflection, and is, therefore, not fit for me. I could associate with nobody with comfort, but those whose religious acquirements could tend to strengthen my present habits. I continue to read Butler, also 2 sermons by Canibert on angels, looked at the miniature which my wife has of the dear girl, a most striking likeness by Plimer, wept over it with feelings easier imagined than described. I will have a copy of it. 'Twill serve, at least, as a melancholy remembrance, and, I hope, recall my mind should it ever wander from the lamented original. 28th. Finished Butler's Analogy. It does not quite answer the idea I had formed of him, though a powerful work, but he demands a second perusal, but does not even then promise to be perfectly clear. Read also Mr. Locke's Reasonableness of Christianity, which is a luminous, convincing work, and must have done great good. Watered dear Bobbin's garden and read over her letters. She had, for her early years, a most uncommon understanding and a penetration into character wonderful for the age of 14. On reviewing her last illness I am filled with nothing but the most poignant regret and self-condemnation for putting so much reliance in the medical tribe, for she had the personal attendance or correspondence of 5 physicians and none agreed. I did for the best and spared nothing, but had she been a pauper in a village she would, I verily think, have been alive and hearty. Such are the blessings of money. It has cost me 100 to destroy my child, for I do not think 1 shilling was bestowed which did not in one way or other do mischief. Whilst I was in much anxiety about my child's health, I bought Mr. Wilberforce on Christianity. I read it coldly at first, but advanced with more attention. It brought me to a better sense of my dangerous state, but I was much involved in hesitation and doubt, and was very far from understanding the doctrinal part of the book. This was well, for it induced me to read it again and again, and it made so much impression upon me that I scarcely knew how to lay it aside. It excited a very insufficient degree of repentance, and a still more insufficient view of my interest in the great physician of souls. It is rather singular that a trifling circumstance at this time first brought me acquainted with Mr. Wilberforce, whose book one had been again perusing for the fourth time with increased pleasure, and to whom I had more than once thought of writing for his opinion on the intermediate state and original sin. On arriving at Boston, what was my surprise on receiving a letter from him relative to Parkinson's subscription to some book on agriculture, and apologizing for the application to a stranger. I seized the pen with eagerness to reply, writing largely about his own book, praising it greatly, and telling him of my wish to apply to him. Should this, I thought, be productive of a connection that might confirm my pious resolution, I might, perhaps, be justified in attributing it to the interposition of God. I hope that the thought is not presumptuous. Is it the spirit of my sweet girl that is thus friendly to me? How pleasing an idea. July 29. Having excused myself from dining out with the Balgraves, a note from her this morning. But it will not do. Company and the world will only draw off my mind from those religious contemplations and that course of reading which is favorable to prayer, repentance, and reformation. I wish not to lessen my grief or banish my feelings of that sorrow which turns my heart at present to seek God. I dread it will come, but too soon. And were it not for this apprehension, I should go on my journey to Lincolnshire for the board directly. But I wish to confirm these feelings and earnestly pray for the divine grace to preserve them to the extirpation from my heart of love for the world or any of its follies. Throughout many of the succeeding notes, several expressions occur not all consistent with true evangelical religion. But I would not afterwards alter them, because I wished to ascertain, on the reperusal of these papers, what was at the moment of my affliction the state of my mind and of my faith. And when I consider what were the books which I read and admired, I cannot be surprised at any such remarks falling from my pen. I have often reflected on the great mercy and goodness of God in not permitting my religious opinions to be permanently injured by some of the works, which it will be found I so eagerly perused at a period, when I could not have one moment's conversation with any truly pious character. Two circumstances probably contributed to this effect. First, the incessant attention which I gave to reading the New Testament, and secondly, my ardent study of Mr. Wilberforce's Practical Christianity, though without thoroughly understanding it. The solitary life I condemned myself to, or, to speak with more propriety, which alone I relished, while reading 16 or 17 hours a day, and in which I consequently rather devoured books than read them, was, I think, very advantageous and possibly more so in the final result than if my authors had been more truly sound. I have since perused many works which, had they fallen into my hands at that time, would probably have made me quit my retirement and rush into the society of men who would have conducted me, in my then state of mind, to the utmost lengths of enthusiasm. The writers I consulted were well calculated to lay a certain solidity of foundation in the great leading truths of Christianity, which formed a basis whereon it was easy afterwards to raise a more evangelical edifice. In all this business I cannot but admire the goodness of the Almighty in protecting me from many evils to which I might easily have been led by my troubled feelings. Read Dr. Isaac Barrow's sermon on submission to the divine will. He seems a powerful writer, but his language is debased by expressions void of all dignity. Read a good deal in Barrow on the pre-existence of human souls. Very singular. The texts on which he builds support him very faintly, yet there is a degree of probability in the system consonant to reason. 30th, prayed to God over the remains of my dear child, and the circumstance fills my mind with that melancholy that is not unsuitable to religious feelings. I do not wonder at the custom of the primitive Christians praying at the tombs of the departed. It is an obvious and natural prejudice. Finished Barrow and wrote to my friend Mr. Cole to desire he would apply to his neighbor, the learned Bryant, to know his opinion of that question. Began Dr. Moore on the immortality of the soul. Capel Loft spent the day with us. His conversation is ready on any subject, and mine led to serious ones, which he seems to like. We had much that was metaphysical on the soul pre-existence, a future state, and see he is of opinion that heaven is not so very different from our ideas of what this world might be, as are commonly entertained, and rightly observes that if death, evil, anxiety, and disease with corporeal passions were banished, this earth would be a heaven, and that the knowledge of one another hereafter is not at all inconsistent with our Savior's expression, "In my Father's house are many mansions." 31st, read Littleton's sermon on the necessity of well husbanding our time. It is excellent. He has thoughts and modes of expanding his observations that are beyond the common run. Laid aside Dr. Moore on the immortality of the soul. He gets so high in the region of fancy, and is so full of jargon and supposition under the formula of demonstrations, that I am disgusted with his farrago, and there is so much on witches, apparitions, and see as to be mere rubbish. Read Sherlock's 6th sermon on the immortality of the soul, which is an admirable one. I see plainly from what I feel upon occasion of the severe, dreadfully severe misfortune that I have met with, that under great afflictions there can be no real consolation but in religion. I have mused and meditated much on what philosophy, as it is called, could afford in such an exigency. But the amount would be no more than the employment of the mind, and preventing its dwelling without interruption on the loss sustained, the comfort to be drawn from it would be weak and vain. But the gospel offers considerations which bear immediately on the source of the evil, affords matter of consolation in the certainty of another life, and in those promises which meet the yearnings of the distempered soul, diffuses a calm and quiet resignation to the divine will, under the pleasing hope of seeing those again in the next world whom we have loved tenderly in this. To me it seems that when this wish is founded on a virtuous object here, as that of a parent and a child, the very hope is an argument in its favor, because it is perfectly consistent with infinite benevolence to grant it, and the desire must be universal in every human mind. August 1, read about half of Sherlock on immortality, but my patience was then quite exhausted. The verbiage is such that it sickens one, though I approve the doctrine entirely and agree with him in everything. What a loss, that excellent books for matter should be so written, or rather spun into such endless circumlocutions that time is wasted for want of compression. Read 3 or 4 sermons of Littleton, clear, lucid, and impressive. At night a Dane came, recommended by Sir J. Sinclair. Unfortunate to all my feelings. I refuse dining with all my friends, and to be tormented with a trifler who can speak neither French nor English. My mind is in a state that cannot bear interruption. I love to mope alone and reflect on my misery. August 2, began Scott's Christian Life, but Smythes having sent me the 6th volume of Bishop Newton's works, containing a dissertation on the intermediate state, I read it with equal eagerness and satisfaction. It exceeds on that subject all I have yet met with. He is of opinion, in which all agree, that good spirits will know each other, and probably, from the parable of Lazarus, have some knowledge of what passes on earth. But that is of little consequence in comparison with the most consoling and comfortable idea contained in the first opinion. And what a call is it to strive with earnestness and ardor to arrive at a situation that will recompense us in so great a degree for every evil and sorrow we can meet with in this world. Can I then hope, by dedicating the rest of my life here to God, to join my dear child hereafter, my mother, my other daughter, and my sister, and should it so please the Almighty in His mercy, my father and brother? Of the females I can have little doubt, or rather none. I know too little of the lives of the others to venture to pronounce. Read also Bishop Newton's dissertation on the resurrection, general judgment, and final state of man. They are all excellent, and I rather devoured than read them. These books I must buy to read again, with more attention. 3rd, the Dane is gone, and therefore I am left to my favorite contemplations. Newton's dissertations are consoling, for they leave me no doubts about that hideous doctrine, the sleep of the soul, which, however it might have been suited for the dead, is dreadful to those they leave behind. For the rest of my life to know that my dear child is in a state of conscious existence, and consequently happy, is the first of comforts, but to feel the enlivening warmth and light of the sun, thinking that she felt nothing but slept in the cold grave, would have almost sunk me into it. No, she lives, and as there is reason to believe, the departed spirits have some knowledge of what passes here. What a call is it to conduct myself so as to give no pain to her. Let me imagine myself forever seen by the spirits of my mother and my child. Let me have a keen feeling of the pain any unworthy action or impure thought would give to them, and of the pleasure they would reap from seeing the reverse, that I was so living as gave them a hope of my joining them hereafter. Let me, if possible, entertain this persuasion till I am convinced of it. I cannot have the thought without being the better man. Oh. Guard me against relapsing into evil negligence, the two certain fruits of pleasure and prosperity. What are the friendships of the world? What consolation, what comfort? When most wanted, it is sure to fail. One has business, another pleasure. One a family, another a husband, all have something to render them broken reeds to such as are in want. And whether the boon be comfort or money, they prove the same to the touchstone. Who have been my friends? Symonds and Carter are good men, but I have seen them only once. Who must I name but Ogden, Sherlock, Jortin, Bishop Newton, Butler, Locke, and Clark? These have told me how to make a friend not like to fail in the time of need, my God and my Savior. May I strengthen and confirm that friendship and turn it to be a habit of my life. And thou, most gentle spirit of my departed child, if it is allowed thee to look down on earth, be my guardian angel and lead me to everlasting life, to join thee to part no more. Fourth, read 3 of Bishop Sherlock's sermons and 1 of Dr. Clark's, also some passages in his Demonstration of the Truth of Revealed Religion. Fifth, read a very good sermon of Bishop Sherlock on redemption, the 3rd and 4th volume. Bishop Butler on human ignorance, excellent. This subject in the books I have yet read has not been sufficiently treated. It might be made to refute all the infidels and draw mankind to a more religious life. My dear girl's books are come, her unfinished work, her letters, and melancholy employment to unpack and arrange them in her room. If any difference, I think of her with more, rather than with less regret. Yet I hope and trust, not without resignation to the almighty will of the great and good being whose providence has deprived me of her. I think I feel that this deep regret, this calm sorrow will last my life, and that no events can happen that will ever banish her from my mind. Ranby called, and I conversed with him about her till tears would, had I continued it, stopped my speaking. I hate and pity those who avoid talking to the afflicted upon the subject which causes their affliction. It argues a little trifling mind in one party or the other. Read Bishop Sherlock's dissertation respecting the sense of the ancients on the fall of man, which seems to me, who am, however, no judge, a very clear and satisfactory work. He appears to have a singular talent in reconciling seeming difficulties in knotty texts of Scripture, and opens every subject with great clearness and an acute spirit of discrimination. I suppose there must be some commonplace book of divinity, but I know not whose. A collection of luminous passages from such an immensity of writings as there are on this most important of all subjects would be very useful. Yet every man should make his own, selecting such topics and observations as come home to his own case and bosom. Were I not going now a most uninteresting journey, I would do this for myself. This tour hangs on my mind. Nothing would suit my feelings so well as to stay here in my present melancholy gloom, reading divinity, and endeavoring so steadily to fix my mind on eternity and the hope of joining my dear child, as to work a change in my habits, my life, my conversation, and pursuits, and to do all that human frailty will permit to reconcile myself to the Almighty. These thoughts, however, I shall try to preserve in spite of a journey. I will take the New Testament and Wilberforce with me, and read a portion every day, and spend the Sundays in a manner I have never done yet in traveling. August 7, to Ely, called for a moment on Carter, who thinks so highly of Bishop Newton that he intends to buy his works. At Ely quite alone, and no resource but in my own melancholy ideas. My first thought was to send to a Mr. Hall, who has hired Tattersall's farm, or Mr. Metcalfe, a minor canon, who has written in the Annals of Agriculture. But I rejected the scheme and kept to solitude. As soon as I finished dinner, I began Mr. Wilberforce for the 4th time, reading with renewed attention. I hear many objections to him, of his being a Presbyterian engrafted on a Methodist, but it is arrant nonsense. My mind goes with him in every word. View the Minster and Trinity Chapel, and venerate the piety of former ages that raised such noble edifices in honor of God, the Almighty Giver and Governor of all things. I once thought such buildings the efforts of superstition, perhaps folly. How different are my present sentiments! For what can be more rational than to raise temples of a character that shall impress some idea, however weak, of the sublimity of that infinite being who made and pervades all that exists, except his own great creative self. 8th, rise at 5, Write to my friends Dr. Valpy and C. Cole. To Peterborough. Much time for reflection, and it is singular that even while I am depressed with deep melancholy at the loss I have sustained, yet unholy ideas and imaginations will intrude. Is this the devil and his powers of darkness which buffet and beset us? Is not depravity and sin so inherent in our natures that we are ever liable to these wanderings which so disgrace our nature at better moments? But the conclusion, whatever it be owing to, is clear, that the government of the thoughts is an essential part of our duty, as Johnson has well explained in an admirable Rambler. Such thoughts, unresisted, seize and take possession of the mind, and they cannot do that without leading to action and all the guilt that may follow. Repel the first germinating principle of the idea, and the difficulty is not great. But indulge the pleasing dream and the heart is vitiated, for the imagination is impure. The remainder of the diary, in the same strain, is much too long for insertion. Here are a few closing sentences. September 2, to what is it that I shall return? My child no more, to what at London? Solitary in my lodgings, where am I to send for her whose cheerfulness gilded every scene, and little pleasing ways lent such a charm to render her presence such a comfort to me? All gone, gone forever. Of that description of feelings what remains? A blank, a desert. Cried over the hair of my sweet departed Bobbin, never more in this world to see thee again. October 15. I have torn my heart to pieces with looking at my dear child's hair. Melancholy remains, but how precious when their owner is no more. I am to see her no more in this world, gone forever. London, November 13. This day se'nnight I came to town with Mrs. Y. and Mary. I knew it would be a very uncomfortable plan, but to do as I would be done by made it proper. November 26. I have been a week at Petworth, an interesting, splendid, gay, and cheerful week, and as too often the case, a vain, frivolous, and impious one. Sir John Sinclair would have me on the Sunday go to Goodwood. Never a serious word, never a soul to church from that house to thank God for the numerous blessings showered down upon it, and the means of good which 60,000 a year confers. Yet Lord Egremont does all that could be wished as far as humanity, charity, and doing moral benefits can, but no religion. In the chapel, no worship, no hats off but my own, dreadful example to a great family and to his children and to 2,500 people in the town. I talked to Arthur, and strongly recommended to him to attend constantly and to keep himself clear from such a want of piety. He disapproves of it much, and I pray to God that yet he may not be corrupted by such evil examples, but imbibe a dislike to such want of gratitude. I watched for opportunities of serious remark, but none of effect offered except one observation on Lady Webster's infidelity in religion, when I threw in a word or two. The very virtues of such people do mischief by recommending their irreligious example. The following letters are selected from those received this year. From Dr. Burney. Chelsea College, March 16, 1797. My dear sir, you have applied to a very incompetent person for political consolation in addressing me, an old notorious alarmist who has long seen evils approaching even worse than those which have already arrived. I wish anything had happened to convince me that my mental eyes had been as short-sighted as those in my head. But alas, things are going on everywhere from bad to worse. My foolish countrymen, nay, worse, the wicked and incurable Democrats who inhabit the same island, so far from being cured by the savage cruelties and universal misery brought about in France by the Revolution and the treatment of other countries which she has conquered and even fraternized with, still long for a revolution here, without even wishing to avert any of the evils which have happened elsewhere, from the diabolical character and principles of her inhabitants. I have seen that a wish to break the bank has long been formed, and I even have been advised to get all the cash I could for my notes if I had any. And the person who advised this measure, who had never been at the bank before in his life, and was forced to inquire his way thither, had been bullying the harassed clerks to give him cash for a 40-pound note, for no other purpose than to lock it up. 7 millions of guineas were issued for notes in 1 week. Of this sum, 300,000 it is said, were for notes presented by the English Santera. A banker from Norwich had collected notes to the amount of 400,000 with which he came post to London in the same seraphic hope of breaking the bank, but unluckily for his benevolent plan, the further issuing of cash had been stopped the night before his arrival. The favorite Jacobin plan at present is to make this nation and all Europe believe that we are really in a state of bankruptcy, and that the notes now in circulation will be soon of as little value as French assignats, reporting every day that they are at a very considerable discount, which God forbid should ever happen. For my own part, I would starve myself to death sooner than buy, even food, by the parting with a bank note for a farthing less value than it has hitherto had. But the poor Duke of Bedford, Mr. Cook, the dissenting manufacturers, and C, are so distressed for want of cash to pay their workmen that they are obliged to dismiss them. And this, to be sure, is not done with an intention of throwing all the blame upon government and making furious rebels of all the persons discharged. Everything is seen and represented in the blackest colors, the French always right and the administration wrong. For if opposition should ever be obliged to allow the present ministry to be right, why change it? And down they must pull every person and thing above them, even if, like Samson, they are crushed in the ruins, which I have not the least doubt will be the case if ever the revolution they seem so determined to bring about should happen. The ballot has fallen upon me to furnish a man and a horse to the provisional cavalry, which has occasioned me much trouble and vexation. The expense, had it been double, I would have paid with alacrity, for the defense of everything dear to honest men during such a war and with such enemies. But the business of recruiting, clothing, accoutring, and is so new to men of peace that they know not how to go to work. 3 substitutes that I had engaged have disappointed me, and the horse I have purchased I am not sure will pass muster. Had government levied a tax of 5 or 10 guineas upon each horse that was kept for pleasure, either in or out of harness, and done the business of raising a certain number of cavalry themselves, it would have been better done, and ladies and superannuated gentlemen, like my worship, would have escaped infinite plague and vexation. I am exceedingly sorry that your dear and charming little daughter is not well. I am, with sincere regard, my dear sir, your affectionate friend, Charles Burney. From Edmund Burke, Esquire, alluding to the projects in Parliament before named for regulating the price of labor. Bath, May 23, 1797. Dear Sir, I am on the point of leaving Bath, having no further hope of benefit from these waters. And as soon as I get home, if I should live to get home, should I find the papers transmitted me by your board, I shall send them faithfully to you, though, to say the truth, I do not think them of very great importance. My constant opinion was, and is, that all matters relative to labor ought to be left to the conversations of the parties, that the great danger is in government intermeddling too much. What I should have taken the liberty of addressing to you, had I possessed strength to go through it, would be to illustrate or enforce that principle. I am extremely sorry that anyone in the House of Commons should be found so ignorant and unadvised as to wish to revive the senseless, barbarous, and, in fact, wicked regulations made against free trade in matters of provision, which the good sense of late parliaments had removed. I am the more concerned at the measure, as I was myself the person who moved the repeal of the absurd code of statutes against the most useful of all trades, under the invidious names of forestalling and regrading. But however, I console myself on this point by considering that it is not the only breach by which barbarism is entering upon us. It is, indeed, but a poor consolation, and one taken merely from the balance of misfortunes. You have titles enough of your own to pass your name to posterity, and I am pleased that you have got spirit enough to hope that there will be such a thing as a civilized posterity to attend to things of this kind. I have the honor to be, with very high respect and esteem, your most obedient, humble servant, Edmund Burke. Mr. Burke died July 7. From John Symonds, Esquire on Public Affairs, very gloomy, with much condemnation of Mr. Pitt. St. Edmund's Hill, June 8, 1797. At the time, my dear sir, that I received your letter I was traveling over Italy in order to figure in your annals of agriculture. But the state of that country has been so much bouleversé that my head has been turned in reflecting upon it, as is most probably the case with the greater part of its inhabitants. You ask me what plan I could propose to save the country. Arm, undoubtedly, as you say, but how to do it most effectually I pretend not to determine. You justly reprobate volunteering infantry. Charles Cole tells me you have something in the press upon this subject. To fill the army or navy with defenders or volunteers is the way to pave the way to our ruin. But I should begin with proposing a scheme which would probably be heard with disdain and which has been rejected by the king. Recall Lord Camden. Appoint Lord Moira, Lord Lieutenant, with full powers to emancipate the Roman Catholics. He is much respected in Ireland as well as in England, for the opinion formed of him from his civil and military knowledge and moral character. I have heard Lord Bishop Douglas, who is no mean estimator of mankind, often say that he wished he could see Lord Moira, one of the Secretaries of State. Were the Catholics satisfied, Ireland might bid defiance to the French, and perhaps some regular infantry might thence be sent to England, which, the Duke of Grafton said lately in the House of Lords, was much wanted here. But it is in vain to speak or write about Ireland. We govern there by a faction, the Beresfords, Fitzgibbons, and Fosters, whose emoluments, including their relations and dependents, fall not short of 100,000 L. per annum. Some think much more. Now the Polignacs under the old government had not more than 50,000 L. per annum, including a bishopric. This the Duchess of Lioncourt one day made out to me upon paper, yet she was willing enough to exaggerate the profits of that family, especially as the old Duchess just before had been cast in a lawsuit with one of them. Your idea of applying to Bonaparte pleases me much. He would probably do more towards effecting a peace than 100 Malmesburys and St. Helens. It will be curious to see what terms Pitt will propose. There seems to be no doubt but that the French will insist on having all the places taken from them, and probably a restitution of 12 or 14 ships of the line, and perhaps a sum of money by way of indemnification, for this word was always in the mouth of our premier. After this, an ample recompense to the Dutch and Spaniards, whose interests the French will consider as their own. A fine peace indeed, after so many absurd and haughty declarations of our ministry. A peace there must be, or an insurrection, if considerable taxes be proposed to continue the war. Not that these would be of any avail, for were the French merely to line their coasts from Ostend to Calais with troops, and do nothing else, their point would be carried. At the very time that a separate peace was made by the Emperor with the French, Mr. Pitt, in the House of Commons, called him our great and good ally. It was but 2 days after that the news came of his defection, which every thinking man naturally expected. Mr. P seems determined to do dirty jobs to the last. Whilst our enemies are almost at our gates, the subscribers to the loyalty loan must forsooth be rewarded, because many of them are his parliamentary friends. Should you hear your knight open himself on this subject, remind him that 1 million or 1.5 million are wanted to pay the arrears of the civil list, that professors, whose stipends are fixed by Acts of Parliament, are in danger of losing the profits of a couple of years from an abominable clause in Burke's bill. Remind him of a remarkable circumstance in Sully's Memoirs. When Henry Roman IV was in great distress for money, it was proposed to him to decline paying any stipends to the professors in the University of Paris. "No," said he, with an honest indignation, "I will never consent to that. Retrench the expense of my table instead of touching their emoluments." Such an answer, and such conduct in conformity to it, reflected peculiar honor on a prince who had never been trained up in the study of polite letters. Carnot cannot be too much commended for ordering your agricultural works to be translated and published. It was giving his countrymen a mass of knowledge, founded on experiment, not to be procured in their own writers. He showed very good sense in sacrificing party prejudices. Would Pitt have acted thus in his situation? I have not read Wilberforce's Practical View of Christianity, nor am I indeed much solicitous about it, for my faith is not built upon establishments, but on the New Testament, which I have considered with as much attention as most of our divines. W is a strict Calvinist, and is therefore orthodox, for he is supported by our articles of religion. I who think that the articles on this head are not founded on Scripture, am a heretic, as I take you to be also. It is very observable that the young theologians of Geneva are at this day instructed much more in Osterwald's Catechism than in Calvin's books. The death of that worthy man and excellent master of Italian, Isola, is an exceedingly great loss to me, for he has managed all my little concerns at Cambridge for 20 years. He can have left nothing for his family but his good example. So respected was he by everyone that when a long illness and his wife's death prevented him from making his usual earnings, and he was unavoidably loaded with heavy debts, they not only raised for him 180L by private subscriptions in the colleges, but in the following year the university gave him 100L out of the public chest. I shall be very careful in recommending his successor, for Isola always told me that most of the Italians in England were rascals, and he therefore had no communication with them when they came to Cambridge. I allowed him 20 guineas a year, as few learn Italian. The profits from teaching it are hardly sufficient to maintain one who has a family, for parents in general are so foolish as not to require of their sons the learning of that language, though their intention is to send them into Italy. Adieu, you will repent provoking me to write. J. Simmons. From Jeremy Bentham, Esquire on the Poor and C. Queen Square, Westminster, Sept. 8, 1797. Dear Sir, it was but the other day that I became master of a complete series of your Annals of Agriculture. Accept my confession and record my penitence. Having on my return from my long peregrination on the continent lent to a friend, who had lent to another friend, whom we neither of us could recollect, the 25 or 30 numbers which I had taken in before that period, I postponed from time to time the completion of the series in hopes of recovering the commencement of it. When at last shame and necessity got the better of procrastination, what a treasure of information burst upon me. No, so long as power without, shall have left an annual guinea in my pocket, blanks are better here than words, not a number of the annals shall ever be wanting to my shelves. Hold, don't take me for a Jacobin now, nor even for a croaker. What I allude to is not any common burden, such as you landowners and landholders grunt under, but my own £10,000 tax, my privilegium, a thing as new to English language as it is to English practice, sole and peculiar fruit of the very particular notice with which I have been honored by. This waits upon you with a proof of a blank pauper population table, framed for the purpose of collecting an account of them in as many parishes as I can. Knowing so well your zeal for all zeal-worthy objects, and mindful of your often experienced kindness, I cannot on this occasion harbor a doubt of your assistance. Is it worthwhile to give the table the indiscriminate circulation of your annals? At any rate, your editorial majesty will, I hope, be pleased graciously to grant unto me your royal letters, patent or close, or both, addressed to all, and if need be, singular, your loving subjects my fellow correspondents, charging and exhorting them, each in his parish, and as many other parishes as may be, to fill my tables and send in their contributions. Along with the table you will find in his paper, exhibiting the importance of the information I am thus laboring to collect. You will print it or suppress it as you think best. I also send in MS. A table of cases calling for relief, a general map of pauper land with all the roads to it. Few, if any, of the projects I have seen but what have appeared the arch project not accepted to bear an exclusive, at least a predilective, reference to some of these cases, overlooking or slighting the rest. I send it in the state in which I propose printing it for my own book, but in the meantime, if it be worthy the honor of a place in the annals, it is altogether at your service. This preparatory insertion will turn to the advantage of the work itself, if any of your correspondents, not forgetting their editor, would have the goodness to contribute their remarks to the emendation of it. You will not easily conceive, few heads at least, but yours are qualified to conceive, the labor it has cost me to bring the two tables to this state. As to the work at large, it will occupy 2 independent, though connected volumes. Pauper Systems Compared, Pauper Management Improved, the last the Romance, the Utopia, to which I had once occasion to allude. Romance? How could it be anything less? I mean to an author's partial eye. In proportion as a thing is excellent when established, is it anything but romance and theory and speculation, till the touch of the seal or the scepter has converted it into practice. Distress, at least distress, the very life and soul of romance, cannot be denied to mine, for in this short and close-back specimen already you behold it in all its shapes. Magnanimous President, accomplished Secretary, ye too have your romance. Heaven send you a happy catastrophe and a fettered land, a happy deliverance. Patience, patience, ye too, before you are comforted, must bear to be tormented. Apropos of presidents. The high priest of Ceres, having divined or not divined my recent occupations, has been pleased to send me a mandate in form, summoning me to devote myself to this branch of his goddess's service, that the fruit of my labors may be consecrated in her temple at Whitehall. So that whatever other requisites may fail me, I shall be in no want of auspices. I fear you will say to yourself that the observations I have sent you are a sad farrago. But your miscellany, how superior soever to others in subject matter and contents, has this in common with them, that half-formed ideas, so they have but matter in them, are not prohibited from presenting themselves. It is part of the character of your correspondence to have more of substance about them than of form, and of the many recommendations which join in drawing so much good company to your conversazione, one, nor that the least, is the convenience of being admitted to it in boots. Mine, you will say, have hobnails in them, for somehow or other, the very idea of the person to whom I am addressing myself has insensibly betrayed me into that sort of playful confidence, that épanchement, as I think the French call it, which I have always felt in his company. Believe me with the most serious respect, ever yours, Jeremy Bentham. Footnote 167. Now 14 years old. Footnote 168. This passage has been crossed out with a pencil, but is given as showing the regime of young ladies' schools 100 years ago. In another note occurs the sentence, "Brought my dear little girl from Camden House to London." Presumably, Camden Town is meant, at that time being less than suburban. Footnote 169. The county belle, Betsy Plampin, married some years before to Mr. Orbell Oakes. Footnote 170. Lady Mary Hervey, the beautiful daughter of the Earl of Bristol, Bishop of Derry. Her portrait, by Gainsborough, was on show at Agnew's in 1896. Footnote 171. Some medical questions the child wishes put to her London doctor are here omitted. Footnote 172. John Jortin, D.D., born 1696, died 1770. His numerous theological and historical works have been frequently reprinted. Footnote 173. Henry Moore, D.D., born 1614, died 1687. In 1640 published Psychozoia, or The Life of the Soul. His philosophical and theological works have been reprinted. Footnote 174. Th. Secker, Archbishop of Canterbury, born 1693, died 1768. Footnote 175. Samuel Ogden, D.D., born 1716, died 1778. Footnote 176. Adam Littleton, D.D., born 1627, died 1674. Footnote 177. Samuel Clarke, D.D., born 1675, died 1729. The piece alluded to was the first Boyle lecture. Of his works, Dr. Johnson remarked, "I should recommend Dr. Clarke's works were he orthodox." Footnote 178. John Conybeare, D.D., born 1691, died 1755. A great champion of revelation. Footnote 179. Plimer, in Redgrave's Dictionary of Artists written, Plimer. Two brothers therein mentioned, Andrew and Nathaniel, both miniature painters and exhibitors at the R.A., born 1763, died 1837, born 1767, died 1822. Footnote 180. Practical view of the prevailing system of professed Christians in the higher and middle ranks in this country, contrasted with real Christianity. Published 1797 and frequently reprinted. Footnote 181. Th. Scott, the friend of Cowper, born 1747, died 1821, chaplain to the Lock Hospital. Footnote 182. Th. Newton, born 1704, died 1782, edited Paradise Lost. Footnote 183. Alluding to the movement suggested by A.Y. and ultimately carried out, of forming regiments of volunteer cavalry, in view of the menacing attitude of France. Footnote 184. Carnot, the organizer of Victory, grandfather of the late lamented President of the French Republic. Almost alone of the Senate, Carnot refused to sanction the coup d'etat of Napoleon 1799. Footnote 185. J. F. Osterwald, Swiss Protestant divine, born 1683, died 1747. All his works have been translated into English. Footnote 186. These observations, above referred to, are inserted in volume Roman 29 Annals of Agriculture. Chapter 13. Diary and Correspondence, 1798, 1799, 1800. Assess taxes, society, Mr. Pitt and the Board of Agriculture, a foolish joke, dinners to poor children, interview with the King, royal farming, correspondence, Bradfield incidents of home travel, portrait of a great lady, correspondence. January 9, 1798. At Petworth. This is the way in which I keep a journal. Had I the abilities of Johnson, it might be an excuse, but I am as idle as he without the talents that enabled him to think to good purpose. London has passed away till the vacation without much to note, yet always something, for I met many at Mrs. M. Montagu's parties twice a week, whose conversation was interesting. Very few dinners, for the town was empty. Attended divine service at Mr. Cecil's chapel, and ought to have made memoranda. The breakfast at Wilberforce, with Mr. Serjeant, Hawkins, Brown, Thornton, and C., all members in committee on the assessed taxes. Miss Griffiths, the friend and mother of my ever-dear Bobbin at school, coming to board with Mrs. Y. These and many more articles all passed over, and above all, the reflections which thronged in my mind on the conclusion of that year, which deprived me of my child, and turned my heart so imperfectly to God Almighty. Without that event, how should I have been able to bear the stroke of the taxes, my share of which will, I fear, be 100L. Had I been out of debt, it would have been comparatively light, but I am seized about some bills which yet remain, and which, if I pay, shall not be able to pay those taxes. I have advertised my cottage and 80 acres of land to let, but no chance of getting such a rent, as I know I ought to have to make letting answer. I have been here with Lord Egremont above a fortnight. A good deal of rabble, but some better. Lord Spencer, Lord Althorpe, Lord Dungarvan, Lord Milton, Lord Stair, Sir John Shelley, Mr. James Ferriman, and see I shall stay the whole vacation. February 14. Another great gap, in which time I was 4 days with the Duke of Bedford at Woburn with a strange party, for all in all I think the most strange I have been in for many years. Trevis, the pseudo-Venetian Jew who came long ago to England, has ran through a great fortune, reduced from 200,000L to 1,200L. A year, having shined with most satanic light in the annals of gallantry, Lady Stanhope, Lady Cadogan, and 100 more. Strong parts, wits, originality, name evidently omitted here, and at 71 sings wonderfully. Lord Lauderdale, who is a very pleasant, easy, cheerful companion with knowledge, and so more capable of doing mischief, Lord Maynard, Johns the parson, Bob Lee, Bligg, and C. the Duke has much good sense and clearness of head. On my return to town, Lord Carrington applied to me to get a drainer for Mr. Pitt at Hallwood. I told him none to be had but from a distance, and at a considerable expense. That perhaps it was an easy job, and if so, his own people could do it if the drains were marked out for them, and I would go and look when nobody there. Next day he came again from Pitt with thanks, and desiring me to go when he was there. I went and examined the land. A hill wet from springs, the cure obvious, so I am to do it for him. He and Lord Auckland and Lord Carrington walked round the place with me, and then returned to a cold dinner, where we debated the Board of Agriculture. And Pitt seemed pleased with my idea of government, hiring the Bishop of Llandaff's house for the board, and so getting rid of the difficulty of not being able to quit Sir J. Sinclair. Without 16 members agreeing in the affirmative, a stupid statute they made. By the first reports of the board, and a multitude of other expenses equally useless, Sir John ran the board so much in debt that it became a question of great difficulty how they should be enabled to carry on any business at all. Through a spirit of liberality in many individuals, a subscription was set on foot, and 10 guineas apiece by members and honorary members, which kept them for some time on their legs. The revenue of the board went entirely to printers, above 80 reports in quarto, with broad margins, having been given away to any who would accept them. And they were in general so miserably executed that they brought the institution into contempt. While Sir John Sinclair was engaged in this pursuit, he thought of nothing but the establishment of his own character, and imagined that his indefatigable exertions, misplaced as they were, gave him a claim to the attention of government, and, it is said, induced him to ask a peerage. But Mr. Pitt not acceding to the proposition, he next desired to be a privy councillor. When this second gentle request failed, he set hard to work to form a party of his own in the House of Commons in opposition to government, which by degrees completely estranged Mr. Pitt from him, and he was, by the votes of the official members, turned out of the chair. Lord Carrington taking me to Hallwood, we walked about the place for some time before Mr. Pitt came down. When he arrived, ordering a luncheon, he said he had desired Lord C. to bring me, that he might understand what members of the Board of Agriculture were proper to fill the chair. I named Lord Egremont. He has been applied to, rejoined Mr. Pitt, and declined it. I then mentioned Lord Winchelsea. The same answer was returned. I named one or two more, but the minister seemed not to relish their appointment. I next said Lord Somerville, who was famous for the attention he had paid to some branches of husbandry. Mr. Pitt's reply was, "He is not quite the thing, but I doubt we must have him," and the conversation concluded with an apparent determination that Lord S. should be the man. He was accordingly elected, and I, the same day, received the orders of the board instantly to look out for a house, because Sir John S. being turned out would no longer volunteer his, which I accordingly did, and fixed upon one in Sackville Street, into which the board immediately moved their property, and appointed the secretary to reside in the house, with an allowance of 100 guineas a year for paying the porter, keeping a maid in the house in summer, and finding coals and candles. April 8, a long gap in which much has happened. The election and Sir J. Sinclair deposed. The world gives its all to politics, but it was not caused solely by that motive, his management of the 3000L. A year was next to throwing it away, and gradually created much disgust. Had his industry been under the direction of a better judgment, he would have been an admirable president. I have hired a house for him and myself in Sackville Street. Cragg, the clerk, wants an apartment, and I have befriended him with Lord Somerville, the new president, much against my own convenience, for the house is not large enough. But do as we would be done by must be a rule far more obeyed by me in future than formerly, and it is more a convenience to him than an evil to me. It would be easy for me to prevent it, and time has been that I should have taken that part, but God send me the power to follow better dictates. I have been twice more at Hallwood. I have written a new pamphlet, a letter to Wilberforce. I have worked hard at my Lincoln report, and the election, with the business public and private concerning it, has been on the whole such a worry, that I long for a week or two of privacy and quiet to render my mind more tranquil. It seems as if my whole life is to be lost in a bustle. I am now going to Petworth, and within the week to Bradfield. There I hope to make a momentary retreat and have time for recollection. I do not suffer anything to distract me on a Sunday, or I should be lost in this hurry, and everything serious driven from my mind. I have anxiety also about my new habitation on another account, which is the doubt whether they will furnish it for me. If they should not, it will be a most heavy burthen of at least 200L, and an unjust one, elected as I am annually. Last Sunday sent a new scene of sorrow and vexation. Arthur sent me a foolish letter of his written to Lloyd from Dover, by way of a stupid joke, describing an ideal conversation with some of O'Connor's jurymen, to frighten Lloyd, who sent it to Loft, and he to Walker, to Erskine, and see it was read in court at Maidstone, and Lord Egremont told me it had an immense effect, exciting universal indignation. The Attorney General pledged himself to punish it. The Jacobin papers kindly assigned it to Arthur Young, so all believed it to be me. I had a letter contradicting sent to 4 papers, and have been in incessant worry ever since, writing for explanation, employing Gottobed and Garrow, and seeing Lord Egremont often on it. I sent an express to the Attorney General, with a letter to him, and another to O'Connor's counsel. All agree Loft to be a base villain, pretending so much friendship for all the family, and keeping the letter 10 days in spite of Lloyd demanding it, and never asking any explanation or naming it to Mrs. Y, Mary, or A. I have fretted about this affair and worried myself terribly, and with reasons, for it will be the utter ruin of my son. Possibly a fine of 500L, and 2 years' imprisonment if he is not able to prove it to be a jest. To avoid being punished as a rascal, he must prove himself the greatest fool in Christendom, which he certainly is, for the letter was unquestionably a humbug. June 23rd. I have had a roasting 3 weeks languishing for the country, but however, not discontented, and bringing my mind with some success to submit cheerfully to everything I meet with. Arthur has been in Kent and procured 9 or 10 affidavits of the jurymen. Those who refuse he never set eyes on till he made the application, so he has cleared himself to me, but whether it will do for the Attorney General is another question. It is a sad business, and will be very expensive when I can ill afford it. I have been 4 days at Woburn with Lord Somerville, a very great meeting. The Duke desired me to preside at the lower end of the table. He told me to keep stone from it. I have been thrice at Hallwood and conversed with Mr. Pitt every time, but it is only on farming. No wonder. Reading Baxter's Serious Call to a Holy Life, which I have done with great pleasure, and have begun it a second time. I think it an admirable performance. Charity and a universal intention to please God in everything are recommended with great ability. I have forgotten to add a word about my new habitation. It is an admirable house, and Mrs. Young's only apprehension was the plan of Cragg, the first clerk, having apartments in it. But when it came to be debated, Lord Carrington procured it entirely to me, with an allowance of 90L. A year for a porter, maid, coals, and see upon the whole it is an arrangement which is equal in all to 100L. A year to me, and in comfort, saving me the trouble of thrice a year seeking lodgings, as good as 100 more. I am thankful to God for it, and may he give me his grace not to apply to ill uses the favor of his providence. July 14th. This day 12th it pleased God to take to himself my ever dear and beloved child. In the evening at the hall, my wife and self, children, and Miss Griffith joined in prayer. The remainder of the diary, chiefly detailing morbid religious introspection, is not of sufficient interest to include. Notes from Memorandum Book. March, a dinner for 15 poor children, 11s, 10d. Another dinner for 37 children, 16s, 6d. Another dinner for 47 children, 1L, 6s, 6d. April, this month 7 dinners to about 48 children each time. May, 4 dinners to about 48 children each time. This year I sold the copyright of my travels for 250 guineas. April 1799. In London. I am alone, therefore at peace. I rise at 4 or 5 o'clock and go to bed at 9 to 10 p.m. I have no pleasures and wish for none, saving that comfort which religion gives me, and the sooner I make it my only pleasure the wiser I shall be. I go to no amusements and read some scripture every day, never lay aside my good books but for business. I have dined out but little and wish for no more than I have. I get into habits of reading and writing and don't like to quit them. Privacy and silence and retirement suit me, and I am content. New servants all, and the cook, a two-handed yahoo, and cannot boil a potato. No matter, I am past being troubled at such things, but I like old servants and can't bear this change. May 4 of this year I went to the opera with Mrs. Oakes, and that amusement which had for so many years been my delight, I met so coldly as to be almost asleep through much of the performance. What a change had taken place in my mind! This was the last public diversion at which I have been present. I thank the Father of mercies that I have yet retained my attention to religion, that I have read few books but those of devotion, that I live very retired without any regret, that I rise at 4 or 5 o'clock, and never omit my private devotions, morn and eve, and but rarely family prayer. Thank the Almighty goodness, I have almost weaned myself from the world. June 4, the King's birthday. I have been in Kensington Gardens to see the King review 8,000 volunteers of London and Westminster. These corps owe their origin, I may, without presumption, say to me, and I should in a former part of my life have been full of mortification and envy at the gay and brilliant situation of others, whilst I was a humble spectator lost in the crowd. The mob, as I should once have called them. But thank God, I had no such ideas, and am more free from sin of such thoughts than I am from that of entering this note of it. My mind was much occupied in thinking of such multitudes of people of all ranks, all ages, from infancy to decrepitude, gay, lively, and running at the tilt of pleasure, followed by more splendid scenes of courts, balls, dinners, and all to be in a few years in their graves, their souls in their eternal doom, thoughtless as they may now be. I work myself as often as I can, and as much as I can, into meditations on the utter vanity of all such scenes, and thence to the inanity. July 1, wrote Mrs. Oakes an account of my visits to the King's farm. I got Sir J. Banks to ask his leave to see his farm. He gave it readily and said he would order Frost, his bailiff, to show me everything completely. I wrote, but my letter came, by mistake of the post, after I was there myself, and as Frost knew the King would like to see me, he went when likely to meet him on his return from a review. The Queen, Prince of Wales, the Princesses, and C. were in 2 sociables, and the King on horseback with his train of lords aides-de-camp, and C. he inquired who I was and called me to him, rode up to the Queen and C. and introduced me. The Queen said it was long since I was at Windsor, and C. not recollecting me at first. They passed on, and then the King rode with me over his farm for 2½ hours, talking farming, asking questions without number and waiting for answers, and reasoning upon points he differed in. Explained his system of crops, his reasons, with many observations, inquired about the board, the publications of it, the annals, and asked if I continued to work on my elements, which I have been many years about, recommended me to compress the sense of quotations in short paragraphs, as there are many, Mr. Young, who catch the sense of a short paragraph that lose the meaning of a long one, said the work would be highly useful. Those who read the 2 letters of R.R. in the last annals, written by His Majesty, will see how clearly he expresses himself. He inquired about my farm, grasses, sheep, and sea. He has himself only 160 lambs from 800 ewes. His strong land farm is in admirable order, and the crops all clean and fine. He was very desirous that I should see all, and ordered Frost to carry me to 2 or 3 other things next morning. I found fault with his hogs. He said I must not find fault with a present to him. The Queen was so kind as to give them from Germany, and while the intention was pleasing, we must not examine the object too critically. The value of the intention, Mr. Young, is greater than a better breed. He told me he learned the principles of his farming from my books and found them very just. Quoted particularly the rural economy, cattle give manure and manure corn. Well understood now, sir, but not so well before you wrote. When I said anything that struck him, he turned about to tell it to the nobles that followed. He is the politest of men, keeps his hat off till everyone is covered. An officer with a lady and a whiskey drew in his horse as he saw the King crossing the road, taking his hat off. The King rode up to him, uncovered, and conversed a little, and afterwards said, "I think it is Captain Thorpe, of such a regiment." What a memory. Inquired much about the Duke of Bedford's party at Woburn, and I forgot 3/4. He was in high spirits and looks remarkably well. My son this year married Miss Jane Barry, daughter of Edward Barry. Esquire, the connection arose from her being at school with my dear Bobbin at Campden House, and afterwards visiting us at Bradfield. Selected letters from those received this year. From Count Rumford on lime kilns and cement for fireplaces, and C. Brompton Row, Jan. 8, 1799. Dear Sir, on my return to town last evening from Broadlands I found your letter. I beg you will present my best compliments to Lord Egremont, and assure his lordship that it would give me very great pleasure to visit Petworth and see the various improvements he has, and is, introducing into the neighborhood. But my stay in England will be but short, and, as I have more to do in the meantime than it will be possible for me to execute without being very industrious, I must devote all my time to those occupations in which I am engaged. I wish it were in my power to give you any satisfactory information respecting lime kilns, but I have not yet had leisure to complete the experiments I had projected, and which are necessary in order to enable me to form decided opinions on that subject. The kiln I had constructed at Munich, not being well built, and being forced with too intense a fire before the masonry was properly dried, cracked, and burst open from top to bottom, so that no just conclusions can be drawn from the imperfect experiments that were made with it. With regard to the best materials for withstanding the action of intense fire, I believe common fire bricks, as they are called, to be one of the best. I am just now employing them in the construction of open chimney fireplaces, and they seem to answer perfectly well. In laying them, I have a cement of clay and brick dust instead of common mortar. One of the best kinds of cement for resisting the action of fire I ever met with was composed of equal parts of brick dust, quicklime, and iron filings. mixed up with blood. It unites itself firmly to metals as to bricks and stones of all kinds, and even the most intense fire seems to have very little effect on it. It may even be made to join metals to stones, or even wood to metals. Our soap boilers in Bavaria use it to join the wooden tops of their boilers to their copper bottoms, which it does in so effectual a manner that they are very seldom found to leak. It was from them I learnt the secret of the composition of this most useful cement. I have no doubt, but it would be found to answer very well for plastering the backs and covings of open chimney fireplaces. I wish you would make a trial. If it should be found to answer, it would be a most important discovery, for in that case, bricks would certainly be as good, or even better, than firestones for constructing fireplaces. I am, dear sir, with unfeigned regard and esteem, yours most faithfully, Rumford. From the Duke of Grafton, Piccadilly, 1799. Dear sir, I had but just time to cast an eye on Mr. Wilberforce's letter last night, and seeing that the references are so many to texts of Scripture, I must desire you to leave it with me till I can have a good hour's leisure to give it that consideration which everything from him must deserve. I wish Mr. Wilberforce and myself were agreed upon all points, as we are on the, I fear, hopeless attempts to abolish totally the slave trade. Depend upon it that no one who knows that gentleman so little honors him more than myself, nor do I impute any opinions or dogmas to him which I have not learnt from his writings. I believe him to be an upright, sincerely pious and beneficent character, treading a road that leads to future happiness, even should he be under great but involuntary errors. Will he say the same of any one of those whom he improperly calls Socinians? For, though they honor the memory of Socinus, they do not follow his faith. Far from it, for they acknowledge no masters on matters of religion but Christ and his apostles. Yours very faithfully, Grafton. From Dr. Burney. Dover, Sept. 11, 1799. My dear sir, your letter at Quarley after I had left my friend Mr. Cox, and was returned to Chelsea preparing for a journey into Kent. I have been here and hereabouts near 3 weeks in the thick of all the military bustle of this county. My headquarters are at my friend Mr. Crewe's house in this town, the best it affords, and is taken for 3 months. Mr. Crewe, being colonel of the 2nd Royal Cheshire Militia, is quartered at Hythe, but comes over frequently, Mrs. and Miss Crewe being stationed here. The Duke of Portland and Lady Mary Bentinck came hither on a visit last Thursday, and remained inmates with us till yesterday morning. Being within 8 or 9 miles of the camp on Barham Downs and 7 of Walmer Castle, we have been there several times, have dined twice at Sir Charles Grey, S., the commander-in-chief at the camp, and twice at Walmer Castle with Mr. Pitt, Mr. Dundas, and Lady Jane Dundas, who does the honors, and is a most amiable, sweet, and charming woman. Mr. Ryder and Lady Susan have a small house just by the castle, and Mr. Canning is lodged within its walls. The Duke of York was there for several days before he embarked for Holland. We, that is Mrs. and Miss Crewe with Lady Mary Bentinck, went in one coach, and the Duke of Portland, with your humble servant, in another, at 5 o'clock on Sunday morning to see the 3rd embarkation launched. The wind was furiously adverse, but it was done with wonderful dexterity, quickness, and cheerfulness, without accident. The Duke of York and Mr. Dundas were on the beach, the ladies were all in tears, the soldiers in high spirits, and all fun and jollity. We afterwards went to Walmer Castle to breakfast, and as the Duke of York was not to embark till the evening, Mr. Pitt invited Mrs. Crewe and her party to stay and take an early scrambling dinner. This was accepted, and we remained in the castle while the cannon on its ramparts were fired on His Royal Highness entering the launch in sight of a fleet of at least 200 sail of ships, by which he was saluted, and we saw the flash of every gun and heard the report which was brought to us by the raging east wind, forte, fortissimo. It was a glorious sight. God prosper the expedition, and grant that those brave men who are gone so cheerfully to fight our battles and those of all Europe may come home with honor and whole bones. The Duke of Portland's youngest son, Lord Charles Bentinck, sailed with the Duke of York, and young Crewe sails today with the last embarkation, being Lute, Colonel Commandant of the 9th Regiment of Infantry. The hymn to the Emperor and Suvaro's March have been sung and played to all these great folks with good effect and applause. Lady Susan Ryder and Miss Crewe sing it admirably, and I join in the chorus. I have obliged all the ladies mentioned above, including Lady Grey, with copies of these compositions. They are all musicians, and are the personages in the world most deserving of such a favor, and where the granting of it will be of most use. I congratulate you on the great events of this wonderful campaign, not forgetting the acquisition of the Dutch fleet, which, I am glad to find, is ordered to England. The Duke of Portland received a letter yesterday before he left Dover from his son, who is with Marshal Suvarow, pronounced Suvaroff, of the Battle of Novi, confirming all that the French have told us of the death of their General Joubert, of Morau's being unhorsed, and all his staff killed, wounded, or prisoners. It has cost the Allies 5,000 men. However, it seems to put an end to all other fighting and resistance by Jacobin armies of Italy. I intend returning in about 10 days, but have a visit of a few days to make on the road to Sir William and Lady Fawcett, at Eltham. God bless you, my dear Sir Charles Burney. 1800, Bradfield. I never come to this place without reaping all the pleasure which any place can give me now. It is beautiful and healthy, and is endeared to me by so many recollections, melancholy ones now, alas, that I feel more here than anywhere else. Here have I lived from my infancy, here my dear mother breathed her last, here was all I knew of a sister, and the church contains the remains of my father, mother, and ever-beloved child. Here, under my window, her little garden, the shrubs and flowers she planted, the willow on the island, her room, her books, her papers. There have I prayed to the Almighty that I might join her in the next world. All that locality can give an interest to in this world is here, sweet Bradfield, to use an epithet of my dear mother 50 years ago at Bath. The scene also of many and great sins, and of none perhaps greater than the black ingratitude of never thanking God with fervency for the blessing of such a spot, till misery turned my heart to him, and oh, how cold my thanksgivings compared with what I ought to feel. To me, it has, however, often been a source of foolish uneasiness. I have reflected on the increasing taxes and burthens on land and houses in this kingdom as the inevitable cause of ruin to all little estates. They are gone or fast going in this country, and what hope can I have that this should remain in the posterity of so poor a person as I am? I have preserved it by a life of industry and singular success, or it had gone long ago. But such thoughts are wicked. All is in the hands of the great preserver and disposer of all earthly as well as all other existence. How few years are past since I should have pushed on eagerly to Woburn. This time 12-month I dined with the Duke on the Sunday, the party not very numerous, but chiefly of rank, the entertainment more splendid than usual there. He expects me today, but I have more pleasure in resting, going twice to church and eating a morsel of cold lamb at a very humble inn, than partaking of gaiety and dissipation at a great table, which might as well be spread for a company of heathens as English lords and men of fashion. In my way from Royston to Baldock, passing a village, I saw a couple of cottages which seemed very miserable. Alighted therefore and entered one. The woman said she was very unhappy. I inquired why her daughter was now dead in the house. How old? 38, married to a glazier in London. She had been down with her mother some time for health in a decline and died 2 days ago. I hope she died a good Christian. I hope so, replied the woman, who seemed to feel very little. And it is the blessing of God that they cannot afford to grieve like their betters. It was odd that I should happen to stop and enter a cottage with a corpse in it, but nothing interesting followed. God forbid it should be for want of my sifting and inquiring more, but nothing led to it. The husband was expected soon, and the woman has a son, a miller, who keeps her, a cow, and she had a good pig feeding at the door. She was, however, thankful for the trifle I gave her. My adventures increase and have a strange similitude. Passing through Millbrook, near Lord Ossory's, some cottages with corn in their gardens on the slopes of a narrow sandy vale caught my eye, but speedily passing it was a second thought to stop the horse and walk down to them. There are 13 of them and all inhabited by owners. A hemp weaver, who lives in the first I entered, gave me an account of them all, and amongst the rest he named Underwoods, who had a large family and was sadly poor. I went to it. Poor indeed, the cottage almost tumbling down, the wind blowing through it on every side. On a bed which was hardly good enough for a hog was the woman very ill and moaning. She had been lately brought to bed, and her infant was dead in a cradle by the bedside. What a spectacle! She had 4 children living. One, a little girl, was at home and putting together a few embers on the hearth. My heart sank within me at the sight of so much misery, and so dark, cold, tattered, and wretched a room. Merciful God, to take the little child to himself, rather than leave it existing in such a place. What a sight! I entered another cottage, which was lately built, neat and cheerful, the widow Scarborough. She earned something by washing, but her smoky chimney most uncomfortable. No wonder, with the old broad high fireplace. In the depth of winter the door must be open. I told her how to cure it, but I wished to give her a Rumford grate and see it fixed. Impossible. And her evils are nothing to poor Underwood. But how strange yesterday to find a dead woman in a house, and today a dead child, and in such an accidental manner, as it seems, to enter just these houses. No chance. The more I see, the more I reflect, the more I am convinced that the providence of the Almighty directs everything, but in a manner utterly incomprehensible to us, and it is the more incomprehensible from our paying so very little attention to it. If everyone was to be careful to observe all such apparently accidental events, they would have reason to acknowledge the hand of omnipotence. In 3 days, how has what the world calls chance conducted my steps? These poor people know not by what tenure they hold their land. They say they once belonged to the Duke, but that the Duke has swapped them away to my Lord Ossory. How little do the great know what they swap and what they receive. What would be a blessing poured into their hands if they knew how to use it? What a field is here! How very trifling the repairs to render these poor families warm and comfortable. Above their gardens on one side, there is a waste fern tract now enclosed, from which small additions might be given them, yet would enable them to live from their ground at least much better than at present. What have not great and rich people to answer for not examining into the situation of their poor neighbors? To Woburn Abbey, here is wealth and grandeur and worldly greatness, but I am sick of it as soon as I enter these splendid walls. I had rather be amongst the cottagers at Millbrook had I but the means of aiding them. I will see Lord Ossory and try to do something for them. In these farming tour of mine, vain ideas will too often rise in my mind on the importance of my labor to the public good. And were the improvement of agriculture alone to be considered, I believe little doubt could be entertained. But what is the tendency of all these improvements, except to add to the wealth and prosperity of a country that is already under a most heavy responsibility to the Almighty for innumerable temporal blessings, repaid with the black ingratitude of irreligion, and a general contempt of everything serious or sacred? Carriers, wagons and stage coaches are passing here every hour in open defiance of the laws of God and man, and the Sabbath is the sure day of labor for all traveling gentlemen. What horses are they that rest, that can by any means be made to work? Our fields are made to smile with cultivation for the profits of men thankless to heaven. Can such a country continue to be thus blessed? I fear and dread some terrible reverse, and have the only hope that the prayers of religious men, Methodists as they are called, may be heard, and avert the misfortunes we deserve. It damps all vanity of public good attending such attempts as mine, to think of the use that is made of great wealth. Affliction and poverty may do something in bringing nations, like individuals, to their senses. But to increase the wealth that adds to our irreligion and ingratitude is of a very poor importance indeed, and too questionable to permit one vein thought to be fairly founded. July 7. Breakfasting at Huntingdon from Kimbleton, after spending just a week with the Duke and Duchess. It has been so pleasant and agreeable that I am unhinged on quitting them. The Duchess pleases me as much or more than any woman I have met these many years. Her character in every worldly respect is most amiable. There is a native ease, simplicity, and naivete of character in her which delights me, and when I consider the life of the Duchess of Gordon, her mother, the great patroness of every dissipation, I am amazed at this secluded young Duchess, who never goes to London, loves a retired life, and is quite contented on a fortune very moderate for the rank of her husband. She gave me her whole history, from going one summer for some weeks to drink goats way on the mountains many miles beyond Gordon Castle, and running up and down the hills barefooted, driving down the goats and milking them, and being delighted with the place and the life, though no human being within many miles except the family and an old woman of the solitary house. This was the case of all the girls. She never went to school and laid in a fine stock of health, and with it a sweetness of temper and simplicity of character, which, joined with an excellent understanding, contributed so much to form her as she is at present, calculated to be a blessing to her husband. She loves him, and behaves with a most exemplary and unexampled patience and mildness under his connection with Mrs. I like her greatly, and wish I could add that she was religious. She goes to church often, she says, and brings her 4 lovely children up to attend it, but I see she has no sense or feeling of real religion, which I spoke of repeatedly and earnestly recommended. The next time they come to Culford they both promise to come and see me, and will do it, I have no doubt. The spectacle in this age of seeing a very plain table, a plain, unaffected way of living, and everything about them modest and moderate in scale, very little company, and never at London, yet all cheerfulness and content, even under the above circumstance, speaks a good heart and an amiable temper, as much as such can be good with the Almighty coming in for so poor a share of its attentions. I do and will pray to God that He will give her His grace to change in this respect, and then she will be a pattern for her sex. July 7. To Huntingdon, St. Ives, and Holywell, at the Reverend Mr. Hutchinson's, who was long at Kimbolton, and had livings given to him by the late Duke, 4 stout, well-looking, unmarried daughters that have been marriageable some years. A common spectacle, and everywhere from the same cause. The fornication of men with the abandon of the sex robs thousands of such virtuous and good girls of husbands. The more I reflect, the more I see the reason of God's wrath and denunciations against this vice in Scripture, however natural it is, and however powerful the temptation. The more the temptation, the more the wickedness to throw so many into it, by depriving those of husbands to whom God has given the right, but of which the vice of man deprives them. Every man would have his wife, and every woman her husband, were it not for whores and whoremongers. Christianity is in everything consistent with reason, morals, and the religion of nature. At St. Ives, a drunken beast, a doctor of divinity, is intoxicated every day, drunk about the streets, introduced himself to me, and breathed like a puncheon of rum in my face. Sunday, 20th, Downham. I have had a busy week and gained a great variety of good intelligence, but what is it all but vanity and vexation of spirit if examined with view of a superior nature? However, it is my undoubted duty to do my best, and I must approve upon the whole of exerting as much industry for the board as ever I did upon my own account. My employment is not only lawful, but useful. God grant me to render it as much so to the poor as circumstances will permit. In this week I have been at Wing S at Thorney Abbey. A party of ladies, Mrs. Ansell of Ormsby in Lincolnshire and 2 daughters. They attacked me, but with politeness, on my rabbit article in the Lincoln Report. I found from their conversation on Wilberforce and H. Moore that they are good Christians, so they might say anything, but we parted very good friends. At March, Reverend Mr. Jobson and a vulgar steward, a prating but a useful fellow, Wanby, dined with me. At Downham, Lemon, Dashwood, and a poor fen man Talbot. I have gone on well for the object of my journey, would that I went on as well in the great journey to the next world. At church twice. Mr. Dashwood in his sermons spoke very properly on a topic which I have often thought should be inveighed upon vigorously, the great indecency of people sitting when they should kneel, which is now everywhere so common, but in the afternoon a better congregation and no sermon. For a clergyman to have an audience collected ready to hear him, and yet quit the church without preaching, how very lukewarm he must be in care of souls who can bring himself without violence to such a conduct. Is this the way with Methodists, as they are called? God forbid. With a church thus filled as that of England is, who can wonder at sectaries increasing? All is poor work when men are not in earnest, when they are not as animated and eager in their sacred calling as others are in their business and shops. A parson should always think, what would St. Paul do on this occasion? Sunday, August 3. Dined last Tuesday with the grand jury at Cambridge, and in the afternoon Lord Hardwicke took me with him to Wimpole. On the Thursday, a great public day, 73 at dinner, turtle, venison, and everything that could be. A Lord Lieutenant's gala which has not been these 4 years. Lady Cotton, Sir W.M. Rowley's sister, there all the week, and a Miss Coburn. Lady Margaret Fordyce has uncommon talents, and reading and languages, French, Italian, and German, but I mistake if she is not a bit of a fury when she has a mind. I don't like her countenance. Lady H. pleases me better. Lord H. is very clever, has very good parts and a clear head, a man of business. I was pleased to find that he went twice to church, and read a long prayer at night to all the family, taken from the liturgy. I shall be here a week, and have idled none of it away, but beat the country well for enclosures. I have not, however, broken my resolution of passing Sunday alone without being, for even in such a family I had a farming expedition to the next parish, and conversation is never religious. I hope I shall do it no more. Night, Lord Hardwicke had all the family together and read a long prayer taken from the liturgy, from almost every part of it. I am glad to find a great Lord who is not ashamed of praying to God. May there be many such. 4th, I left Wimple, and the 9th came to Bradfield after a journey of 8 weeks, thanks to the Almighty, in health and safety. There passed a week, staying 2 Sundays. Mrs. Y in great health, and when that is the case in too much irritation, God forgive her. Life is a scene of worrying, time trifled with, a book never looked in, quarrels and irritation never subsiding. My daughter and daughter-in-law reading cart loads of novels. While at Bradfield, I received from Sir J. Banks, confidentially, many inquiries about the means of encouraging the culture of hemp. They are therefore apprehensive of a war with Russia. At the time of the Russian armament, I was consulted on the same subject by Lord Liverpool, but they do nothing except on the spur of the moment, and then never effectually. Heaven avert more wars, those scourges of humanity. This first week of my second journey I have labored very hard in my inquiries, and traveled many miles on bad roads, not finishing the day till 6 in the evening, and then dining and having much writing. Such a life I should earnestly wish to avoid if I had a home tolerably comfortable, but mine is so far from that description in almost every respect that I submit the better to being ever in harness. It is the will of God, and my duty is to submit with cheerfulness. October 6th, Hounslow. Found near 20 letters at the post office, and among the rest 2 from Parker of Ripon, attorney to Sir Cecil Ray, Kilvington, and Allinson, to inform he had orders to hold me to bail on my bond to them on buying Knaresborough Forest, as Abbey of Northampton has not paid 1 shilling rent or interest. This is a fine affair. It is true there is land security for the 4000L. Of double the value, but who am I to get to bail me? I fear this is the hand of God working against me, and that he means me chastisement. The Lord's will be done. I shall pray earnestly to be spared, but if it is his will, be it done, and may he grant me resignation, patience, and submission to his correction. It comes heavy at the moment, for I was much injured at Enfield by coffee out of copper, as I suppose, with a violent purging colic and vomiting, and left by it in a state of great debility of body. This stroke of fresh anxiety cuts therefore. May God be appeased, and spare me the affliction. Last Sunday I read much in Hale's Contemplations, moral and divine, in which the providence of God is treated more to my mind than in any other book one have read. I have derived on various occasions, as well as the present, much consolation from that most excellent work, which I now earnestly recommend to my children, and hope if they should ever read these words, they will think of their father and follow his advice to make that great lawyer's book their constant companion. On the close of this century, it may not be improper to look back through the period of my own recollections in order to reflect on some eminent names that may be mentioned as forming the principal constellation of talents which have distinguished the period, and the more readily because I have had the honor of conversing with most of them and being well known to several. In minuting such a list, I may name the following, viz. Burke, Pitt, Fox, Johnson, Reynolds, Barry, Burney, Miss Burney, H. Moore, Wilberforce, Soame. The following are the selection of this year's letters. From Jeremy Bentham, Esquire, queries sent from the Treasury to the Board of Agriculture. Queen's Square Place, Westminster, June 14, 1800. Dear Sir, underneath is a question, which I have just been calling in Sackville Street to beg the favor of your answer to, for my own information. It is in contemplation to make the purport of it the subject of a reference to the Board of Agriculture from the Treasury. The occasion seemed to be of a nature particularly favorable to the enabling the public to avail itself of the services of the board, and may perhaps have the effect of placing the utility of that institution in a new and additional point of view. While the dignity of its members, and the manner in which it is composed, will give such a title to public confidence, in respect of the grand point of superiority to all personal considerations, as would in vain be looked for in any other quarter capable of being applied to for such a purpose. In this light, I have just been mentioning the matter to Mr. Nepean, who entered so thoroughly into it as to say he would himself propose it to the Treasury to make such reference. On inquiring, I had the mortification of learning that the board had adjourned to some day in November. But would there be no such thing as the calling an extra meeting, if not to the board at large, of a committee for the purpose of receiving a reference from such a quarter, and making a report? If not, possibly the opinion of the secretary might be accepted of as the only obtainable succedaneum to the opinion of the board, for where else could any other equally competent opinion be obtained? But howsoever the matter may stand with regard to the board and Mr. Secretary, I hope Mr. Young will not refuse an old correspondent the favor of an answer for his own guidance, and that as speedy as possible. For it is for this answer that I wait to enable me to fill up a blank with figures, the propriety of which is what is proposed as above to be made the subject of reference to the board. If you are unable to guess my reason for interfering in the business, so much the better. But if you have your conjectures, all I can do is to beg, which I do with the utmost sincerity, that you would forbear letting them find their way, directly or indirectly, to any person to whose lot it may fall to concur in making the report. It was at Mr. Nepean's express recommendation that I called in Sackville Street for the purpose of conversing with you in person. But, if your absence be not fatal to the business, I shall be much better pleased with the opportunity of transacting it in this manner, without any other communication than what will show itself in black and white. I am not sure but the report from the board might be waited for without much inconvenience till their regular time of reassembling. But till Mr. Young's answer is obtained, or is known to be unobtainable, everything is at a stand. And a business in which the public has an interest of no inconsiderable magnitude, and for the conclusion of which all parties are impatient, sleeps, and, in short, if it does not come at farthest before this week is at an end, the hopes entertained of an answer from a quarter thus respectable must be deserted. But these matters are so perfectly ABC. To Mr. Young that I am sanguine enough to hope, if not for a definitive solution, at least for an answer with an approximation, and announcing a definitive solution in a few days, by return of post. I am, dear sir, with all respect, your faithful humble servant, Jeremy Bentham. Now for my question. A sum having been allotted in March 1793 for the maintenance of a certain number of persons, of the lowest rank of life, in provisions, clothing, bedding, washing, firing, and lighting, how much, if anything, per cent, ought to be the additional allowance made at present in consideration of the intervening rise of prices. The calculation to be grounded not on the prices of a particularly bad year, such as the present, but on the probable average of a future term, say of 12 years. P.S. Relative to the annals, I have got a tidbit for your dragon, the name Dr. Hawkesworth used to give his magazine, some facts which to me are as new as they are interesting, relative to the effect of the rise of prices on the wages of the self-maintaining laborers in agriculture, and the mode of provision for the burthensome. The author, a very intelligent and respectable clergyman, Mr. North, rector of Ashton in Essex. They are contained in 2 or 3 letters. The moral of them appears to lean to 2 practical results, both of them I believe as alien to your notions as to mine, viz., rating wages and restricting the size of farms. At the same time, what they indicate is certainly a disease, the mischief of which, however, would, I am inclined to think, be much exceeded by that of the least mischievous of the above 2 remedies. But if capable of an answer, they are, at the same time, highly deserving of one. And this not only on account of the facts themselves, but on account of the good sense as well as candor with which they are delivered. J. Bay. From J. Simmons, Esquire, to the Speaker of the House of Commons, and C. Euston, November 30, 1800. My dear sir, I came hither on Friday and shall go home next Saturday. I hear there are 3 pamphlets lately published that command much attention, Lord Sheffield's, Sir Thomas Sturton, S., and Candid Inquiries, etc. When does your board intend to enter the lists? The Duke says it has shown him great politeness by the attention it has paid to a proposal of his. If you have not got Islington on forestalling, and see you should buy it, for several statutes, absurd as they are, you will find set forth clearly and methodically. I should not properly say clearly, but this is no fault of the editor, for we do not know what statutes may be said to be declaratory of the common law, or not. Did you not rejoice with me that Sheridan animadverted on those judges who had thundered their anathemas against forestallers? And c. I am persuaded that some of the riots owed their origin to the intemperate language so extrajudicially used. I was sorry to see the turn which affairs took upon the report of the committee. Had Pitt been silent about the Jacobins, and had your friend Wilberforce abstained from abusing Grey's connections and Sir Francis Burdett's speech, there would probably have been a great unanimity. The more Wilberforce endeavored to exculpate himself, the deeper he seemed to plunge. He was well advised by Sir F.B., who seldom harangues with any propriety, to think more and speak less. When I mentioned agricultural books, I ought not to have appeared insensible to the pleasure I received from perusing the greater part of Burke's pamphlet, very lately published by Dr. Lawrence. You, I find, make there a distinguished figure in the foreground. Do you approve of what Burke says about the distilleries? A few minutes before I came hither on Friday, a very melancholy event took place. Winterton, the groom of the chambers, had been seen walking by the side of the river near the mill, not far from the house, and was never heard of afterwards till his body was found in the river. The coroner is expected today, and he will probably instruct the jury to bring in their verdict, lunacy, as some of the servants had observed in him marks of insanity a few days preceding. If you can spare 5 minutes from the service you pay to the board and to the public, favor me with a few lines. You live now more with politicians than with farmers. What will be the result of our breaking with the Emperor of Russia, whose conduct Mr. Pitt truly calls strange versatility and caprice? Tell me a good deal, for the Duke has no regular correspondent in town now that Stonehewer is here. I was with you at Bradfield when Buonaparte's first offers for a peace were published. You said you thought the ministry would pay attention to them, and do you think that, upon the whole, we can make as good a peace as them, the French having been almost driven out of Italy? Adieu, yours sincerely, J. Symonds. Footnote 187. Assess taxes. On December 4, 1797, Mr. Pitt introduced a bill for trebling the amount of assessed taxes. This was again debated in the House of Commons in January 1798 and finally passed. See Hansard's Parliamentary History. Footnote 188. In a memorandum book of the preceding year occur the following entries. Receipts 901L, debts Dec. 31 986L. Debts seem to have been a burden throughout A. Weiss' long life. Footnote 189. A. O'Connor, concerned with others in an address to the Directory France, tried for treason at Maidstone, 1798. Found not guilty. See Annual Register, 1798. Footnote 190. These dinners to poor children were given in memory of Bobbin. Footnote 191. Nay Betsy Plampin. Footnote 192. Referring to a long letter from the great Wilberforce on original sin. Footnote 193. The letters of Maria Josepha Holroyd give an amusing account of the events here described. Footnote 194. On November 4, 1794, Suvro took Warsaw, when 8,000 soldiers and 12,000 men, women, and children were massacred in cold blood. See L'Histoire Gaintrail de Lavis et Rambaud, Volume Roman 8, p. 358. It is to be hoped that Dr. Burney was in ignorance of this. Footnote 195. Note by A.Y. at close of year's diary. In the summer, in consequence of much conversation with Lord Carrington on the importance of enclosures, I proposed to him that I should take a tour expressly for the purpose of ascertaining what the effect had really been in practice. He approved of the idea and desired me to execute it, and, in regard to the expense, I told him that if he would allow 100L, I would expend it in traveling and report to him the country traveled and the enclosures examined, and then he might extend or not the undertaking at his pleasure. He approved the plan, and I accordingly employed 20 weeks on the journey. Footnote 196. In the Annals of Agriculture, Volume Roman 35, p. 432, occurs the following. If a farming traveler comes to Kimbleton and forgets its mistress, may his sheep rot and crops blight. A young duchess, ever in the country, loving it, and free from a wish for London, a character that, if I was to give my pen scope, it would run wild on such a subject. Footnote 197. Full accounts of these tours are given in the Annals of Agriculture. Footnote 198. These letters are inserted in the Annals of Agriculture, volume Roman 35, p. 459. Footnote 199. Lord Sheffield published Remarks on the Deficiency of Grain 1800 and Observations on the Exportation of Wool from Great Britain to Ireland. 1800. Chapter 14 Diary Continued, 1801-1803. Public Affairs and Prophecy, the Divining Rod, the Appropriation of Waste Lands, the Word Meanness, Defined, South's Sermons, Projected Theological Compendia, Correspondence, Journalizing to My Friend, Anecdote of Dean Milner and Pitt, Death of the Duke of Bedford, Napoleon and Protestantism. March 20. It is in vain to complain of gaps. If I had but attention enough to write only 2 lines every day, I should have hope of going on. I have been thinking more seriously of the journal, and of converting it to use as a memento of the progress I make in the only business worth real attention, my salvation through the merits of the blessed Savior. For this purpose I must fix on some hour of the day to be regular at it, and if I hold my resolution, it shall be immediately after my prayers in the morning, being always up at 4 a.m., and sometimes at 3 a.m. I am then sure to be uninterrupted. Positively, I will begin tomorrow morning. 21st. Dined yesterday with Lord Somerville. I did not like the day. Duke of Montrose, Duke of Athol, and Lord Rossmore sent excuses, but the Marquis of Abercorn, Lord Dalkeith, Lord Villiers, Lord Barrington, Mr. MacDougall, Mr. Baird, and 2 Scotch members were there, the last but one a hard-headed, sensible man. Much conversation, particularly farming. This morning Sir A. St. John Mildmay called to have my opinion of a bill he is now bringing into Parliament to enable the clergy to give leases of their tithes beyond the term of their lives. The Archbishop has not negatived it, but such a bill can no more pass than the abolition of tithes. It is open to such frauds that perhaps it ought not to pass. My chief misfortune in having little society with well-disposed minds. I know few except Wilberforce and Cecil, the latter I rarely see, and W. is so full of business that I might nearly as well be unknown to him. I will urge him to form a society to meet once a week for conversation merely on religion. 22nd, Sunday. To be eager and alert in rising at 4 a.m. for all my secular employments and sluggish on the Lord's day, when, if I rise, it must be to his worship seemed long ago a snare of Satan, which, blessed be God, I have resisted. I was yesterday at the Society for Bettering the Condition of the Poor, the Bishop of Durham in the chair. It is an excellent institution, and may call down the blessing of God. May that being grant them his grace to do good from right motives. With the Duke of Bedford on the Smithfield Society, and the whole day full of business, which, on the Sabbath, I banish as much as I can from my mind. In the evening my son and daughter only at home, and therefore I got an hour's religious conversation with them on the times and the prophecies. I have been too negligent of improving such opportunities, but the tremendous moment in which we live, so lately having seen the country without king, without minister, with a famine and 7 wars. If it be not a moment to call people to a serious recollection, nothing can ever do it. So near the expiration of the 1,260 years of Daniel and St. John, the Turkish Empire on the point of destruction. A strange and unthought of establishment in Egypt, a country that is to have much to do in the return of the Jews. Ourselves in India, they may have some unknown relation to that file to be poured out on the Euphrates to make way for the kings of the East. Altogether combine strangely to give suspicion that we are on the eve of some great events which are to usher in the final consummation of all things, and consequently the fall of the 10 kings of Europe. The times are truly awful, and demand such piety and resignation as no other period of modern history even approached to. 23rd, at the Lock yesterday. Scott is now my favorite preacher, and I have heard him ever since I came to town with great pleasure and attention in spite of a very bad manner. His matter is most excellent, received the sacrament. 24th, called yesterday on Mr. and Mrs. Montagu in their great house. It is said he has just lost a coal pit that was worth 6,000 L, or 7,000 L, a year. I had a card for her Monday parties, and not having been, I apologized. I must now and then go after Easter. But all company of the sort is flat to me. I have just made up the annual account for 1800, and the loss upon the year is 22L. This meeting a tax on paper which will cost 48L. A year is alarming. I had entertained many vain hopes that the work after so many years' continuance would have stood its ground, but I know not what to think. Now I must print only 6 instead of 7 sheets, and try so for another year. If I lose then, I must give up the work, much as it will hurt me. The Agricultural and Commercial Magazine and the Farmer's Magazine, which approach more to the nature of newspapers, and which have contained hardly one paper of real importance, have been selling well. Such is the world, its judgment and discernment. 28th. Yesterday the board proceeded to Hyde Park in a body to see the experiments of Captain Hoare on the Virgula Divina. He, many years ago, saw Lady Millbank's surprising faculty of discovering springs, and trying, found that he had it himself. He is recommended to the board by Mr. Lascelles, member for Yorkshire. I found from the conductor of the waterworks at the reservoir then at work, that the twig in Mr. Hoare's hand when he crossed them turned up in a surprising manner. He seemed, in the opinion of Sir Joseph Banks, to fail once, but in the 4 trials I watched, and in which I know he could not be acquainted with the direction of the pipes, he succeeded completely. Next Tuesday, another trial. Tomorrow will be published in the Annals the first parts of my essay on applying waste lands to the better support of the poor. I prepared it some time ago for the board, as it was collected in my last summer's journey. I read it to a committee, Lord Carrington, Sir C. Willoughby and Mr. Millington, who condemned it, and after waiting a month, Lord C. told me I might do what I pleased with it for myself, but not print it as a work for the board. So I altered the expressions which referred to the body, and sent it to the Annals. I prayed earnestly to God on and since the journey for his blessing on my endeavors to serve the poor, and to influence the minds of people to accept it. But for the wisest reasons certainly, he has thought proper not to do this, and for the same reasons probably it will be printed without effect. I think it, however, my duty to him to do all I possibly can. Such events and circumstances, I am well persuaded, are entirely in his divine management, and that we are mere instruments in his hands. Whether I print or not is a matter wholly unimportant, but the use made of it is in the hands of the Almighty alone. I am well persuaded that this is the only possible means of saving the nation from the ruin fast coming on by the misery of the poor and the alarming ruin of rates. God's will be done. 29th. Yesterday at the Farmers' Club. I have little relish of these meetings, unless given to farming conversation, and this was nothing but wrangling about the disposition of money. Sunday before Easter. Company and talk, eating and wine, sitting up late are ill preparations for the Sabbath. 31st. The Duke of Bedford and Lord Winchelsea at the club filled up vacancies and settled the premiums. The board greatly attended yesterday and adjourned for the holidays. Captain Hoare is turned over to Lord Egremont, of whom the Bishop of Durham said that he possessed of all the men almost that he ever knew the clearest head and most penetrating understanding. I asked Lord Carrington to employ Arthur while I am absent. He said it was mean to make him a clerk. But everything is wrong that is proposed to this man, even the things which, let alone, he would propose himself. Honest industry in a lawful employment cannot be mean, especially in an employment that he likes. This is one of the world's prejudices, and rotten like all the rest. April 4, at Bradfield. The pleasure of coming into the country from such a place as London is great and pure. The freshness and sweetness of the air, the quiet and stillness, the sunshine unclouded by smoke, the singing of the birds, the verdure of the fields, the budding out of vegetation, altogether is charming. I have only an old woman who keeps the house in our absence, and never was so attended before. But no matter, I am quiet, peaceful, and living economically, and shall, I hope, be very well contented. Divine service was worse done than anything. Sharp, who is past everything, preaches and reads worse than any human being. This is lamentable. That point is the glory of London. One can find churches where our attention is commanded by instruction. I never saw the wheat look better, thanks to God. My farm is the source of disquiet as well as pleasure. Such bailiffs as I must keep execute everything badly, except just what they have always been used to, and with great expenses there are always many things sadly neglected. With such absences as I am forced to, this must be the case. I have read Barrow's sermons chiefly since I came down. That on Good Friday excellent, on Whit Sunday capital, and on the prophecies of the Messiah such as would convince an infidel, were not infidelity true hardness of heart. Fifth, at the sacrament none but Green and his wife and the clerk and his wife. How much have the clergy to answer for, reading Barrow and South's sermons, the image of God in the creation, which is full of wit. Barrow is a most powerful writer. He pours out a torrent of matter, a stream of mind, as Johnson said of Burke, an amazing flow of conception and of expression, forcible and varied, a rich command of language, and such fertility that one of his sermons would make 10 modern ones. The life I am getting into here of walking and reading is such a contrast to that at London as to be a most pleasant change and recreation to my soul and body. From January 20th, I had been so loaded with business of the requisitions from the committees of Lords and Commons, and reading 360 essays, that I was employed every day from morn to dinner. I rose at 4 a.m. regularly, sometimes sooner, even at 3 a.m., and neglected my elements entirely on this account. All was for the board, and not free from anxiety. Here I shall have a fortnight's refreshment and relaxation, thanks to the Almighty for it, and that He blesses me with health to enjoy it. 7th, yesterday at 2 o'clock I walked to Bury, for I have neither horse nor chaise to go in or on, dined with my friend alone. I had much talk, and tried hard to impress her with good religious notions, but I fear in vain. She will not be converted, but by misfortune and misery, her easy, prosperous situation will prevent it. I can only pray for her. I have made an experiment in living here not unimportant. I drink no wine or beer, only a pint or 1/3 of a bottle of cider at dinner. I care not what I eat, I have only one maid and no helps, and could thus live for a trifle in a cottage. In such times, such trials may have their use beyond the Christian propriety of self-denial, but my collection of good books are a great comfort, which, if deprived of, I should miss terribly. I rise at 4 a.m., walk up to my neck in the garden pond, pray, and then read till breakfast, read, walk, and farm till dinner, and so on till it is dark, and no moment hangs heavily on my hands. I reproach myself with indolence for not going among the cottagers, but they come to me numerously, and having descriptive lists, I know enough to do more than I am able, but I ought to go to their houses and examine their state well. I have been reading Watson's collection, and am forming a table of striking passages, and think to have them copied for arranging with the many I have already written, and may print it some time or other under some such title as this: A Course of Reading on the Origin, Truth, and Doctrines of the Christian Religion. I know of no book of evidences that includes all. By taking the most impressive passages on each subject from many books, and disposing them in a lucid form, I think I could produce a very useful work without presuming to compose any part of it myself. May the Lord afford me His Spirit should I go on with the design, but with my employment, it would be a business requiring much time. 9th, dined with Mr. and Mrs. Balgrave. Balgrave is a good-tempered Suffolk parson, neglects the duty of his church, idle, indolent, drinks his bottle of port and reads his newspaper, but what is called a respectable character, no vices, nor any imprudent follies. 10th, Simmons dined with me and took a bed. The Duke of Brunswick marching into Hanover will, he says, be a keen revenge. When he married our king's sister, Lord Bute, who told the whole to S., while traveling with him in Italy, promised him the government of Hanover as soon as it should be vacant, with the king's knowledge. The Marquis of Granby conveyed the assurance. When the vacancy happened, the Prince of Mecklenburg was talked of. Lord Granby wrote to Lord Bute to remonstrate, who went to the king and queen, and urged the real necessity of adhering to the promise. All in vain, the queen prevailed, and her brother, not 2 degrees better than was appointed. The Duke of Brunswick never forgave it, and when invited to England, rejected the idea with anger. Simmons saw him at Venice and noted the asperity of some of his expressions. 11th, reading Sherlock's sermons. In those on the truth of Christianity and a defense of the mysteries of it, I know none equal, excellent indeed and clear, persuasive, and convincing, but I have some doubts on the vitality of his faith. In the 3rd discourse of the 2nd volume he says, "Here is a plain proof of what the work of the Spirit is. It brings proofs to the reason of man, but does not bring the reason of man to the proofs." I conceive just the contrary. The proofs themselves are clear, full, and abounding with what ought to produce universal conviction. But men, for want of the Spirit, turn their back, neglect, or despise them. It is the business of the Spirit to take away the heart of stone, and then the proofs are manifest. The heart and reason of man are really brought to the proofs. 12th Sunday, the ground white with snow and the wind cutting. I am up every morn at 4 a.m. and walk to the garden pond. Habits will do anything. I do not mind it at all and sometimes stand in the wind till dry. It is, however, sharp work. A nonsensical letter from Lord Carrington requiring me to go to the Treasury for the 800L. For the essays, which is entirely the Treasurer's business. He is as unfeeling as a log. This is a return for my being at work from 4 a.m. in the morning for 10 weeks. I should once have been full of indignation and abhorrence. Thank God, I am more calm. I shall go on Friday instead of the Monday following, but I wish he had let me alone. I am vexed, but the world is full of nothing but great miseries or teasing vexations, the more the better. They wean us from it effectually. I have been here 10 days and have not visited one poor family. My heart reproaches me. I have given as much as I apprehended I could afford, but that is laziness. The cold winds and sleet have kept me too much in the house. It is easier to give than to be active in doing good. I have 4 days more. Oh, let me be stirring and doing good. Indolence is inexcusable. If I thought I had but a little time to live, with what energy would all this be done? And how soon may I be trembling on a deathbed? Have mercy on me, O God, and give me grace to serve thee with activity and vigor. Read the whole book of Job. I can read, think, speculate, write, and meditate, but in doing good am negligent and slothful. I have had a passing fit of melancholy from looking at my ever-dear daughter's picture, which I carry with me everywhere, and never think of her but to bless God for having in some measure, how imperfectly, brought me to himself. Age coming on apace, the world fading faster still, horrible threatenings in the aspect of public affairs, small hope of any comfort underived from religion. How black and dreary would all my prospects be were it not for the consolation I draw from a most lively and never-varying faith in the truth of Christianity, in the full assurance of immortality. What would be my situation without this only balm of my existence? Domestic comfort a blank, my friends dropping into the grave, and the infirmities of age in near prospect. Gratitude and thanksgiving to my blessed Savior for affording me grace to believe, and with it all the comfort that remains for me in this world. My child, oh, may we meet in heaven. 13th, the poor people of the neighboring villages crowd here to my great distress. I give all something, and wish I could give more, but I dread falling into the dark impropriety of giving too much, of making what would seem and be a parade of charity or generosity with other people's money, which is somewhat the case with a man who gives while he has debts unprovided for. I truly know not what rightly to do in this case. The evil just described is great, and ought to be avoided, but at the same time, what ought I to think of myself, who have been always ready to spend and run in debt for 40 years together, and then should take up so strictly as to do nothing for miserably poor people in such times as these? Surely, on such an occasion, we should be exerting every power to relieve them. 20th, Friday to London. Saturday, Farmers' Club. An argument with Lord Egremont and C. on land for the poor. Everybody is against it. What infatuation. 21st. Last night at Mrs. Montagu's conversazioni. I had some with the Bishop of Durham, who agrees with me on the poor, with Lady Harcourt, who wants restrictions on farmers, with Lord Somers, who told stories of supernatural movements of furniture in Norfolk. I left it very early, though invited for all March and April. This is the first of my going. London very disagreeable to me, and has made me compare in my mind my present situation with a large income, and that of living in a cottage in the country upon 100L a year, without trouble or anxiety or business, except to make my peace with God. I liked my time alone with my old woman at Bradfield much better than here. I had nobody to wrangle and quarrel with me. May 4. Yesterday I was at church in the morning with Mrs. O. Oakes at the Lock, and heard Scott, and in the evening at the Surrey Chapel to hear Rowland Hill. Neither of them pleased, though she admits Scott's matter was excellent. She was most struck with the extreme fervency of Mr. Wilberforce's devotion, who, sitting in the reading desk for the convenience of hearing better, she saw him clearly. bought Rowland Hill's sermon on the Sunday schools against the attack of Bishop Horsley, who is, from all I hear of him, such a bishop as Suffolk parsons are clergymen. Scott thinks that evil spirits do work on our souls, and to me, it is remarkable that he says the imagination is their great field. I have reason enough to believe him in the right. These are inquiries in which we have no other clue to guide us but Scripture, and surely there we find proofs without end of the agency of evil spirits. For my own part, have no doubt of it. Bradfield, as there was no church this morning, I had 11 poor women from the village to talk to upon their neglect of church. I read many passages on public worship and prayer out of Dodd's commentary on the Bible, and explained, preached, and reasoned with them. One made a defense and was inclined to prate. I took it coolly, and presently brought her to better reason. I doubt they liked a sixpence apiece better than my sermon, yet 3 of them cried. How much more docile and teachable are the poor than the rich? One might gradually do much with the poor, but very little indeed with their betters. God opens the hearts of the one, and hardens those of the others as a punishment for their pride and ingratitude. The Duke of Bedford has asked Lord Carrington to the sheep shearing. Lord Egremont called. He remarks that the Chancellor, Lord Rosslyn, and Lord Grenville, and C, all have in the late debates gone out of the way to abuse the Board of Agriculture, and remarks that keeping a board only to treat it in this manner is preposterous. 7th, my publications are very well adapted to take off the edge of all worldly infatuated admiration or dependence on the things of time in comparison of those of eternity. Washington's letters have been advertised to the expense of 5L or 6L, and I do not believe that 100 are sold, and my inquiry into the cottage system for poor people will have no more effect on government or the legislature than if I had whistled Ally Croker. So much the better, perhaps, for the good of my soul. 25th, Mr. Hoole called and was let in. He has heard at a great table, he did not say where, a very so-so account of Lord Carrington, fidgeting, restless, dissatisfied, ambitious, avaricious, with a mere show of parts and knowledge. He is made immensely by the loan, and the richer he grows, so much the worse. The eldest girl said to Mr. H. when he called, "My papa used to have prayers in his family, but none since he has been a peer. What a motive for neglecting God." Also, he is a dissenter and a Democrat. A Unitarian he may be, but certainly no Democrat. The Lord show mercy to him, and by interrupting his prosperity or lowering his health, bring him to repentance. 26th, yesterday I dined with the Duke of Grafton, and he asked me when the election of president and secretary of the board was, for he heard there was an intention of turning Lord Carrington and me out. He said his answer was, as to Lord C, there were reasons which might account for that, but what can Mr. Y have done? Oh, he is careless, and does nothing, and so I dare say there are people to report and perhaps so think. Lord Somerville in revenge, I doubt not, hates everything belonging to the board, and wishes to come in and sweep everyone clear away, in order to introduce creatures of his own. And this, uniting with Gifford's scandals and slander about the board intending to pull down the club in the Porcupine and Anti-Jacobin Review, gains the attention of fools, and mingled by the depravity of the world, is circulated and believed. But of all farces, that of my doing nothing is the most precious. What I have done through the whole session of the board surpasses credibility, almost to myself, and nothing but rising at 4 a.m. in the morning could have enabled me to go through it. The first spare half-day I will make a list of all I have done, and see if they will not acquit me to my own heart. Oh, did I serve my God as well as I have served the board? Could I review my services to my Redeemer as satisfactorily, happy should I be. 27th, Simmons and Hoole dined with us, and as the former will see the Duke of Grafton today, I gave him a message card, on one side of which is some use in rising at 4 a.m., and on the other as follows. From January 20 to May 23 are 90 days, Sundays and vacation excluded, 50 boards and committees, 340 essays read and everyone commented on. Report to the House of Commons on potatoes. Report to the Lords on grasslands. Inquiry into cottagers' land published, but drawn up for the board. Memoir on salt from more than 50 authors. 10 new premises framed. Memoir on wastes, paring, burning, and arable land. If for such employment I am stigmatized for doing nothing, it shows that in order to please, it matters not what we do, caprice will be the only judgment. What conclusion is to be drawn from such cases? Serve God truly, and as to man, trouble not thyself about him. Let this be the golden rule, and it will bring peace at the last. 28th. Lord Carrington fretting and worrying, and upon the full fidget about the newspaper's abuse, and the criticisms in the House of Lords upon the publication of the board, swearing that he will allow no nonsense to be published, and this will be more absurd and pragmatical than ever. Oh, Mr. Pitt, that thou shouldest have formed such a board as this, and then permit it to frame such a constitution as should render it absolutely dependent on the folly and caprice of a president. What might it not have done had its laws been what they ought to have been? Dalton, of Yorkshire, gave me a long account of his taking Hyder Ali when only the colonel of 500 horse, a soldier of fortune. Lord Egremont came up from Petworth, where, he tells me, not a loaf for 3 days and a half, and a mutiny among the volunteers. 29th. Dined yesterday at Lord Winchelsea's. There were the Duke of Bedford, Lord Egremont, Lord Romney, Lord Somerville, Mr. Calhoun, Mr. Northey, Mr. Coniers, and myself. Much farming. Lord Romney gave Lord Egremont a guinea, to receive 50 when he produced a tench that weighed 7 pounds. Yesterday the committee voted 50L. To my son for his labor in arranging and see, during 13 weeks, the reports from enclosed parishes to the House of Commons. I thanked them very awkwardly and talked of gratitude, for it came on unexpectedly, that readiness which is never at a loss I have not an atom of. My heart always speaks at a sudden, whereas in many cases the head is most wanted, but the fault was on the right side, it was more than I expected. June 6. Charming weather for the country, now in its full beauty, and I am stoved up in this horrid place. Lord C. talked of adjourning the board on Tuesday, which I hope much he will do. The 15th is the sheep show at Woburn. It will be the 20th before it is possible for me to see Bradfield, and hardly then, the longest day before a man gets into the country. Let them turn me out of my secretaryship, and I shall not regret it, but down all discontent. It is God's will, and my duty is to be thankful for all. It is a comfort which exceeds all others, that as age advances the end of life is viewed as a mere change of residence, and the mental eye fixed on heaven, with full confidence in the promises of God. I would not give this conviction for the wealth of the Indies, for the empire of the world. And what does one lose by religion? I enjoy all such pleasures of life as are unattended by remorse, just as much, or more indeed, far more, than I did while I was a dissipated character. Reading, composition, serious conversation on any topic worth discussing, the rural beauties of nature, and the pleasures of agriculture, friendship, affection, not love, as it is called, the whole of which I fear is founded in lust, and proves 19 times in 20 the tyrant of the breast, and the fertile source of 10,000 miseries. Happy those in whom it terminates in a settled, quiet, tranquil friendship, sufficient to satisfy without the wanderings of the heart that lead to so much misery. I was here, at Bradfield, 3 weeks at Easter after a severe confinement to incessant business. I am now again in the same deep retirement, the life of a hermit, after 8 weeks of business and bustle. I feel how vast the benefit is to have these periodical retirements from the world in silence and solitude. Had I gone directly from London on my tour, plunging from one busy scene to another, my mind would have had no time to cool, none to settle into any calm and tranquil state for reflection, which is unfavorable to the growth of religion, of morals, nay, of talents to perform anything of consequence. A round of business or dissipation thus unbroken is mischievous to the heart, ties it to the world, and unfits it for every effort of regeneration and repentance, or of meditation and philosophy. Lord Euston is going the tour of Suffolk, ordering returns to be made of all carts, wagons, horses, mills, and ovens, a step preparatory in the expectation of an invasion. But it is in everyone's mouth that with such a price of corn half the country would join an enemy. I must freely confess I dread the result. We have no hope but in the protection of the Almighty, who has hitherto so wonderfully protected us, and what has been the gratitude shown to him? Most melancholy is the reflection. Our rulers are truly infatuated to have done nothing for the assistance of the poor, but leave them to such trying times without even showing a disposition to take any steps that could be effective. To do nothing to give relief, when land for the poor does relieve them so beneficially wherever they have it, is a cruel infatuation. To see poor rates at their present enormous height and the poor in misery, yet where they have land, to find rates 3D, or 4D, or 9D, In the pound, and the poor in a state of ease and comfort, one would think should speak feelingly and powerfully, but no such thing. Men are governed by their stupid prejudices and have too much pride to permit their eyes to be opened. Had an act passed last session that had the effect of thus assisting the poor, instead of the pernicious system by rates, and some progress we're now making in every county to carry it into execution, we should not hear such opinions advanced, because they would be groundless. The poor laborers, seeing such steps taken for their comfort and to free them from the ineffective thraldom of parish rates, would be patient and quiet. At present they see nothing done or doing for them, and have their hearts almost broken by penury, without resource, without hope. In such a situation, who would wonder to see men join an enemy in crowds? Heaven forbid that this infatuation of government be not providential, and the means by which the deity may mean to punish the nation for and by its sins. The trumpeter of the Corps of Yeomanry came to me with a written engagement to forfeit 5s, the first absence, and 10s, 6d, every successive one if we do not meet the first Friday of every month. I was always exempted on account of my necessary absence. However, as they expect to be called into actual service, I would not now retire when an invasion is expected, so I signed. But when the alarm is quite blown over, should that please the Almighty, I shall withdraw, for I am too old and too weak, and my pursuits too far off and too numerous to permit attendance. September 7. Breakfasted with Mr. Parkin, and then went to meet a person who instructs people in plaiting straw, and I bargained with him at 30s. A week for a girl to be instructed, a month will do, that is 6l, and the journey there and back about 4l, so for 10l. I shall be able to introduce this most excellent fabric among our poor. The children begin at 4 years old, and by 6 earn 2s or 3s, a week, by 7 1s. A day, and at 8 and 9 and c 10s or 12s, a week. This will be of immense use to them. Got to Woburn by 2 p.m., sat down and wrote for 2 hours and a half, then dressed, but did not dine till nearly 8 p.m. The Duke of Manchester there with Lord Preston, Mr. Cartwright, and Edwards, the bookseller, who is putting the library to rights and showing how to make the catalogue. I was surprised to learn from him that a man could not lay out in 1 year more than 5,000l. Judiciously in books, that Lord Spencer has been 14 years expending 25,000l, and has the best library in England, perhaps better than the King's. He tells me the nation bought L. Heridier's library and gave it to the Botanical Garden. Miss Knight, authoress of the continuation of Rasselas, whom I met at Keddington's, lent Dalmian's Life at Naples, through Lady Hamilton's interest with the Queen. He wrote to her from prison. Did not get to bed till past 11 p.m. such hours, and fasting from 9 a.m. In morn to 8 p.m. at night did not agree with me. I waked at 4 a.m., and having a lamp, rose, washed, prayed, and sat down by candlelight to my notes and finished them. Lord Preston swears, it hurts me to hear him. I certainly ought to convert such people and reproach myself, and confess the sin every day in my catalogue to God, but I go on and do it not. If I had wit I could laugh at it, but I have no more wit than a pig. The following are selected from this year's correspondence. From T. Simmons, Esquire, describing Trinity College establishment, revenue and c. Cambridge, March 20, 1801. You desire me, good friend, to send you a long letter from this place, but I could more easily find materials to write one to our friend Charles Cole, from his being perfectly conversant with every one here, and with almost everything. You observe very right, that landlords cannot come into a share of the wealth of their tenants, but by a corn rent. This I have insisted upon of late frequently at Bury. The present state of the university is an indisputable proof of it. The pressure of the times is hardly felt by its members. Will you not think so, when you hear that the revenue of this college amounted to nearly 16,000l last year, and that the 8 senior fellows received more than 300l each, and the junior half of that sum? They have been obliged to raise, however, the price of the commons, as they are called, from 15 to 18 pence. But I sit down here every day for this sum to a dinner, which gentlemen of 1,000 a year cannot give often with prudence. The papers, I presume, have informed you of the trial of our plate stealers last week. The whole business was ill conducted. The man who sold to the Jew the medals of King's College for 70l, the plate of this for 300l, and the plate of Caius for 500l, pleaded guilty, and in consequence of a free pardon to appear against the Jew, who, though acquitted at these assizes, will probably be hanged at the next. Grimshaw, the chimney sweeper, is the only victim at present. Your friend Simeon was not wanting in his visits to him. He told an acquaintance of mine that he found Grimshaw's conversation delightful, that he had grace to die, and that the sooner he was executed the better, for fear this grace should evaporate. Should it ever be my lot to be condemned for execution, I will immediately apply to you for consolation. Simon could work no conviction in the Jew, this will not surprise you. I saw in the papers a list of the dancers at Lady Carrington's ball, but to my astonishment, did not discover your name. The papers have raised Lord C to the degree of Viscount. It would be too insulting for a man recently in business to step above the heads of our ancient barons. I should have told you that we have here a young nobleman of unblemished character. I mean Lord Henry Petty, whose knowledge and abilities are such, both in writing and speaking in public, as to lead me to imagine that he cannot fail to make a distinguished figure in Parliament. By the by, there seem to be some members of the House of Commons who are jealous of your board. Yours sincerely, J. Simmons. January 24, 1802. A great gap, but from coming to London in November to quitting it the following month I wrote journal letters page to my friend. Through the Christmas holidays a blank. I have subscribed to the Lock Hospital 5L, 5S, and go every Sunday. Wilberforce always there taking notes of Scott's sermons. In the great business of my salvation, I go on slowly, struggling hard, however, to advance, by freeing my imagination from sensuality and my heart from coldness. God give me grace to persist. I lay great stress on trying by every means to impress in my mind a constant sense of God's presence. March 8. At Wilberforce's last night till 10 o'clock, and was not in bed till 11:15 p.m., though I was up before 4 a.m., and had no sleep in the day, or very little. The consequence was that in the night just past I slept very soundly indeed, until 6 a.m. Dean Milner there, and I had much conversation with him about W. while he and Mr. W. were out of the room. He first made an impression on Wilberforce's mind at Scarborough. He hinted on some person named being an enthusiast, but Milner, though not religious then himself, checked it with a firmness that made W. think. They afterwards traveled to Nice, and were there 3 months about the year 1783 or 1784. The Duke of Gloucester was then an infidel. The conversation M. had with him upon the journey had no other effect, indeed that was the capital one, but of making him serious in reading and considering the Bible, which he did with great industry and deep attention, bringing to it a heart open to conviction. His health was injured by application, but his eternal soul was saved. He afterwards broke off his intimacies with a social fashionable set, and particularly from dinners which hurt his progress in divine impersonation. He fairly and openly told his friends the reason. Pitt never joked or laughed at him. Some did, but he never. All were sorry to lose him. But he was in earnest, and carried his determination into effect to give himself wholly to the care of his soul in the first place, and next to perform his temporal duties by assiduity in business. The Dean remarked the great good his book is likely to do from this time to the end of the world. Many may be saved by it. He dictated an answer to some quotations from David which the Duke of Grafton gave me the other day an argument against original sin, the righteousness named 1,000 years before Christ. He replied as I had done on the spot to the Duke, that these men had the Spirit, and then were righteous before God in Jesus Christ, who saved from the creation. The Duke of Bedford's death, how much I could write on that topic. I met Halifax at the Duke of Grafton's. He died with what is called perfect courage, collectedness, and resolution that is perfectly hardened in insensibility. A most tremendous, awful, horrible case, but very difficult to separate affection for the amiable temper and useful life from a just condemnation of his utter want of religion and piety. From the Duke of Bedford in carrying out the plans of his late brother. Woburn Abbey, March 28, 1802. Sir, the sudden and fatal event which deprived me of one of the kindest of friends and most affectionate of brothers, agriculture of one of its firmest props, and society of one of its best and most useful members, coming upon me too so soon after a former severe domestic calamity, left my mind in such a state of sad dejection as to render me wholly incapable of writing to you on a subject deeply interesting to me, because it occupied the last thoughts of my much-lamented brother. His zeal for that first and most interesting of pursuits, agriculture, did not forsake him even in the last moments of his life, and on his deathbed, with an earnestness of mind expressive of his character, and with that anxious consideration for the interests of his country which occupied so many years of his well-spent life, he strongly urged me to follow up those plans of national improvement which he had begun, and from which he had formed the most sanguine hopes of success. He referred me to Mr. Cartwright, and to you for explanations and details. With Mr. C, I have already had some conversation, and hope soon to have the pleasure of seeing you. I shall be in London in a day or two, and if you will favor me with a line in Arlington Street, to name the day and hour most convenient to you to call upon me, you will much oblige me. Should you be absent from town, I trust it will not be long before I have the satisfaction of seeing you at Woburn. Desirous as I am in every point of view to fulfill the last wishes of my departed brother, I feel that my humble efforts must be at such a vast distance from the exertions of his well-regulated and superior mind, that without the aid and advice of those most capable of assisting me, I should utterly despair of attaining the objects now so near to my heart. I am, sir, your faithful and obedient servant, Bedford. My reply: 32 Sackville Street, March 1802. My lord, the melancholy event which has deprived your grace of a brother so beloved was a stroke that affected every feeling of my heart. Others more habituated to his merit on great occasions better knew than it was possible for me to do the powers of a mind that could fathom the most important subjects. But to me, sinking his great consequence in the country, he was a kind, most amiable, and indulgent friend, nor shall I ever cease to lament the loss of the best temper I ever met with. Good humor seemed to spring from a perennial source in his bosom. Pleasing and happy, it is for his lamented memory that all ranks and classes of the people have vied in the expressions of grief for the loss of so able, sincere, and unquestionable a patriot. It pleased him on several late occasions to converse with me on his plans of those establishments he meditated to connect with the employment of Mr. Cartwright. Probably that gentleman has explained all or most of them to your grace. I shall be most happy to repeat them, and I am sure I need not add that veneration for the memory of one who commanded the regrets of a great nation, as well as the respect I owe to your grace's character, will induce me most willingly to give you the little assistance that is in my power to lessen the loss we have all suffered. I rejoice in hearing of your grace's determination to tread in those steps, which proved so direct a path to a well-earned and most useful fame. From 11 o'clock today till 4, and from 12 till 3 on Thursday, I am engaged with the board, but will wait on your grace at any other time you are pleased to appoint. I am, my lord, most respectfully your grace's, much obliged and most humble servant, Arthur Young. The board has been busy in voting testimonies to the memory of the Duke of Bedford, a race who should express most strongly their veneration. The Bishop of Llandaff brought a dedication for the volume now ready, a medal ordered and a bust. These people are carnal and worldly, except, however, Mr. Wilberforce, who much promoted it, and spoke often in favor of it. His example is authority, or I should have considered the whole as a worldly-minded business, and bad. This duke, with vast powers and immense influence, set an example to a town and populous neighborhood in the country, and to a great circle of friends and dependents, of an utter neglect, if not contempt, of religion. All was worldly in his views, all his motives tending that way, and his example mischievous to religion and the souls of men. All this praise and veneration is therefore very questionable, and, I think, unlawful. It is looking at objects and judging of things with the herd, and therefore wrong. We cannot go with them but to do mischief. Of what consequence is religion to the world if farming and beneficence and good temper, and a life highly useful in a worldly view, is to outweigh the evils of irreligion, and so very bad an example in morals and want of piety? I cannot approve of it, much as I like the man in all worldly respects. Dr. Pearson, talking of experiments, observed that contrary experiments to good ones are nothing. I can get evidence for or against anything, for the existence of angels and devils, and see he is a great infidel, one of the gang of philosophers of the Royal Society, whose head, Sir J.B., is of the same mould, and whose influence is all on the same side and does much mischief. The great, the wise, and the learned in this town, I fear, are 19 and 20 infidels. Shocking, dreadful to think of. Dined at the Duke of Grafton, S. Mennel the Nimrod and Dr. Halifax there. I never fail to combat his Unitarianism, but do no good, yet his arguments are weak as water. 20th, at the Farmers' Club. Carried with some difficulty a premium of 50 guineas for the best plough. Several voted against it, because impossible to decide which of several should be the best. These folks can hardly know the right end of a plough. 25th, dined at the Bishop of Durham, S. Price, the Vice-Chamberlain there, and Mr. and Mrs. Bernard. I would have some serious talk, and therefore asked the bishop if he had read Overton's book. He had, and highly approved it. He met with it at York and asked the archbishop if he knew anything of the author, and to his surprise found that he did not even know there was such a man, and knew nothing of him. The bishop promised to send me his 2 charges and letters to the deists. He was lately in company with Otto, and made inquiries what that minister conceived would be the result of the present order of things in France relative to religion. Otto thought that it would end in the establishment of Protestantism. This is remarkable and not improbable. The Concordat will not be executed. I questioned the bishop about Paley. Mr. Y, I gave Dr. P a living of 1,100 L. A year for 2 great works, the Hoary Polony and the Evidences, and so I told him. But Dr. P, as to your moral philosophy, I disapprove of it, and therefore do not mistake my motive. He is engaged in a work now at press on natural religion by the bishop's recommendation. 27th, our 3rd volume, Part 1, of the Communications is out, but I have yet heard nothing of the public opinion. The mere printing this thin quarto has been the whole business of the board, that is, of the president from last November, nothing else done of any sort or kind. This is pitiable. He corrected the proofs and made them dance up and down to Wycombe, and wait as if time was of no consequence, and a whole session will pass with this for its only employment. My Hertford is ready for printing, Pitts, Leicester, Howlett S. Essex, and Plymley S. Salop, and all at a stand, not one proof of the second part of the essays at press in a fortnight, and nothing else thought of. He is as fit to be president of the board as Grand Lama of Thibbet. Such is the way that all public business is conducted. If I saw as much of the treasury, have no doubt but similar though not equal neglect would appear. But what a table of ciphers to meet week after week and urge nothing to satisfy the public. The whole of this flows from the most fastidious coxcombical pretension to purity of language. The time is spent in making phrases, as the French express it, which ought to be employed in devising and executing plans of improvement and pushing on the county surveys. Lamentable. A fine folly, however, has taken place. The president and 2 other members went to see Salisbury's botanical garden. There he agreed to hire 6 acres at rent and taxes 14L. An acre for board experiments 1.5 miles from Hyde Park Corner. I was not consulted, and 60L. Paid for a lease before I knew a word of the matter. Then I was ordered to view it, which I did, but no opinion asked. Next I was directed to draw up a plan of experiments, which I did, without corn, for myriads of sparrows from nurseries would eat all up. These were partly accepted and partly rejected, and potatoes scouted because people are sick of the name of potatoes. Suppose another famine, my lord, what will those persons then think who are now sick of potatoes? It stands over for the board. The whole idea is stark, staring folly. It will cost 250L a year, and the harvest well-deserved ridicule. April 11. Last Wednesday, Lord Carrington took me into his room and told me that his brother having the loan, he had spoken to him to write me down for 500L, and that the rise having been 4%, he had directed it to be sold, and it would produce me 200L, clear of charges. I thanked him much. Such a thing never entered my thoughts, and consequently surprised me much. It was very kind and considerate, and I am certainly much obliged to him for it. Next evening he sent for me, and gave me a draft on Smith and Payne, 221L, 17S, 6D, for the rise was 4.5%. I was thankful to God for this, and meditated much on it. If God had not been willing, it would not have entered his head, and I find it comfortable to attribute everything to God, as, indeed, everything ought certainly to be attributed, and the more we trust entirely to him, the better I am persuaded it is for us. This is the first lottery for many years that I have been out of, but meeting with a passage in some of Scott's things against lotteries I would not put in, or have anything to do with it. If God pleases to give me money, he has 1,000 ways of doing it. And in these reflections, I have had hard work to guard my mind against the temptation to consider it in the light of a reward which would be vile where there is no merit, no desert. I offend too daily and hourly to deserve anything but wrath at his hands, and this I cannot dwell on too much or too deeply. But for 2 years past of his infinite goodness, he has made all money matters very favorable to me, and I thank him for an uninterrupted stream of his bounty without let or hindrance, and this notwithstanding my sensual mind and many offenses. I cannot be too grateful for so much goodness, and I pray him to give me grace to be kind and charitable to others while he is so good to me. I think of these things with fear and trembling, lest they should throw my mind and conduct into an improper train. Of late I have been ruminating on a short publication against the deists, to consist merely of an attack on them to show the difficulties and absurdities of their system. It will consist chiefly of extracts. I have read Bogg and Fuller and Berkeley, Minute Philosopher, and Leslie, but none of them come up to my idea. It should be unmixed with a defense of Christianity, which should come in by way of appendix. I cannot get it out of my head, and shall certainly attempt it. The worst is I must read their works, i.e. of the deists, and see, which is bad, but I shall not do it without prayer to God to fortify me against their sophistries and delusions. Yesterday morning I hoped and expected to leave London, but Lord Pelham, Secretary of State, has sent us the returns of acres cropped last year from the clergy of the kingdom, and so a committee today and tomorrow Good Friday. For Saturday I have taken places. Thus, after 12 weeks in London, I lose 4 days. Very unlucky and very disagreeable, and for such nonsense as disgraces common sense. He wrote a circular letter to all the clergy of the kingdom last June for this purpose, and from 10,000 parishes received accounts from about a half. Precious ones, to be sure. A very probable matter that the farmers would give the number of acres sown with every sort of grain to the parsons. Such attempts degrade government in the eyes of the people. What opinion can they have of men's abilities who expect thus to gain such facts? I was in danger of returning to London without one entry in this journal, but going up to wipe my dear Bobbin's book has thrown my mind into a fit of melancholy that I know not how easily to get rid of. Yet will it go too soon? I have been whitewashing the house, cleaning about it, and keeping all things in pretty good order to do justice to the place as well as I am able. But my dear child's recollection brings forcibly to my heart the impression that it is the will of God I should have hardly any chance of this prosperity being kept in my family. My son has no children, nor likely to have any. Mary, no chance of marrying, so that my posterity ends with the next generation. The will of God be done, but human vanity and feelings will rise in the bosom, and they cannot rise without these unpleasant ideas forcing themselves into my mind. Bradfield has been ours 200 years, and I should have liked that my name and family might here have continued. But God has punished me for my sins. I can have nothing at his hands that I do not deserve. Blessed be his holy name, be it my endeavor to submit to his will with resignation and cheerfulness. Betsy and O dined with me on Tuesday, but the day so bad I could not show her the round garden, which was got in very neat order. I have had a letter from the Duke of Lioncourt in which he speaks of coming to England. I wrote to advise him against it, for he would, I fear, be very ill received. The Duke of Grafton read me a letter expressed in most indignant terms on the passage relative to him and his family in Mons, de Lioncourt's travels. The new Duke of Bedford writes to desire me, in very kind terms, to go to the Woburn sheep shearing, asks it as a sort of favor. I had some very fine days on coming down, but of late the weather has been cold, damp, and melancholy, but I never come without wishing to live here constantly. I cannot help wishing it, but I hope without discontent. That would be black ingratitude to God. He fixes me where I am. All things I am well persuaded come from his almighty hand, and therefore a cheerful submission is one great article of a religious life. I brought down linen for the poor, but the number that want, and I cannot relieve, is melancholy. I think I have fixed straw work here, for above 25 have learned, and my splitting machines are all distributed. Some days since I sent off to Dunstable the first product of their work, and hope I shall have a good sale for the poor children. June 1, London. I keep this journal as I do everything else, lest good purposes be turned aside by trifles and want of resolution. This is the Thanksgiving Day, and last night was the Union Masquerade, and the coaches are now, 5 a.m. in the morning, rattling, and one fool in some monkey dress has walked by my windows. A letter from the Duke of Bedford asking me to go to Woburn, which I shall do, and then I hope to Holkham, where Mr. Coke will take me in his coach. And there I am on my ground for the survey of Norfolk, but it is not yet decided whether I am to do it. It is a duty I owe to God to use the vacation in the best manner I can, but I can ill afford to travel at my own expense, determined as I am, if possible, to pay 700L of debts. I should like to make a long journey in inquiries concerning the poor. I know not what would be best, and have prayed to God to guide me, but I am utterly displeased with myself in my religious pursuits. My mind is sensual, and my progress slow. May the mercy of the Almighty be shed on me in grace to mend. I have planned a new work, Deism Delineated, and made some progress, but do not please myself. It must be done gradually as I read, and my time is fully occupied with many pursuits. Post to Chesterford, and having received a letter from the present Duke of Bedford, requesting me to meet Lord Somerville and Mr. Coke at Woburn, in order to consult upon the best means of carrying the late Duke's intentions into execution, especially in relation to the sheep shearing, I set off accordingly, and got to Woburn at night, where I found Lord Somerville and Mr. Coke, and we considered the matter as well as the late Duke's proposals to breeders. At the meeting, the Duke's attention was very pleasing, for he had great solicitude to arrange everything down to the minutest trifles in exactly the same manner as his brother had done on former occasions. Before dinner, the first day, he came up to me and said, "Mr. Y, I beg you will take your old seat, and preside at one end of the table, for which purpose I have ordered a servant to keep your chair." Everyone remarked the extreme attention of the Duke that all the business of the meeting should be well conducted. 12th, heartily tired of London and the scenes I have endured at home. I left town and took Betsy's new chaise, which I had bought for her 170 guineas for Chesterfield, where her whole family were. It was a hurrying day. Next morning, Sunday, to church, and in the afternoon, contrary to many feelings, to Baldock. No post-chaise to be had, so went on in my whiskey to Shefford, then post to Woburn by particular desire of the Duke of Bedford, to concert matters with Lord Somerville and Mr. Coke for the shearing business. It was 11 p.m. at night before I arrived, nobody there except they and Cartwright. On the Thursday, with Mr. Coke and Mr. Talbot, in Coke's chaise to Brandon, and on Friday morning to Holkham. Farmed on Saturday, and too much on Sunday, so here have been 2 Lord's days profaned. How difficult it is to be in the world and preserve oneself uncontaminated by common practices. At church, however, in the morning. The sheep shearing the 4 following days, at which I had never been before. He does it handsomely, 200 dined on plate. The dinner better than at Woburn, I think, from vicinity to the sea, which gives plenty of fish. At the Holkham meeting, had I entertained my former feelings of pride and discontent, I should not have been too well pleased, for Mr. C. was personally civil and attentive, and yet he took not the smallest public opportunity of mentioning me, the board, my report, or anything about it, though the occasion certainly called in reason for it. Once this would have mortified me, but now I value such matters not a straw. May God permit me to do my duty to him, and as to what men think of me, I regard it less than the idle wind. I went to bed every night directly after coffee, between 9 and 10 p.m., and was up between 3 and 4 a.m. At Mrs. Montagu's. Sir Sidney not there. Ryder, the Privy Councillor, and his brother and Montagu had been at Paris, and we had little conversation except on Bonaparte, and see they contended that every scrap of land is cultivated, and much that was waste. Sir F. combated the idea, and urged reports of prefects' speeches, and see, as proving rents sunk, price of land fallen, produce as 4 to 6, population lessened, and the price of labor risen, and see the last no proof of decline. Ryder on corn observed that the same fact of wheat being dearer in peace than in war is found in the French prices annexed to Arnold. They would not be introduced to Bonaparte. Fox had much conversation with him, and he plainly urged the fact that Wyndham was concerned in the infernal machine, asserting that he had the proof. Sir F. says that this proof was one George, being much with W., and afterwards going on the expedition to Quiberon. A party was taken amongst whose papers on the arrests for the infernal machine were letters on that conspiracy to or from George, which combination was Bonaparte's proof. The government, the completest military despotism that ever was in the world. At the theater, some Frenchmen, finding Montagu was English, spoke much of me, and said they wanted of all things that I should come and examine France a second time under the new regime. Dined with Swiernov, the Russian chaplain of the embassy, greatly employed by the nobility of that empire in agricultural commissions. Patterson, bailiff to Lord Hardwicke, is going to Russia, and left me to make a bargain for him, which I did. He is to have 100 guineas first year, and increasing 20 yearly till 200 guineas, 60 for his son-in-law, and 20 for his daughter, and 25 for a ploughman. Count Rostopchin, at Waranowo near Moscow, who has an immense estate, is the man. A Russian count there, Benwikin, I think, whose peasants pay him 30 rubles a year, but paper money so multiplied and at 50%. Discount, that all prices are greatly risen nominally. The emperor's going to farm so largely has already had a great effect in turning the attention of the nobility to it. My annuity yesterday remitted from Ireland, 72L. Thank God for that uninterrupted stream of his bounty, which I have enjoyed of late years without let or hindrance, and which my vile ingratitude returns so badly. Lord Winchelsea called yesterday and sat an hour with me. He is, I believe, one of the very best of the nobility and a really respectable moral character, and benevolent to the poor. August 22, Bradfield. Here is a blank of many weeks, which shows once more how difficult it is to keep journal resolutions. After a long tour in Norfolk, which would have afforded much pleasure had not business occupied all my time, I met Betsy and O at Harleston on the 9th. War much talked of, the militia calling out. These things, whatever the event, are certainly God's providences. His will be done. But when I consider the almost universal vice and iniquity of the kingdom, the amazing protection and blessings which have been showered down on us, and the vile ingratitude to God which pervades all ranks in an utter forgetfulness of him, or contempt of his judgments, I must own I tremble at the thought. I have lived some time without making a will, which has been very wrong. I am under such complex settlements that I do not understand what power I have, and Godob's draft was so full of law jargon that I understand nothing of it. I wait no longer, but have made one plain and simple, and such as I hope, with the blessing of God, will not nor can be misunderstood. I have disposed of what I have to the best of my conscience, that is, if I was to die at Christmas. Here is only 300L. To be made up by sale of timber, annals, and C&C, but a farm auction would produce more than 900L. And rents are always behind, some overdue. I pray to God for better economy and much hope, by a fresh and careful attention to my farm and annals, to bring things speedily to a better account. I forgot 100L. Due to me from the Board for Norfolk report, so that I evidently leave enough for all demands, probably without cutting any timber. I have never lived so well with Mrs. Young as for 5 weeks past. War, to look into futurity, is idle. The event is in the Lord's hand, and will depend on the number and piety of true Christians amongst us, and not be governed by fleets and armies. France is so unprepared at sea that no war ever opened in that respect with better prospects. But this is the arm of flesh, and may mark the vanity of all trust in such circumstances. The following letter to A. Y may fitly close the chronicle of this year. Drinkstone Deck, 8/1803. Sir, a letter from Lord Euston to Sir Charles Davers recommends that in case of invasion, all horses and draft cattle that cannot be driven out of the reach of the enemy be shot, and that all the axle trees or wheels of all carriages likely to fall into the enemy's hands be broken, the fullest assurance being given of complete indemnification, provided no horses, draft cattle, or carriages of any description fall into their hands through negligence or want of proper exertion on the part of the owners. All other stock is to be left for the use of the troops. Unless there be evident danger, it may fall into the invader's hands, in which case the measures formerly determined upon must be resorted to. I am, sir, your obedient humble servant, Joshua Grigby. Footnote 200. The Elements of Agriculture. Footnote 201. Mrs. Oakes, née Betsy Plampin. Footnote 202. A collection of theological tracts by the Bishop of Llandaff, 6 vols. Footnote 203. This seems to have been an anticipation of table turning. Footnote 204. Samuel Horsley, born 1733, died 1806, Bishop of St. Asaph's, St. David, S. and Rochester, celebrated for his controversy with Dr. Priestley. Footnote 205. The Anti-Jacobin or Weekly Examiner was started by Canning J. H. Freer and others. The editor was W. Gifford. It ran from November 20, 1797 to July 9, 1798. Footnote 206. I print this as written, but can find no allusion in works of reference to the circumstance mentioned. Footnote 207. C. de L. Heritier, born 1746, died 1800, botanist and member of the Académie des Sciences. Footnote 208. Cornelia Knight, author of Dinarbas, a continuation of Rasselas, 1790 and other works. Footnote 209. Celebrated French geologist. Accompanied Napoleon to Egypt. On his return was taken prisoner and confined at Messina by the King of Sicily. On peace being made with Naples was liberated. Footnote 210. Robert Smith, son of a banker at Nottingham, MP for that town from 1770 to 1796, supporter and friend of Pitt, raised to the Irish peerage in 1796, to the English peerage in 1797. Footnote 211. Mrs. Orbell Oakes, the beautiful Betty Plampin of former flirtations, is the friend henceforth constantly alluded to. Footnote 212. Isaac Milner, 1751–1820, son of a poor weaver, brother of the no less remarkable Joseph Milner, Dean of Carlisle, and professor of mathematics at Cambridge. Footnote 213. John Russell, 6th Duke, the great Duke of Bedford, who did so much for agriculture, and in 1830 rebuilt Covent Garden Market at a cost of 40,000 L. Died 1839. Footnote 214. J. Overton, officer in the excise, made telescopes and had a private press where he printed books, mostly theological. Died 1838. See Annual Register for that year. Footnote 215. L. W. Otto, Count of Morlaix, was a German diplomatist in the French service and lived 1750–1817. See Didat, Biographie Universelle. Footnote 216. This was not, perhaps, impossible. See the following note from the Daily News Paris correspondent 3 or 4 years ago. An account of Napoleon I's visit to Breda in 1810 is now appearing, for the first time, in the Débats, and is deeply interesting. It will be seen that Napoleon I, at the zenith of his power, was on the point of becoming a Protestant. The emperor, after receiving several deputies, went up to the Catholic vicar, who had written a speech, and proceeded to read it. The emperor, without replying, asked where were the Protestant ministers. Then M10 Ever, in his robes, followed by the entire Protestant clergy, was presented by the Prince de Wagram and read an address. The emperor remarked with satisfaction that the Protestant ministers wore their robes. Then, turning to the Roman Catholic clergy, he asked, "How is it that you are not wearing your frocks?" "What? I come to a department Holland had been annexed to France, where the majority are Catholics who were formerly oppressed and who have received more liberty from the king, my brother, and myself, and your first act is to show me disrespect. I have always found my Protestants faithful subjects. I have 6,000 at Paris and 800,000 in my empire, and I have no cause for complaint against a single one, fools that you are. If the Concordat had not been accepted by the Pope, I should have turned Protestant, and 30 million Frenchmen would have followed my example. The italics are my own. You have calumniated Protestants, representing them as men teaching principles contrary to the rights of sovereigns. I have no better subjects. They serve in my palace in Paris. It was not Luther nor Calvin, but the German princes who declined to submit to your fanatical yoke. The English were quite right to part company with you. You would like to set up scaffolds and stakes, but I will prevent you. All authority comes from God." Footnote 217. D. Bogg, D.D., On the Divine Authority of the New Testament, 1801. Footnote 218. Bishop of Cloyne, Alciphron, or The Minute Philosopher, 1732. Footnote 219. C. Leslie, died 1722, author of The Rehearsals. Tracts against the Deists and Socinians, 4 vols. Footnote 220. Voyage en Amérique, 2 vols. 1800. It seems that the French émigrés, after being most hospitably treated in England, showed little return in the way of graciousness. See Letters of Maria Josepha Holroyd, also the Jerningham Letters. Footnote 221. Ambrose Marie Arnault, French economist, 1750–1812. See Vapereau. Footnote 222. See Chapter Roman 4. Ireland, for this curious bargain, by which AY, instead of a sum total of 700 L, in 1776 was to receive 72 L per annum. Chapter 15, Approaching Blindness, 1807. A great preacher, Arthur Young the Younger, goes to Russia, Cowper's Letters, Mrs. Young's illness, Dr. Simmons, novel reading, Skinner's, State of Peru, Death of Pitt, Burke's publishing accounts, literary projects, Approaching Blindness. February 24. The sins of a journal are like those of life, much offense and a little repentance, minutes applied and months neglected. Last night, for the first time in my life, I was at a religious conversazione. Mr. Fry has it once a fortnight. Mrs. Wilberforce and 30 more, I suppose, began with singing a hymn and then a prayer and ended in the same manner. The subject discussed was Providence. Scott, Macaulay, and Fry were the only speakers except myself, who threw in a word or two in a bad manner and not in unison. But I went without preparing the temper of my mind, and it proved to me a mere temptation to sin, as everything is sure to do when we trust in our own strength and do not pray for divine assistance. I like the thing itself much, and the recollection since it passed has produced in my mind a degree of humiliation which might not have been in it had I not gone there. I wish to touch on the state of the king's health, where the hand of God is so evident, but they would attend only to little and private things, and probably were right. They made every possible event, the most trivial, providential. Scott is a predestinarian, but impresses the necessity of attending to the means by which God acts as much as if the divine decrees were not universal. The next subject is temptation. May 22. My dear friend at Bradfield writes me in a most melancholy strain on the ill success of her husband's farming. I doubt I shall lose largely by a scheme which was executed merely to keep him out of greater mischief. The new Bishop of Bristol is in dress, and manners much like what we call in Suffolk a leather breeches parson. Somebody called on Mrs. Pelham, and found her lying on a sofa reading a novel, rouged as much as any Madame la Marquise. They thought she seemed to be too high-flown to be asked to a sober party of whist. What a gradation of evil amongst the worldly, even in the respectable, soi-disant class. An application from Phillips for another edition of the Farmer's Calendar. He printed 2,000 of the 5th, and 1,200 sold in a month. They will all be gone before it can be reprinted. I had 100 L. For that edition, 40 L more for this 6 months after publication, and in future 25 L, each succeeding one. How grateful I ought to be, but am not, to God for a success which has smoothed many difficulties, and enabled me much to lessen, in assistance to other circumstances, my debts. The sale is an extraordinary one. What would be with me the result of moral reflections and trust in human means, in the power of a vile heart to cure its own iniquities? I have a conviction amounting to sensation in its truth, that everything but looking unto Jesus is weaker than water, vain and frivolous. This is the grand consideration, result, and object of religion in the soul. All beside is wide of the mark and without power and efficacy. Oh, my God, my God! Write these truths in my soul, impress them in my heart, that by communion with the I may by thy grace be purified, washed, and cleansed from every evil thought. Blessed be thy holy name for keeping me from acts of sin. Oh, have mercy on my mind and take away every thought of it. I shall have to experience another temptation, and should be preparing for it. I have little doubt but Lord Carrington will be again president of the board. He likes not me, and I shall be much more uncomfortable than I have been with Lord Sheffield. But such changes, if they happen, will be from the Lord, for nothing is so idle as for a Christian to suppose that anything takes place by chance. I do not mean to leave town till the Woburn meeting, but I am restless and want to get away. This is a common folly and ought carefully to be checked. It is the spirit that wastes half a life, ever looking to a future moment and never enjoying the present, which is that alone that is truly our own. There is not a more valuable lesson than to learn how to apply every portion of time to use, and not to suffer the expectation of, or waiting for, any future moment to make the intermediate ones tiresome or unpleasant. It is wasting life and time that is never to return. Yesterday at 7 p.m., I dined with Mr. Anson, a farming party. Duke of Bedford, Earl of Galloway, Earl of Albemarle, Lord Somerville, Sir Robert Lowly, Sir John Wriothesley, Mr. Coke, Mr. Motto, Mr. Child, Sir G. Piggott, Mr. Western, Mr. Wilbraham, all M.P.S. or in high life. Nothing but a farming conversation makes the company of these people proper for me to have anything to do with, and that it is not to be conceived how little they know on the subject, considering it's a favorite pursuit. Such great fortunes and a life of luxury and bustle and motion are hostile to every kind of knowledge, and the conversation abounds with information for those who watch for and have a memory to retain it, yet it demands a good deal of knowledge previously digested and arranged to make a due use of it. A splendid house, one of the best in London, magnificent furniture, plate, servants, wines, and everything, equal to 30,000 L, or 40,000 L, a year, but he has no such income. I think I have no envy of these doings. Such situations are so hostile to the religious principle that ought to animate the soul, that I should think of them with fear and trembling. I hate parties, and my heart condemns me whenever I go to them, in which not a word ever occurs to give God the glory due to his holy name, which is sometimes profaned but never honored, where grace before and after meat is discarded. And this is a sort of denial of Christ which gives me no slight disquiet and remorse, and ought entirely to banish me from all such company. It works in me, and I cordially hope it will soon produce that effect, for the pleasure I receive is little, and the offense to God I fear is much. Come out from among them, and touch not the unclean thing, is applicable to more cases than I have applied it to. I am determined to go only to Woburn this year and not to Holkham. 4 days of noise and bustle are too much. I will get away in 3, but a whole fortnight is horrible. I will get to Cambridge by Saturday, and I hope Jane will meet me there to spend Sunday, and perhaps Monday, with Simeon, and make him promise to meet Fry at Bradfield. Yesterday and this day hurry, bustle, packing up, paying bills, and recollection on the stretch lest anything should be forgotten. Wrote to Cordell, the bookseller, to settle with me for the Irish tour. It has been years out of print, and the last settlement in 1795. I have half the sale, 154 were then left, my half 30 L. At least, and it never came into my head before. Very careless indeed, and in money to receive. Such busy days are unpleasant because both mind and body are fatigued. 18th at Woburn. Came with Lord Sheffield yesterday. I detest this profanation of the Sabbath, but he urged me so to accompany him that I yielded like a fool. A great dinner, Lords Albemarle, Ossory, Ludlow, Duke of Manchester, Sir H. Featherstone, Sir R. Piggott, the Wilbrahams, and C. 20 in all. Several apartments newly furnished, and many very expensive articles, clocks, and C. from Paris to the amount of 2,000 L. Much done to the greenhouse, and everywhere a profusion of expense. The late rains have given a fine verdure, and the place in full beauty. Such a flow of worldly blessings as are seen in one of these very great residences makes me melancholy when I reflect on the immense temptation and dreadful responsibility that attaches. What have not these people to answer for if they forget the giver in the profusion of his gifts? And where am I to go to find a great house and establishment, with a society and conversation, that shows the gospel of our Lord to be held in reverence and affection? This poor Duke of Bedford, whose nominal income is so enormous, will, I fear, involve himself with the same imprudence. Cartwright has built him a steam engine 700 L. For thrashing and grinding, 12%. Interest in the least to be calculated, or 84 L, and yet a one-horse mill, price 50 L, would thresh all the corn that will ever be brought to this yard. An extravagant duchess, Paris toys, a great farm, little economy, and immense debts, will prove a canker in all the rosebuds of his garden of life. The providence of the Almighty governs all, and will not permit an utter forgetfulness of him to produce even the temporal happiness which is alone sought for. I am tired of the whole, and long for the retirement and quiet of Bradfield after so many weeks of London, and this finishing of hurry and bustle. I would not have another week of it for £100. What has a Christian to do with such scenes? How a person of fortune and the world can be one I know not. They are never cool, and have no time for reading or thought. It is madness to continue in such a state, but to travel 120 miles in order to enter a fresh scene of it, and perhaps within earshot of such a profane beast and fool as that Captain G.I. sat near last year. This would be insanity. What a spectacle at Woburn was that miserably swearing profligate, Major B., of Sussex, at the age of 81, sticking to the last moment to worldly dissipation, and utterly regardless of what is to become of him hereafter. Like Lord Lauderdale, who declared that he feared nothing in this world nor in the next either. These people call themselves deists. I think they must be atheists, or they are utterly in contradiction to themselves. It is a sin, and ought to be repented of, to go into such company. I feel myself here, looking on the tranquil bosom of the Ouse, as having escaped from a multiplicity of temptations, and that this is the first moment of my summer holidays, quiet and alone. This morning I had a letter from Jane, by which I find it is quite uncertain whether I shall meet her at Cambridge. She asks my directions, but had she thought, must have known that she could not receive an answer in time. I hope to hear Simon twice on Sunday, and much wish that she may be there, as I wrote before to request it, and she says she should like it of all things. 24th, Cambridge. I dined here yesterday. Inquired for that great and good man, Simeon, but he was not to be in town till the evening. I walked behind Trinity and John's, and see, twice, a delightful day, wrote and left a letter for him. At 9 he came, and will certainly meet Fry at Bradfield. Thank God, I shall hear him twice today and Mr. Thomason once, for I shall go thrice to Trinity Church. I mentioned Fry's calculation of 3 millions of Christians, but he very properly thought it very erroneous. He thinks Cambridge a fair average, and in 10,000 people knows, but of 110 certainly vital Christians. More than 150 can scarcely be from a 75th to a 100th part therefore. There are, I am rejoiced to hear it, many very pious young men in the colleges. Night, I have been at Trinity Church thrice today. In the morning a very good sermon by Simeon, a decent one by Thomason, and in the evening to a crowded congregation a superlative discourse by Simon on the 12th verse of chapter 4. Of the Acts, there is no other name under heaven, and see vital, evangelical, powerful, and impressive in his animated manner. Sunday, July 8, Bradfield. This day Senite took the sacrament with Jane at Bury, suddenly and therefore without any preparation, and got there in the lessons. The week has been vile and miserable. Fry cannot come, but had a letter from Simeon, he will be here tomorrow. O Lord, of thy mercy give a blessing to his presence, that conversation and prayer with him may give a turn to my mind. Were it not for what I think a firm faith in the cross of my Redeemer, I should think that I was almost in the jaws of hell. But if I perish it shall be looking at the brazen serpent. Fiery serpents innumerable bite, let me turn instantly to the cross, and there see and trust to the blood of sprinkling. What should I have thought of this before my conversion? Is it true, and saving faith now to think and feel it, or rather to know it in my understanding than feel it in my heart? I am full of apprehensions, and the only sign of spiritual life in me is some sense and feeling of my own iniquity and the plague of my carnal thoughts. But if they were truly a load to me, would not the Lord ease me of the burden? 10th, yesterday Simeon came, his character singular. His piety, his strong expressions, his fervency in prayer, a powerful mind. 13th, Simon went this morning. I have been horribly negligent in not writing down many of his conversations. What he thinks of me I know not, but he spoke to Jane with great freedom and candor, and as became a good Christian. His abilities are considerable, his part strong, his ardor and animation uncommonly great, his eloquence great, and his manner impressive, his prayers admirably adapted to the cases of all who heard him. He came with a servant and 2 very fine horses, on which he places a high value. From his life and expenses must have a considerable income, for his preferment is only expense, and costs him more than he receives from it. His fellowship is as good as 400 guineas a year to him. He must have a very good private fortune from some circumstances, as I judge, which he dropped in conversation. He went to Cambridge from Eton and became a Christian on the third day, now about 25 or 26 years ago, during all which time he has never doubted of his future salvation. He is remarkably cheerful and has much wit, or something nearly allied to it. I wrote to N.H., requesting his pulpit for Sunday, but he refused it, and after church apologized, saying it was not from himself, but he was talked to. Oh, for the dumb dogs of our clergy who will neither preach the gospel themselves nor let others do it. I told him that my request was to him a safe one, for I asked, of course, only for a regularly bred clergyman and who possessed preferment in the national church. Very unlucky. Simmons dined here, and his conversation never does any good. He explained his chance for salvation in the merits alone of Jesus Christ, but denies original sin. This seems a contradiction. I would not think so for 1,000 worlds. How can he be sensible of what he wants in the blood of the Savior without knowing the utter depravity of his heart? Tuesday morning, C. Coke, of Holkham, Allen and Moore called on me to see the farm, and would have me dine with them at Moore's. Haunch of venison and see Mrs. M. young, and in the worldly sphere very agreeable, her dress horrid. She contrives to force out her prominent bust in a manner that must take no small attention in dressing, is very big with child, and thinly clad. Such a figure is common in these times, but the fashion is contrived purposely. Mr. Smirnov came last night to dinner and brought Count Rostopchin's snuff-box. It is turned in his own oak, lined with gold, and has a tablet containing the representation of a building dedicated to me. The inscription in Russian, a pupil to his master, set round with 66 diamonds. Query, should not all such toys be turned into money and given to the poor? He was Prime Minister under Paul and has 50,000 L. English per annum. On Monday I breakfasted, dined, and slept at Lord Bristol's. Lady B. and her sister, Miss Upton, sung Italian airs till 12 o'clock at night. They were many years ago a horrible temptation, now they are a frivolous waste of time, but ever a bad tendency on the heart. Pressed me greatly to stay, but I was engaged next day to dinner at Gooch S., and yesterday I dined at Betsy S. All this visiting is very bad for my soul. Friday I dined again at Lord Bristol S. by desire of the Oaks, as they expected, meeting none they knew, but there were several. Music in the evening, slept there. In the morning at Barry, met Benjafield on justice business. He wanted to commit a woman for being a lewd woman on the statute of King James, by which it can only be for a year. If this was executed, all the prisons in the county would not hold them, and the time is far too severe, nor do I conceive that the case comes within it. I declined, and desired they might be heard on Wednesday, as appeared the week before. I go on in repentance miserably, my heart is cold, and I am languid in devotion. Oh, could I sufficiently hate and abhor myself! November 2. If I go 10 yards from home, it can be only into the world, and therefore I never move but for mischief. I have every post a packet of letters from Lord Sheffield, filling the tables, and for many hours' employment every day. There seems to be no great reason for apprehending any famine, or even such a scarcity as before, but the price must be too high for the poor, without being half high enough for the farmer. I mean of wheat, the crop of which is full as bad as it has been for 10 years past, but there is a stock in hand which will keep it down. December 30. I went to London on account of the Smithfield Club, and there received the first Bedford Medal of the Bath Society for an essay on the nature and properties of manures, there being 4 other candidates. At London, also I dined with M. de Novosilikoff, a particular friend of the Emperor Alexander, who is here on a political mission of great importance. Davidson, who manages the Emperor's farm, and Smirnov were present. Their plan at present is to have reports of their governments made upon the same system as ours of counties, and Mr. de N. talked much of the great advantage of my going. I would not offer myself, but said that the whole would depend on the sort of men employed. Since I came down I wrote to Smirnov, offering Arthur, by his own desire, provided the sum granted for the purpose was adequate. De N. was out of town, so no answer yet. The attention I give to all these worldly matters, though they do not sit at all close to my heart, yet occupy too much of my time. I do not give enough to the far greater interests of the eternal world, and I have been for months past, and am at present, in a dead, sinful state, remote from the only God of hope and consolation. His mercy to me is great, for I have life and health. I am not in hell, but I find a horrible difficulty in coming to God, and a deadness of heart which hurts my prayers and plunges me more and more in sin and offense. O Lord, of thy mercy listen unto me. Oh, look with compassion on my wretchedness. 1805. Jan. 30. The 19th I came to London. The 23rd breakfasted with Mr. Novosilikoff and made my proposals of terms on which Arthur would go to Russia, having before received a letter from Smirnov announcing an entire approbation in Mr. N of my son for the expedition. The terms were that he and his wife should go by land, getting out hence the beginning of March, in order to be at Moscow the beginning of May. That is, if out a year he should have £1,000, and proportionably for a longer time, and all his expenses paid to, at, and from Russia. He came into it readily, and when the conversation was over, Mr. Davidson, who was present, said, "Well, now it seems all settled, and it only remains to know where Mr. Y is to be supplied with money for his journey." Mr. de N, said Mr. Smirnov, would be directed to advance it. Reflecting afterwards on this conversation, I thought that some admission of the terms in writing should be obtained, as in case of deaths or revolutions they might be questioned. I therefore wrote to Mr. de N, recapitulating the terms on both sides and begging to know if I was correct. No answer was returned, but Lord Somerville, calling on me 2 days after, mentioned in conversation that B had recommended a Mr. Green, who had farmed in Normandy, and been 7 years in a French prison, of which he had published an account, to Mr. de N to go to Russia to survey a government, hinting at the same time his knowledge that my son was in contemplation also. He said that G had breakfasted with de N, who was much pleased with him. All this awakens suspicions in my mind that, combined with the silence of Mr. de N, make it apparently necessary to know how we really stand, and I determined to write to Smirnov requesting that he would speak to Mr. de N, as any uncertainty was unpleasant, while my son was actually arranging his farm, and C for his departure. This I have now done, and shall send it before breakfast, for no answer is yet come. I do not like the complexion of the business, but think it likely that Green speaking French, which will save the necessity of Jane going as an interpreter, and perhaps his taking 1 or 2 hundreds instead of 1,000 L, may have induced de N to think again of the matter. I have prayed earnestly to the Lord that he would prevent the journey taking place if it would turn out in any way injurious to the state of their souls, putting the matter entirely in his almighty hands, and determining to rest assured that if it does not take place, it will be the Lord's will, and that I should be thankful for his interference to prevent it. The government of Moscow, which A was to have done, is 13 times as big as Norfolk. It would take 2 years to do it well without any doubt. A is much disappointed, for he liked the thoughts of the scheme much. I threw out in conversation with N that if the business of the board would permit, and they approved it, I would go over in June, and stay till November to assist in the work, that I should ask only my expenses. He seemed much to approve of this, but it was mentioned only as a contingency. Here the matter rests. I shall know soon what the event will be. Many things have had a very lowering aspect of late. The annals with Phillips are certainly at an end. They do not answer with him, and he has demurred at settling the account with 100 L, or more due to me. This will be a loss of 180 L a year. My plan is to print 4 numbers a year on my own account for the sake of selling old stock. By this I shall lose 40 L. More, in Arthur's farm the rent will be sunk from last Michaelmas 20 L a year, and I am engaged to pay Knoxford 20 L a year more tithe. This year the exchequer annuity of 150 L a year ceases. On the whole here is full 400 L a year loss of income, which will be very distressing if every expenditure be not pared down in a most economical manner. May the Lord's mercy give me grace to be steady and determined in this matter, for it is a most important one. I have very little to suffer personally in the reduction, for the expenses do not run that way, but comforts must be cheerfully lessened. Feb. 3. No answer came from Novosilikoff. I wrote therefore to Smirnov, who replied last Friday that N was gone to St. Petersburg, that he had replied to my letter, and was surprised that I had not received it, that he approved of all the contents of mine, and had left orders with him to supply money. This I dispatched to A, who has become very uneasy and impatient, So now the business seems concluded and the die cast, but may the Lord prevent it taking place if it is to be productive of evil to the eternal interests of either. I pray for this, may he hear my prayers. I have little notion of comfort in anything that is undertaken without consulting God, opening the business to him, and begging his direction how to proceed. I have had a letter from Orbel's friend, who agrees to my terms of letting ours farm, so, thank God, that is settled. 17th, many difficulties have occurred relative to a postchaise for them. Brown has examined my old one and sent an estimate of the repairs, 56L. Smirnov approved of it, but his second advice is that it would not do. He proposed one of his, and letters backwards and forwards. But yesterday I found one at Holmes, S. in Long Acre, built for a Mr. Locke to go to Malta, which will do exactly, and in which they may have bedding and sleep at full length. A journeyman said the price was 50 guineas. H. not at home, in the evening a letter, and 70 guineas named. I got up as always at 4 a.m., and have been reading and praying. Fry last Sunday alluded to an apostate from the truth, and Wilberforce asked him who it was, saying that of course he would not answer if the question was improper. It was Townsend, of Wiltshire, the traveller in Spain, who began his career quite in the style of Whitfield's energy and openness of declaring his principles in the fields or in barns, and c. The Lansdowne folks told him they could never make him a bishop with such conduct or such principles. Upon which he dropped the whole, giving out to his friends that he only suspended his conduct and meant to resume it at a better season. That never came, and he has continued an apostate from all religion, and from having 200 communicants at his church, has now only 2 or 3 besides himself and his clerk. This miserably constituted Board of Agriculture is ever in a dilemma when a new president is to be elected. Lord S. will keep it no longer, and he is in a difficulty to propose another. He has written to the Duke of Bedford, and I fear in a way that may make the Duke suppose that government approves of it. Lord Carrington I suspected intended to come in again, but he assures me that he would not. March 3, I borrowed of Mr. Wilberforce Owen on Indwelling Sin, to which are annexed 2 other essays on temptation and the mortification of sin in believers. The last work is incomparable, chapter 9, of it perhaps the most useful paper ever written. I have made many extracts from all 3. The essay on mortification I meditate printing a new edition of, being out of print, to which I could add notes that might be useful. The reading these treatises has had an effect on my mind which I hope, with the blessing of the grace of God, will produce a more serious attention to the state of my heart with God than reading any book has done since Wilberforce's. April 20, at Bradfield. Yesterday returned from Harwich. Arthur and Jane went on board the Diana packet capped, Stuart Thursday the 18th at 3 o'clock, and I have taken a long and melancholy farewell of them. Oh, may Almighty God give his blessing to the undertaking, and that we may all meet again in health and happiness. But when the fearful uncertainty of all earthly events is considered, such partings ought to be more melancholy than they are. She felt much, and has a cordial affection for me. The undertaking, thus employed by a foreign sovereign to make a report of one of his provinces, is the first thing of the kind that has occurred, and will either give Arthur a great reputation, or sink that which he has gained. It is a very difficult work, however, to produce a good book from a very ill-cultivated province, and in the large experience of all our own reports, we see that very few are well executed. The object has either been ill understood or poorly done. The surveyors deal in reflections instead of giving the experience of individuals, yet the husbandry of a county is made up of nothing else but private exertions. They do not half travel the districts, and do not take notes of the practice of 100th part of those persons that might be applied to. Arthur goes with every possible advantage except languages. I hope he will exert them. Bradfield is very melancholy without them. Jane was always cheerful, always affectionate and kind to me, ever pleased with my presence, and never parted from me but with regret. The loss of such a friend with much conversation and an excellent understanding nothing human can make amends for. It is a loss that ought to turn all my attention and all my heart to that better world where parting, sorrow, and death will find no place. 24th. Last night I slept at Barry, at the Oaks, having walked there in the morning and dined with them. It raised my low spirits a little, but badly, for such company is mere dissipation. On Monday morning, hankering after some sort of dissipation to divert my melancholy, I fortunately recollected that Jane had left Cowper's letters, and that I had not read the third volume. I got it, and beginning knew not how to lay the book out of my hand, and before night read the volume through. There is an uncommon charm in his sentiments and his style, something that interests the heart wonderfully. The religious passages are peculiarly valuable, and a few struck me very much. On the Sabbath he is extremely just. On turning the mind from creation's beauties to creation's author, the observation is fine. His remarks on the life of dissipation at Brighton, beautiful. On religion, page 106, on local attachments, on familiar communion with God, on natural music, terminated by a most sublime passage. There is somewhere in infinite space a world that does not roll within the precincts of mercy. And as it is reasonable and even scriptural to suppose that there is music in heaven, in those dismal regions perhaps the reverse of it is found. Tones so dismal as to make woe itself more insupportable, and to acumen it even despair. What a striking thought! But how many are there that will believe in neither hell nor devil, and what must their belief and feelings be who, closing their ears here, open them to the sounds of such a world as that? How many passages do we meet with in great authors, which seem sufficient to strike a reader's mind to conviction and conversion, yet read by thousands, perhaps admired, without the smallest effect on the heart. 25th. A Mr. Cole called here to ask about passports for Russia. He has hired 30,000 acres in the province of Minsk, which he is to have with 300 boors, paying half the profits as rent. He was advised not to take a grant of land, as it would cause a difficulty after it to quit Russia. I must caution Arthur about this, for he may entangle himself without being aware of it. In the melancholy, solitary moments I pass here, I have been thinking of the many blessings the Almighty has been graciously pleased to shower down upon me. First, He gives me great health, at 64, as good as at any time for 20 years past, and much better than 40 years ago. Secondly, He has been pleased to leave me 2 children. Oh, that He would call them to feel truly His faith, fear, and love. Thirdly, He has granted me an ample income very far beyond what I had, upon entering the world, the smallest reason to expect. I have many doubts of money ever being a blessing, but that is owing to the receiver and not to the giver. It certainly is that which might be made by grace a very considerable one. Fourthly, He has given me the power of being greatly useful to my country. It would be foolish not to reckon that which I know beyond the possibility of vanity deceiving me. Fifthly, He has given me a paternal estate and residence which I greatly love and never wish to change. I could go on and reckon many other things, but these are sufficient to call for a heartfelt and deeply abiding gratitude. I ought to be able to add that I am miserable for want of feeling this as I should do. In truth, I am in this respect a brute beast devoid of everything that marks the Christian and the penitent. O Lord, of Thy mercy soften this obdurate heart by the grace of Jesus Christ. Fill it with contrition for offenses. Purify and renew it, bring it in holy faith to the foot of the cross, and make it feel its iniquities, till it be changed and impressed with Thy holy image. 26th. I read the concluding entry of yesterday, and it struck me that I had not thanked God for the friends He had given me, and this made me muse for a while. Had I wrote before I became serious, how warmly should I have thanked Him on this score? How it is with others I know not, but with me religion has cooled, checked, or annihilated those feelings. Real friendship cannot be felt by a Christian, but to a Christian. What surprises me much more is that I do not feel any very striking advantage from the society of Christians. This I attribute as a fault in myself, and dare say it is for want of more grace and prayer. I love their company, and, some hankerings apart, desire no other. I hope with God's blessing to improve in this respect. Hitherto solitude has been my best friend. Here there are none to be acquainted with but a very few poor people who are never at their ease with me, and at London, those I know are too much engaged to see many more than for a moment. Going to bed at 9 o'clock prevents the society I might otherwise have there if it were followed up. 28th. Simmons slept here the night before last and dined twice, which obliged me to postpone more business than I otherwise should have done. He told me one anecdote I had not heard before. In Lord Bute's administration, as his lordship told him himself, the king settled with him to give the Royal Society 500L a year forever, which was accordingly communicated, and to Lord Bute's amazement refused. On inquiry, he found that the motive was an apprehension that he should become too popular if it was accepted. Was ever such folly heard of? Another anecdote of Symonds. He dined last year at Sir C. Bunbury's, where he met the rich Mr. Mills, the brandy merchant who bought Muir's estate, and who said he found my annals there which were good for nothing. What, nothing good in them? Said S. No, nothing at all. That is unfortunate with so many correspondents, but if the annals are bad, have you read Mr. Weiss' travels? Yes, and very poor stuff they are. That is still more unfortunate, for I know that the Marshal de Castries and the late King of Prussia spoke in the highest possible terms of them, and books in French by respectable writers have been dedicated to Mr. Y in consequence of that publication. I can see nothing in them. The next day he wrote Symonds a letter with many apologies, as he understood that he had been talking to a gentleman who had contributed much to the annals. So much for my rich neighbor. Letters from London, and I am very sorry to find that my poor wife is much worse. Nothing but bad news. Sir J. Banks writes me that Sir J. Sinclair is to resume the chair of the board under promises of good behavior. My wife's miserable state is a much worse business. May 22. I am entirely alone and not without melancholy. Worldly people have 1,000 resources, as I had once, but every atom of them leads to mischief, and I am 1,000 times better without them. Lord Carrington the other day, speaking to Sir C. Willoughby about his son going to school, said, "Oh, send him to a great one, which will give him a manly character fit for the world, make him a man of the world." So it is with these people. Jesus Christ tells us to hate the world, and that what is in high estimation amongst men is abomination in the eyes of God. But worldly men declare, and think, and feel, and act directly hostile to Scripture. They urge one another and impress as respectable everything that God abhors. Words cannot express a character more in contradiction to the Christian than that which is meant by a man of the world. 23rd. I was awake at 2 a.m. and laid without sleep till 3 a.m. My thoughts were not edifying, so I jumped out of bed, and having prayed to the Father of mercies, I began with business. But the train of thought I had been in came again and interrupted me. It was upon the event of what would befall me as secretary to the board. I have many reasons for thinking that several of the members do not like me, and should anything happen that gave them any handle, would be glad to get rid of me. This was not the case when I was one of themselves, but they know that I associate with religious people, go to the lock, a very black mark, and read the Bible, and now and then words drop which I understand. Should Sir J. Sinclair become president or Lord Carrington, they might make it very unpleasant to me. Sir John is as poor as a church mouse, and would like well to have his lodging here. Should my family lessen, it would be quite unbearable, and if the idea was started, I must resist it, the question would probably be lost, and then I should resign. This would fix me in repose at Bradfield, and I should be to the full as happy as at present, but my family would not, and then all this is very wild. I will have done with it for so much as I am persuaded that everything is in the hands of God. Nothing can be greater folly than pretending thus to look forward. It is equally useless and uncomfortable. June 3. Since the last entry I have had letters from Jane and Arthur at Berlin, where they seem to have stayed a week. They had been received with great politeness and attention by the Princess of Holstein, Prince Baratinsky's mother, had dined with her, and she carried them to her villa. They had dined also with the English and Russian ambassadors, and been at Charlottenburg with Sir G. Rumbold. I begin to be a little restless to get into the country. 15th, Bradfield. I got here the 6th, earlier than ever before or since the institution of the board, which is a great blessing. I have managed to escape both Woburn and Holkham. I have missed Jane terribly, but I have endeavored to turn it to a religious account. Poorly and weakly, but still better than not at all. The weather has been bad, which has caused my taking less exercise than is good for me, but blessed be God, my health is excellent. I have stuck close to my great work, The Elements, and have gone through my own Norfolk report and the 4th volume of the board, Communications. What an immense labor has it been, and for how many years to collect and arrange materials. I could not have conceived how much it is necessary to do before I can fairly say, now all is before me and in order, ready to compare and draw conclusions. I mean it to contain everything good that has ever been printed. Till all that is collected and before me, How can I know what is already done and what wants to be added? But the labor, when continued year after year, is what I never dreamt of when I began. I have worked hard at the first division, soils, and brought it into some form, and it is a specimen of how much attention every division will demand. I have also began the second, on vegetation. I fear making the work too voluminous, and that by and by I must curtail greatly. Success is pleasant, and I should fear that if it exceeded 2 large quartos. Since I have been here I have read a little work of Flavel, S., a saint indeed, which is truly admirable, some in Martial on sanctification, and very many of Cowper's letters, all the religious ones. 18th, Cowper is invaluable to a country gentleman that would enjoy his residence without the world's assistance. Reading his letters has made me more attentive to every beauty of this place, of which I was always so fond. There is something very amiable in the manner in which he converts every flower, tree, and twig to enjoyment, and I walk out better prepared for this pleasure from the perusal of that most agreeable writer. There is but one danger from which, poor man, his poverty secured him, and that is the mind insensibly running into speculation of improvement. I have made many here, and the taste is very insatiable. This may without a guard lead to too much expense. But I endeavor to correct the wanderings of imagination, and to dwell on the beauties of every single tree, shrub, and spot, and to be content with them all as they are. The laburnum in the back lawn is more beautiful than I ever saw it, so entirely covered with rich clusters of its golden flowers, that I can admire it for an hour together. This enjoyment, however, is very poor and fading if we do not, with Cowper, tum our minds habitually to the great and beneficent author of all these beauties. This sentiment is impressive and durable, and leads the mind to the richest contemplations. If for such a race the earth is thus clothed, what must heaven be? A reading habit is a great blessing. I am sure I find it so, for though I have risen at 3 a.m. since I have been here, and not once been in bed at 4, still I am not tired at night. A walk is a refreshment to be had in the country in a moment, but at London half a mile of street thronged and noisy, and then only a crowded park, with sights to wound or to tempt. I do not like snow, but a deep one and blustering wind here is preferable to calm sunshine in the streets of London. But much as I like Bradfield even alone, I must leave it and get quickly into Essex. I could write the report from materials before me, and from a long knowledge of the county, and produce a valuable work, but that would not be honest. I shall take their money, and will therefore travel as much in it, and give as much attention to it, as if I had no materials at all to work upon. August 12. Letters from Jane and Arthur at St. Petersburg. They give sad accounts of the treatment the English have received there, if most specific agreements be not made beforehand for everything. I wish cordially they were well home again, and so do they, I believe. October 20. At Rayleigh. To keep a journal in this manner is nonsense, and worse than nonsense. Besides, I have time to do better, and therefore ought to do it. 3 nights past I slept at the Earl of St. Vincent's, who, being a great character, forces a note. I had much inclination to have called on him, as I heard of Sir T. Leonard that he farmed, but I thought it would be a forward step, and so passed on to the squire of the parish, Towers. He was in with the gout, but his sons told me that they had lately dined in company of Lord St. V., who mentioned my being in the country, and that he expected to see me. Whence this expectation came I have no conception. He received me politely, pleasantly, and cordially, kept me all day to dinner and to sleep, and desired me if ever I came near him again to be sure to make his house my headquarters. He showed me every acre, cow, ox, and pig, and talked sensibly enough on farming, as far as he knew of it. When he returned, he told me he did not dine till 6 p.m., and as he should be out again, I should have a fire in Lady St. V.'s dressing-room, and a pen and ink, and that I was my own master. Montague Burgon coming, he sent him up to me. At and after dinner much political conversation, for Burgon is a desperate politician. It was plain that Lord St. Vincent thought himself very ill used by opposition as well as by Mr. Pitt. He seemed to think that they made a great cry about him while it served their own purpose, but that when this would not answer, they cared little for him and forgot him, but he praised Lord Sidmouth greatly. Burgon, who wanted Fox in when Lord Sidmouth accepted, told Lord St. V. the only sin he ever committed was joining that lord, as he could not have made an administration without him. He said it was impossible to resist, the state of the country was such that his conscience would have condemned him. It was greatly to his personal injury, for he was, as commander of the Channel Fleet, in the receipt of a good 25,000 L. A year, which he gave up for a miserably paid cabinet place then of only 3,000 L. That the king urged him to keep the command with the Admiralty, and Lord Sidmouth agreed to it, but he would not do it. It would have been wrong. The king urged the precedent of Lord Howe, who kept both, and why should not he? But he was firm. He hates all religions, called Lord Barham an old canting hypocrite, all of them, and little Wilberforce too. I said something against that, but not half enough. He remarked that the old hypocrite would soon, very soon, be removed. I hope in this he will find himself mistaken. He swears pretty much, not quite as sailors do, but he says grace before and after dinner. Is not this hypocrisy? He has great spirits, a good understanding, and is very pleasant. December 9. My old friend Simmons being dangerously and in all probability fatally ill, I went yesterday to see him. I was there 4 hours. He dozed much, but when awake had the perfect use of his faculties, though not quite speech enough or recollection to explain himself as when well. My dear Jane took him to be a real Christian, though not without thinking he had bad notions on certain points. I ever doubted it, and thought I saw much in him of sound, good doctrine, but great deficiencies. He utterly disbelieved original sin, which appeared always to me a fatal sign. He talked to me of Naples, Bonaparte, and C, said he had something particular to say to me, upon which B left the room. It was to tell me that Coxedge would not give 40 L. for a very well done map and survey of the Eldo estate, and that therefore he should take care that he should have nothing done to accommodate him, no part of the furniture should be his, and see this will be talked of, and therefore mention the motive. What stuff to occupy the attention of a dying man! I took 4 or 5 opportunities, or rather made them, to turn his mind to Christ, but they passed, and he was silent. Not one religious or serious word came out of his mouth. Nothing of the kind seemed to be in his mind. He was in general quite easy and composed, and slept perfectly free from any apparent disturbance. Awful is such insensibility. 10th, I was with him again yesterday, and through such a day of rain that I hope I shall not take cold. He was just the same, mentioned Casburn's account of the Blue Coat Hospital, and being washed 4 times a day, talked of the water gods, smiled, and joked. I could not endure the moment passing without another attempt to turn his mind to more serious impressions. I asked C if he had had any prayers said to and for him. No, he had not mentioned it, but 2 nights before he had prayed shortly for himself. I told him that there ought to be prayers in the room, and that C could read them. He said, yes, he could, and for the family also. It made no impression, and soon after closing his eyes as if for sleep said, your servant, I only keep you, so I left him. I have fears that it is a sort of judicial blindness and insensibility of his state to have his senses and make no better use of them. I am much shocked. 11th, yesterday there again, but he was getting up to have his bed made, and White, the physician, thought I had better not go up. January 10, 1806. Peggy Metcalf lent me Marie Menzikoff as a true history, and I, like a fool, read much of it, after finding it a mere romance. I have not looked at anything of the novel kind for many years, but this French thing seized my attention and hurried me on. I wish she had been further before putting it in my hands. It has unhinged me, and broken my attention to better things, which shows strongly how pernicious this sort of reading is, and what a powerful temptation to vice such productions are sure to prove. Oh, the number of miserables that novels have sent to perdition. 16th, I have been looking over Dr. Johnson's Prayers and Meditations, and, upon the whole, the feeling they have impressed is that of pity. He seemed by one passage to think his complaints nearly allied to madness, and often speaks of his morbid melancholy. His sloth seems to have been dreadful. What a contrast to the life of John Wesley! His religion seems to have been against the very grain of his soul, and all the tendencies of his mind to have arisen from his understanding only, and never to have been truly in his heart. Company, and engagements, and indolence keep him from church from January to March. He scarcely ever got to it in time for the service, and he aimed in resolutions only at taking the sacrament thrice in the year. He does not name a book, the Scriptures excepted, that was likely to give a right turn to his devotion. To study religion and to read the Scriptures was a matter for resolution, like rising early, but he does not seem to have been carried to the employment by the comfort, hope, joy, and consolation to be derived from them. They were never his pleasure. 'Tis well his mind was morbid, for he seems to me, from this work, never to have been really converted. Fasting, penance, and a gloomy superstition banished from his soul the felicities of piety founded in faith. But I must look it over again with more care. Yesterday morning, I went to Flemton and called on Carter. With him, I had some very proper conversation. He is far from the truly evangelical state, and his mind fully occupied with being satisfied with the opinions and conduct of the regular clergy in general. He has no affection, no regard for truly evangelical ones, a readiness to sneer at them, and with all a laxity in doctrines, a comprehensive candor, which gives me but an ill opinion of his doctrines. He is a very worthy, respectable man in all worldly points. My neighbor Gooch called yesterday. He has taken the curacy of Wattisfield of Plampin, who has evaded the curate's law. Gooch gave me 20 cases at least of rectors who decidedly cheat and impose on their curates by most unworthy evasions, but if a farmer cheats them of a turnip in tithe, they pronounce them all the rogues to be imagined. Most lamentable is this for those who should be the ministers of Christ's gospel. But in no country that I have heard of is there such a set of clergy as in this neighborhood. Dreadful. I have been sketching out an essay on the defense of the kingdom in case of invasion, and yesterday added to it. The regularity with which I have made entries in my journal since I determined to write one line in it shows the infinite importance of method and regularity in every pursuit and business of life. What is regularly undertaken will be regularly executed, but desultory endeavors at fits and starts perform nothing. 22nd. Yesterday I went up into my dear Bobbin's room, in which I had not been for a year or more. I wiped the mold off her books and with a heavy heart, and prayed to God that I might join her spirit in heaven. It made me very melancholy. She has been dead 9 years, would therefore have been 22 had it pleased God to spare her. But what a world is this for a girl of that age? 23rd. Today I pack up and prepare, and tomorrow, with God's permission, to London. May he protect me from all dangers, Mr. Pitt dead. This has struck a damp into my soul that I cannot shake off. 26th. Arrived safely, thanks to the Lord. Yesterday I unpacked and set all my things in order. Mrs. Y better than I expected, but I cannot perceive that warmth of gratitude to God which I hoped to find. I know not what to make of her state of soul. Pitt's death made a considerable sensation, and I wonder not at it. The providence of the Almighty has taken the 2 men perhaps the most necessary to our worldly prosperity, in order to show us that it is on him only we should depend, and to convince us that vain is the arm of flesh. May he protect us. Providence is better to depend on than 100 Nelsons and Pitts, if we consider them in any light, except that of means in the hand of him who governs the fate of nations. Ministry not arranged. It is said that Fox is as much plagued with the apprehensions of some of his own people as with those of the Grenvilles. Grey First Lord of Admiralty, is it possible? What a scheme. Could not sleep longer for 3 nights past than 2:30 or 3. Evil imaginations were generating. Plunged out of bed, but as I cannot get to bed before 10, at Lady Egremont's last night but 1, and de B.'s last night, it makes me heavy. De B. says that all foreigners agree as to the folly of our expeditions, that to the Mediterranean should have been in greater force to Venice, which would have preserved that city, and enabled the Archduke Charles to have stood his ground. It is obvious, if driven from the continent, Venice at least would have been saved. February 2. I have seen Smirnov. He thinks his emperor will have a great army on the Danube early in the spring, for preparations are active. They think, or have intelligence, that Bonaparte has ceded to Austria much more than Servia, probably large provinces, to cut Russia off from contact with the Turks. He has Trieste, and now his dominions embrace both shores of the Adriatic and join the Turkish Empire. This must be productive of great events, and I cannot but look forward to the destruction of that empire, which seems clearly advancing. And we all know how very important an epoch that will be towards the winding up of all things. 8th, Mary dined with Lord Coventry and met Mrs. Ligon and Mrs. Nesbit, and heard that de Moira will take nothing. He wanted to be Prime Minister, and the King would rather have had him. The Queen of Württemberg has written a letter to our Queen and to Lady Harrington in praise of the politeness and goodness of Bonaparte. De B.'s in the evening, Fox was in powder, which made everyone stare. 14th, read much in Skinner's State of Peru, which has some curious things in it. I work every morning on my elements, but though I have been near 30 years reading and making extracts for this work, but with long intermissions, yet now I am arranging the chapters and sections, I find numberless gaps to supply as I advance. 15th, dined with the Duke of Grafton against my will, for I think it wrong to go to the house of a Unitarian or have anything to do with them. The only defense of its lawfulness even that I know of is St. Paul's supposition of his converts being invited to a feast, and if you are disposed to go and see, then do so. In the evening Walker, an engraver, who has been 20 years at St. Petersburg, and who brought letters from Jane some time ago, called. He gives but a bad account of Russia, and it is from every authority a very bad country to live in every respect that should make a country desirable, except the people being good-tempered and very ingenious. England, England, thou art the first of countries. Oh, that thou wert grateful to heaven for the multitude of thy blessings. 20th, Lord Carrington half an hour, then Vancouver, who has seen Vansittart on his tour scheme, and who did not seem to approve of it at all, but desired him to have an interview at Tyrwhitt S. with Dr. Biquet to hear his opinion, whom he esteems much, the greatest political arithmetician of the time. This is accordingly to take place. Vansittart told him the whole income of the public is 200 million sterling. V replied that it was 3 times as much. At night I went to the Loch, and heard a most excellent sermon by Fry on Luke, Zay 21, 22. 22nd. It was so fine a day that I took a walk to Kensington Gardens Gate. The Marquis of Hertford chatted with me for some time as he walked his horse, and wants a drainer for his estate in Ireland. I saw Marshall also, and I never see and converse with him, but I think I see the haughty, proud, ill-tempered, snarling, disgusted character which he manifested in his connection with Sir John Sinclair. 1,000 pities that so extremely able a man, for of his talents there can be no question, should not have more amenity and mildness. Government, however, should have promoted him without any doubt, and it is a blot in their scutcheon that they have not done it. The funeral of Mr. Pitt. I think him a very great national loss, and did not go near any part of the business. Pomp and pageantry of all sorts do not accord with my feelings. A pamphlet published to prepare us for peace, The Relative Situation of France and England, said to be by Wraxall. I dread a peace politically, but as a Christian all is directed by him who cannot err. 25th. I have of late been uneasy lest Dodsley, the bookseller, should have lost much money by my experimental agriculture, and called on Beckett to know what became of him and who he left. There I found that Nicol was one of his executors, and now the only one left. I went to him and desired some information. On examining the list of his books, he found there was but one single copy, and that consequently to suppose he lost by the work would be idle. I can tell you what he gave you for the copy, for here is one of the greatest of curiosities. This was Dodsley's book for author's receipts. In that he showed me William Burke's receipt for 6L, 6S, on account of Edmund Burke, for the copy of the Vindication of Natural Society. That book, said Nicol, was so much admired in France by D'Alembert, Diderot, and C that it made them mad and really produced the revolution. And now, he added, I have shown you what Burke had for kindling the revolution, let me also show you what he had for putting it out. And then he pointed out as Burke's own receipt for 1000L, for the profits of his famous volume. The writings and one other of his later pamphlets were sold together for 300L. He seems, however, to have left it to Dodsley, and when the things were sold, to have taken what Dee said was fair. Melmoth had a great deal of money of him, for his translations and At night letters to us all. 3 came from Jane and Arthur. A sad account of the interpreter provided for him, who is an ignorant puppy of a nobleman who is too lazy to do anything. Of all the governments I have heard of, it seems to be the most stupid, the most ignorant, and the most profligate. The fact, I dare say, is that the army alone is attended. They had the news of the Battle of Austerlitz, with a loss as they supposed of 40,000 Russians. Not a family at Moscow but must have lost a relation, yet a grand ball that night, and nothing but gaiety and festivity. They have no feeling. The governor took Jane into a window and told her that he was informed she disapproved of all her husband's farming ideas as much as anyone could do, and ridiculed all his schemes. Upon explanation it came from Marshal Romanzoff, who had it from a German baron that had been at Bradfield, who, admiring the number of experiments, Mrs. Y told him that she detested them all, and that I had ruined myself by them. A true report I will answer for this was her conduct through life. Lamentable it was that no enemy ever did me the mischief that I received from the wife of my bosom by the grossest falsehoods and the blackest malignity. Of just such anecdotes of her conversation, I have had instances from every part of the world. But do such things rise from the dust? Oh, no, they come from God, and were far less than what I merited at his hands. I had such as I deserved, or much better. 27th. I was up at 4 o'clock and kept the fast till 8:3 at night, and as I have a strong stomach that will bear it pretty well, I determined to take no snuff, of which I every day take much, and am almost uncomfortable if at any time I forget my box. This was more a fast with me than abstaining from food, but whether it was not done in a right spirit, or that I had thought about it too much, I know not, but I was dead and sleepy, and sluggish in body and soul all day except at the evening sermon. Unluckily, the night before the fast, long letters from Russia, and an account that Arthur had been warned much as if he would be murdered, so determinately hostile to the object, are all the Russian nobility. March 1. Yesterday was a most worrying moment, full of labor and anxiety. In the morning to Smirnov to read him my letter to Novosilikov. He advised me to call on Count Stroganov, who is here on a political mission and who treated with Arthur at St. Petersburg. Accordingly, as soon as I returned, I wrote to request he would name a time for my waiting on him, which he did, and fixed Sunday, 10:3. Oh, how the world values that day. Then to copy fair my letter to Novosilikov and enclose it to Arthur in his. This, with 200 other things, kept me till dinner on the table to the chin in anxiety. For if I did not trust in the goodness and mercy of God's providence, I should be fearfully apprehensive of my son's personal safety. The hints he has had are alarming. Their general conviction at Moscow, that he is come with full powers or intentions to emancipate the Boers, have made them all hostile to the plan. March 17. Yesterday morning, at 4 a.m., I came down to pray according to custom, and it pleased God that I should pray with more than usual fervency. I then meditated a little and fell asleep. I awaked with a certain sweetness of frame that I noticed at the time, and a transitory idea crossed my mind that God had heard my prayers, and that what I felt might possibly be His grace, or an effusion in some small degree of the Holy Spirit in my soul. It struck me also that I should know if it was by the current of my thoughts and imaginations, for any proof of the Spirit unattended by good effects would be a mere fanatical idea. I took the blessed sacrament, and in the evening Fry preached on the means of ascertaining whether a man has the Spirit or not. A very excellent sermon, and one well adapted to urge and assist self-examination. The day closed, and I was not sensible of giving way to any loose and wild imaginations. 23rd. Thanks to the ever-blessed God, I think that I spent last week in a more satisfactory frame of heart and mind than any for an age past, more upon the watch against sin, more in contemplation of the greatness and goodness of God. Vile thoughts have intruded, but I dismiss them by struggling, and my prayers have been more fervent. April 19. I have only today and tomorrow in the country. Solitude agrees best with my soul. I read all day, and only divinity, temptations are distant. Wesley could not bear the country, from the hurry and bustle of his perpetual labors having given him habits quite contrary to it. June 3. I was up again this morning at 3 a.m., and by it escaped falling into evil imaginations. This is an evil I thus fight against and struggle to avoid. I think the Lord will hear my prayers and free me from this buffeting of Satan, this thorn in the flesh, which is a horrible disquiet to me. 4th, I found the devil at work with me this morning, and jumped out of bed at 20 minutes before 3 a.m., dressed, and came down to prayers. Paying debts formerly with me had but little effect from the necessary contraction of new ones. But at present I have abstained steadily from all, so that though I want shirts and and have only one coat, and that much worn, yet I order nothing, that I may endeavor effectively to get quite free as soon as possible. 17th. A letter from Arthur. He has had a week's fever and went back to Moscow, which recovered him. It was caused by want of sleep, owing to bugs, lice, fleas, and fatigue and vile food. They are horrid savages and 5 centuries behind us in all but vice, wickedness, and extravagance. The interpreter behaves much better, which is comfortable. 18th, the last board for the season sat yesterday and adjourned till November. Mr. Coke was here, pressed me to go to Holkham, but I have long determined against it. There is not one feature which could carry a Christian there for pleasure, but 1,000 to repel him, and this is so much the case with all public meetings that they are odious. The Norfolk farmers are rich and profligate. Of course oaths and profanations salute the ear at every turn, and gentlemen and the great, when without ladies, are too apt to be as bad as the mob, and many of them much worse. I am never in such company, but the repugnance of my soul to it is so great, that much as I love agriculture I can renounce it with more pleasure than I can partake of it thus contaminated. I shall get to Bradfield as soon as possible, I hope on Saturday, and having much to do there, God send that employment may keep me out of all temptation. July 13. Every Sunday I hear 16 or 18 children read the scripture and say their catechism, and I pay for the schooling of all that will learn. They are sadly careless and inattentive, but still they come on. If it pleases God to turn it to account by their reading the scriptures, it will be well. The rest of the day I pass in reading. The spirit of visiting in the country among servants prevents much that might be done, but still I am not satisfied, and must find the means of doing more in the instruction of the parish poor. 14th, I have been reading over my inquiry into the propriety of applying wastes to the better maintenance of the poor. I had almost forgotten it, but of all the essays and papers I have produced, none I think so pardonable as this, so convincing by facts, and so satisfactory to any candid reader. Thank God I wrote it, for though it never had the smallest effect except in exciting opposition and ridicule, it will, I trust, remain a proof of what ought to have been done, and had it been executed, would have diffused more comfort among the poor than any proposition that ever was made. February 21, 1807. To think of keeping a journal regularly is all in vain. The gaps in mine are terrible. March 9, Mrs. Wilberforce lent me Crichton's Diary of Blackadder and gave me Dr. Owen on the 130th Psalm. I have read much of the former and find it a reproach to my whole soul, life, and conversation. What a Christian was there, and what a wretch am I. 10th, I am very much struck with Blackadder's diary and letters to his wife, so much so that I have prayed earnestly to God to enable me by his grace to have the same constant trust and reliance in his mercy and goodness that this excellent Christian had. 12th, the Marquis Salou from Sicily gave me many accounts of Balsamo, and how much he referred in his lectures to his master, Arthur Young. If there be glory in this sort of fame, O my Father, let me have done with glorying save in the cross of the Lord Jesus. I have been glorying in foreign and domestic fame for 40 years in true fleshly vanity. I have been 7 weeks in London, and blessed be the Lord, I have had only 4 or 5 invitations to dinner and accepted but 2. There has been a great kick-up in the ministry. Tyrwhitt from Carlton House called here, and tells me that Lord Sidmouth and his friends were actually out, but the Foxites made it up with the king, pacified him, and they were immediately restored. But Lord Howick and the rest are to give their opinion in the House of Commons, and the obnoxious clause to be left out. The king is ready to turn many out the moment there is strength enough to carry on business without them. Called at Lord Egremont S., that detestable atheistical profligate kinsman, was with him. Lord E. Loud in the commendation of the Dactyles glomerata, it succeeds so greatly with him on cold, strong, wet lands that oxen fatten where they could never be kept before, and it grows all winter. I was the first man in England that had 5 acres of this grass. I believe they had a root of it 20 years ago. I had much, and recommended it greatly. A letter from Tyrwhitt, Carlton House, to inform me that Vansittart and Lord Grenville approve my plan, which I propose to tea. It is this: the Baltic and Co. around it being shut up or eaten up, and 400,000 men in our granary, should we this year have a short crop of wheat or a bad harvest, or a mildew, the supply being cut off, the price would rise beyond all experience. Therefore, I propose that the government should supply money to enable the board to give great premium for the culture of potatoes for the use of cattle and horses. Without this object an alarm might spread and more mischief than good accrue. T writes me they approve the idea and will advance the board 2,000 L. But I will have this explained. It must not be to lend 2,000 L, but to give it. March 26. I am very sure that I do not give to poor Christians so much as I ought to do, but I am in doubt whether I do not give more than I ought to do to others. Here is a German barons, once a merchant in good circumstances, whom Sir John received papers from and sent to me. He translated a paper for the board and made known such poverty that I promised him a pair of boots, but writing to him on the translation, I took occasion to inquire what religion he was of. He was educated a Lutheran, but I see plainly he has none. He shall have the boots, but I shall give him nothing else. I can do nothing for Christians if I give to all others that apply. April 6, at Bradfield. There is a poor fellow in the jail condemned to die next Wednesday for forging or uttering banknotes. I heard some bad accounts of him, and as I came from Bury early in the morning, yesterday called to see him. I found that he had been attended by the minister, Mr. Hasted, and also by a Methodist recommended by a brother of his. I had a good deal of conversation with him and prayed with him. He was very ignorant and had no feeling of religion till he was condemned, but has since been instructed and spoke properly enough, lamenting his want of faith at times, and at others being full of faith. I gave him the best instruction I could, and urged little more than which is his only possible hope, faith in the Lord Jesus. He prayed aloud for some minutes, and more to the purpose than I should have expected. He thanked me much for coming, and as he begged me to come again I promised, and accordingly this morning went on purpose. It comforted him much. I prayed earnestly and fervently for him, and his amens and ejaculations seemed to come quite from his heart. I left him tranquil, and, blessed be a merciful God, I think he may without presumption hope strongly for pardon at the throne of mercy. I am planting lands, and forming an experiment on the application of vegetable substances as manure. 29th, London. At 8 o'clock at night I received the following note from Sir John Sinclair. I hurried away to the place named in the cover Great Shire Lane, where I found Sir John, and Dr. Garthshore on the same errand as myself. We signed a bail bond. My dear sir, a most extraordinary circumstance has happened to me. A rascally saddler, whom I employed at Edinburgh to furnish accoutrements to my regiment of Invincibles, brought me in so exorbitant an amount that I refused to pay it, and instead of bringing an action against me at Edinburgh, he has arrested me for 750 L. So many of my friends are out of town that I must trouble you to give bail for my appearance. Sincerely yours, John Sinclair. Tuesday. Sir John's regiment has been disbanded 9 or 10 years, and consequently this rascally saddler has been at least so long kept out of his money. What can these people think of themselves? To live quietly while thus depriving tradesmen of their right for such a number of years. May 16. This is the first fine day that has occurred since I left town. The lilacs are coming fast into blossom, and the fresh verdure of the grass and trees is highly pleasing. August 29. As the time approaches to go this Oxford journey, I dislike it more and more and wish I had firmly rejected it. I am not in a situation at all comfortable here and have only one maid, no man or boy, and only the carpenter to put my horse in the whiskey, but with a little exertion all this could be arranged. Mrs. Y. Going to the sea for 7 weeks, and therefore 7 weeks, peace here if I stayed. I am in a regular habitual application to my elements, and have made a good progress in them, so that if I kept here, I should have gone through many meetings of the board. And then, if it pleased the Lord to take me, they would at least be in a state to be serviceable to mankind, and the great collection I have made in divinity would gradually be brought into order. All around here is a region dead in iniquity and sins, as far as ladies and gentlemen are concerned. Amongst the sectaries there is Christianity, and nowhere else, which is a horrible thing to think of. The clergy are, if possible, more dead than any others, many of them very profligate, many thoroughly worldly minded, but some of very respectable moral characters, but without a spark of vital religion. I associate only with Mrs. O. Oakes. Having written till I am tired, I go once or twice a week to relax with the mild green sick of her soul, because I can be free and do as I like, and I try hard to make her a Christian, but hitherto in vain. If evil ideas at any time plague me, then I keep away, and, thanks to God, I have of late had an unusual command over my imagination, which for years plagued me terribly. Prayer is my refuge. November 23. The 17th, 18th, and 19th at Euston, and I had much conversation with the Duke, in which I earnestly endeavored to impress on his mind the fact that by his tenets he placed himself entirely under the covenant of works, and that he must be tried for them, and that I would not be in such a situation for 10,000 worlds. He was mild and more patient than I expected. He lent me, and I read it there, Priestley's Life, by himself. He asked me what I thought of it. My reply was that through the whole it was the recital of a man perfectly well satisfied with himself, not the confessions of a sinner lamenting what has been wrong in him. He seems to have had no feeling of the sort. As if, when tried by the test of his own merit, it would be a great injustice in God not to be satisfied with him, and that I had no conception of any man having it in his power to review or detail his life with any religious aspect without much self-condemnation, and beseeching God to try him in any way rather than by an appeal to his life or his own merit, but if he be really a Christian, by the merits only of the blood of his Redeemer. He said it was my view of things, and not that of the doctor, whom he believed was undoubtedly a very good man. The conversation continued, but we were as far as the poles asunder. The Duke has drawn up memoirs of his life, and he and Lady Augusta read to me that part which concerned his own administration, which is very satisfactory, as it consists much of original letters. He appears to much more advantage in it than I conceived he would have done, and it was certainly a wise step to leave such a memorial in justification of himself. Lord Templeton, there one day. They seem to me to grow more and more economical, and to descend to minute attentions which are below their rank and fortune. I do not feel comfortable, though he always receives me well and desires me to come again. It is long since I was there before, and will be long before I go again. Such visits, however, have very little of dissipation in them, and so much the better. The less we like them, the safer they are. 1807. It was upon this journey that Mr. Y first perceived the approach of that dimness of sight, which afterwards terminated in its total eclipse. His first suspicion arose from looking at the planet Jupiter, and perceiving what appeared to him to be two very small stars near him, at which he was much surprised, as he knew that the satellites were invisible to the naked eye, and nobody saw these stars but himself. This multiplication of bright objects increased the following year, till at last one lamp appeared to him to be 5. Objects became by degrees more and more confused, and at last totally disappeared. Total blindness appears to have resulted from the failure of an operation for cataract, as will be seen later on. Footnote 223. Mrs. Oakes. Footnote 224. This recalls Goethe's line, Der Augenblick ist Uekeit. Footnote 225. Ch. Simeon, 1759–1836, an eminent divine of the evangelical school. His works, consisting of 2,536 sermons, and c. were published in 21 volumes in 1832. Footnote 226. Orbel Oakes, husband of my friend, the beautiful Betsy. Footnote 227. J. Townsend, 1740–1816, English divine and author of A Journey Through Spain, 2nd edit. 1792. Footnote 228. John Owen, D.D., 1683, the great nonconformist divine who accompanied Cromwell to Scotland. In 1817, A.Y. published Oweniana, or selections from his works. Footnote 229. John Flavel, nonconformist divine, 1627–1662, author of numerous works. Footnote 230. By Walter Marshall, 1692, frequently reprinted. Footnote 231. Joseph Skinner, Present State of Peru, 1805. Footnote 232. There is now with us a Mr. Vancouver, of Vancouver's Island, who would entertain you very much. He is making an agricultural tour in Sussex. Letters of Maria Josepha Holroyd, p. 326. Footnote 233. Nicholas Vansittart, Lord Bexley, sometime Governor of Bengal of great financial reputation. Footnote 234. W. Marshall, 1778–1817, a voluminous writer on agriculture, Minutes of Agriculture, and C&C. Footnote 235. Evidently alluding to Sir Nathaniel Wraxall, a voluminous writer in France whose works are now forgot. Footnote 236. J. Blackadder, Lieutenant Colonel, afterwards Minister, died in prison 1685. Footnote 237. Cocksfoot grass, considered valuable as a pasture grass in light soils. Loudon. Chapter 16. Last years, 1808–1820. Gradual loss of sight, illness and death of Mrs. Oakes, daily routine, a disappointment, riots, death of Mrs. Young, anecdotes of Napoleon, a story of the terror, national distress, close of diary, the end. In February, I was obliged to take a reader, as my sight was failing fast. February 27. For some months past, I have had the comfort of seeing my debts drawing to such a conclusion that I might consider myself as free, and I have certainly thought too much of it, and rested too much satisfaction in it, and not sufficiently been thankful to God for so great a blessing. If I am so ungrateful as not to thank God sufficiently for blessings, how can I expect to avoid misfortunes? My eyes, is not his hand upon me here too, for the same reason? What has been my gratitude to him for their preservation during 67 years? And what uses have I made of them? April 4. How employment can be carried further than with me I am at a loss to conceive. Notwithstanding the state of my eyes, I am generally up at 4 a.m., though I do not call St. Croix before 5. Last Tuesday I read the first lecture that was, I believe, ever read on agriculture in England, my subject tillage at the board. The room was well filled, and several of much ability and more of rank, but the day was a bad one, which kept others away. I found that they were well satisfied. So many years in the habit of incessant employment has made any idleness irksome to me. But my eyes force me to have time for contemplation, and I pray to God to enable me to fill it as a Christian ought to do whose conversation is in heaven, but my mind will run out too much on worldly objects, and sometimes on sinful ones. How much in all things do I want washing in the fountain, opened for sin and uncleanness. May 13. Much of my time has of late been lost by people calling on the malt business. I am tired of sugar and malt before the question comes into the House of Commons, which will not be till Monday. I sent another letter to Cobbett last Monday, but he did not insert it. I care little about it, and I wish that I cared less, for these questions only connect one more nearly with the world than a Christian ought to be connected with it. However, it is in my vocation, and my conscience is not at all wounded by the part one take. For I am well persuaded that the consequences of this measure will be mischievous and tend to scarcity, which is so greatly to be guarded against for 1,000 reasons. Sir John Sinclair spoke once against it in the House, and he tells me that Percival looked as black and indignant at him as if he had been talking treason. July 25. Bradfield. I am tired of the thoughts of such a journal. Had I kept it of late, it would have been employed on my departing sight. I can see to write a little, but can read scarcely anything. Praised be the mercy of God that enables me to pay a reader. St. Croix is with me, and I have been hard at work on my elements to get those papers into such order as to want as little as possible my own sight in the future progress of completing them. Whenever it may be the will of God to make me quite blind, oh, may I receive his dispensation with the submission of a Christian. 1809, May 16. April 12 I read my own lectures by means of Baker's great hand and black ink, but last month Mr. Cragg read the two, and one new one for me, for I am unable to do it. Yet I can write a little, but cannot read when writ. The Lord's will be done, and may he sanctify the affliction and turn all my attention to himself. Mrs. Oakes arrived at Bury last Sunday fortnight, and on Sunday senate she broke a blood vessel and brought up 2 spoonfuls, and on Saturday evening last had another smaller attack. My own fear and opinion is that it will end fatally. Her fatigue coming from Bath and Bristol, and at London, contrary to advice, has caused it. I have prayed most earnestly for her. Oh, may the Lord of all mercy hear and grant my petitions. My thoughts are all employed on the state of her soul. The long intimacy and friendship I have had for her, and the kindness and attention I have ever received from her, now lacerate the heart with wounds that sink deep. and my conscience reproaches me that I have not done all that I might have done to turn her heart more to God. May 18. I am very, very unhappy and cannot think of her without wretchedness. In every worldly respect, what a loss will she be to me. A placid, sweet temper with a good understanding, that ever recti. Me with kindness and attention and preference, with whom I was at my ease and where I could be at any time, a resource in blindness fast coming on that would have been great. The hope has fled and a sad and dreary vacancy, which freezes me, is in its place. May 19. Good news, though not of better health. Hasted has been with her, to be sure, by desire, which shows an attention to her soul. Poor thing, she has been bled twice more, and the blood as highly inflamed as ever. Bleeding gives relief to her lungs. The Duke of Bedford and Mr. Coke desiring me to go to Woburn and Holkham, but all great meetings, and anything like festivity, have for some years become so insipid and disagreeable that I shall have done with them wholly. They, like so many other things, are links of that worldly harness which it is high time for me to throw down forever. June 1. Read the Edinburgh Review on Celebs in Search of a Wife, by Sydney Smith. Wretched stuff, false and frivolous reasoning on cards, assemblies, plays, and c. June 3. Yesterday, as the Edinburgh Review was read to me, I was much struck with a reference to Necker on the finances, saying that 7,000 pedigrees of the nobility in the archives of the old government were destroyed in the Revolution. It occurred at once to me that this was the exact number of names of men slain in Revelations. It is in the 11th chapter. The 10th part of the city fell in a great earthquake, and 7,000, and see, the commentators all seem to have reckoned France as the 10th part of the city. But of the names of men they knew not what to make, but 7,000 pedigrees answer to a wonderful degree, and the coincidence of numbers is truly amazing. June 6. Yesterday's letter bad. Poor thing, she has been bled 8 ounces and much inflamed, had been out twice, and I suppose took cold. She wrote herself, and there are some comfortable expressions relative to the state of her mind with regard to religion. I have little hope of her recovery. July 4. Betsy continues just the same, whether better or worse. The cough does not go, and therefore I conclude the case bad. But thanks to God, her mind, I hope, goes on. She has the testament read to her by all the 4 children. July 6. I work at the Elements every day and find every time they are read to me something to cancel, something to add, and much to reconsider and correct. July 8. The gradual declension of my sight in viewing the scenery of this place, but especially in knowing faces, makes me surprised that I can manage to write. I cannot read in the least degree or know anything of the views in Lord Valence's travels. It is a very great deprivation, but much better than feeling the torture of very painful distempers, so that I am very thankful to God for the less affliction. It was, I doubt not, very necessary for me to have some heavy one, and what I am likely to suffer is comparatively a mercy to what might have been the dispensation of the Almighty. Mrs. O the same, and the weather as unfavorable to her. I drank tea there on Thursday. July 19, drank tea with her last night, bled in the morning and going to have a blister. All her symptoms worse, I suppose she has caught cold. August 4. I have been so provoked, my dear Jane, with so many of my letters miscarrying that I am determined to begin a book to use some safe opportunity of conveying it to you, for I know nothing so provoking as to write 20 letters for 1 or 2 that arrive safe. In your last, you made many inquiries into what I was doing, how I passed my time, and see a very short account will answer this. I rise from 4 to 5 in the morning, pray to God for half an hour, more or less, according as he affords me the spirit to do it. At 5:30, I call Mr. St. Croix, who comes to me at 6, and reads a chapter in Scott's Bible with notes. I then dictate such letters as want to be written, after which we sit down to my Elements of Agriculture, which have been more than 30 years in hand, and at which I have worked for 2 years past with much assiduity, wishing to finish it before my sight is quite gone. At 8:30, the servant brings me the water to shave. From 9 to 10 we breakfast, and sit down again to work for 2 or 3 hours, as it may happen, as I take the opportunity of sunshine for a brisk walk of an hour, very often backwards and forwards on the gravel between yours and the round garden. I wish much to have my thoughts during that hour employed upon death and the other world, but my weakness and want of resolution are lamentable, so that I sometimes think on every subject except that which I intend should occupy me. We then sit down to work again, till the boy and his dicky arrive with the letters and newspapers. When they are read, we work again, but usually catch half an hour for another walk before dinner. When alone, we dine at 4, and always at that hour in the height of summer, but if any person be in the house, as it prevents an evening work, 5 is the dinner hour. What is read afterwards is usually some book not immediately connected with work. At 8 we drink tea and go to bed at 10, but the Sunday is an exception. You know there is service but once a day. At the church hour, whether morning or afternoon, when no service, about 30 children from Bradfield, Stanningfield, and Cuckfield come to read in the Testament and repeat their catechism, and undergo some examination from Mrs. Trimmer, teacher's assistant. Whatever is well done receives a mark against the name. The girl or boy that has fewest marks receives nothing, the next a halfpenny, next a penny, and so on, all which does not amount to more than 2 or 3 shillings. I cannot boast much of their progress, though I pay for most of them as constant scholars. In the evening, between 6 and 7 o'clock, forms are set in the hall to receive all that please to come to hear a sermon read, and the numbers who attend amount from 20 to 60 or 70, according to weather and other circumstances. Such, my dear Jane, is the tenor of my life both in summer and winter while I am in the country. December 1. Here is a pretty breach in the continuance of this book letter, but you are not to fail to remember that during this period I have sent off 2 letters to you, not short ones, which, from Smirnov's account of the conveyance, I hope may get to you safe. I have also received 2 short ones from you, and another from Arthur at Odessa, describing the severity of the winter, and an escape he had of being burnt in a Tartar combustion of old grass, but most provokingly, saying not one word of his own intentions, or a syllable of what he is about. This is very mortifying to me, for what are frost and fire to me compared with his own plans and views? Nor does he say a word about coming to England, and the idea of the possibility of your coming in autumn is now all passed by, and I am precluded from the possibility of seeing you till next summer, by which time I shall have no eyes to see you. April 9, 1810. The discovery lately made by your letter of the enormous expense of postage must limit my correspondence to private hands, and will not permit the communication of anything but topics the most immediately interesting to your future motions. My notes of the riots, therefore, are preserved for your eye by copying a letter to Mrs. Oakes. I know not what reports may have reached you relative to the state of London, nor what newspapers you read, but I have been witness to such a scene as I hope, through the blessing of God, will not occur again. On Friday night, the mob was extremely agitated in Piccadilly, especially near Sir Francis Burdett's, and they took the unaccountable whim of forcing everyone to illuminate. I lighted up as other people did, and when I went to bed left orders with the servant who sat up to be sure to keep the candles burning till daylight, instead of which, when others put out their candles, ours were extinguished also. At 2 o'clock, the mob returned and broke many windows, and ours among the rest. The servant ran into my room and waked me out of my sleep to tell me the windows were smashing. We hurried the candles out again, and upon examination, found the alarm exceeded the damage, for only 3 panes were broken. All Saturday passed in a very quiet manner, and in the evening the illumination was more general, but troops pouring into London from all quarters, we hoped to be secure without violence. The mob, however, were so determined that by 12 o'clock we heard platoons firing in Piccadilly, and a few in other directions more remote, the riot act having been read. A person who saw much and clearly told me that orders being received by the commanding officer to fire with ball, about 50 cavalry fired twice over the heads of the people, that the whizzing of the balls might inform them what they had to expect. Still, however, they were audacious insomuch that the officer was forced to fire on them. In 5 minutes all Piccadilly was cleared. We afterwards heard a little more distant firing, and a party of horse scoured up Sackville Street, firing in a scattered manner at the flying mob, but from the reports of the pieces, I believe with powder only. The reports relative to the mischief done are extremely vague and not to be depended on. Some say that 1 trooper was killed, others 3 or 4. What was the loss suffered by the mob is, I believe, quite unknown, but certainly it was very inconsiderable. During Sunday, the agitation of the streets threatened a bad night, but government had brought in so many troops that had we known it, we need not have been alarmed. A train of artillery in the park, horses attached and matches lighted, 2 pieces of artillery in Berkeley Square, 2 others in Soho Square, and many more about the town, and doubtless many others of which I knew nothing, all ready at a moment's warning, with parties of troops scouring the streets, showed such a state of preparation as effectually awed the mob, notwithstanding the efforts of Sir F. Burdett to inflame them. He was at his house ready to resist the Speaker's warrant for commitment, and had the audacity to write to the sheriff to bring the posse comitatus to assist him in so doing, printing the letter in the Sunday's newspaper. They say he is still at his house, and that he will not be seized before the House meets this day. It really is a tremendous moment, for if they do not carry it with a high hand, as a means of prevention, we shall have an organized mob and great mischief will follow. It is expected that the gallery of the House will today be cleared by acclamation, and a bill brought in to suspend the Habeas Corpus Act, and the rascally authors, printers, and publishers of those inflammatory papers, which have done so much mischief, seized and imprisoned. But whether the ministry, with such a violent opposition, will have resolution enough for this will depend on the influence the Marquis of Wellesley has among his colleagues in the cabinet. I am much inclined to expect that good will result by drawing close to the ministry all the honest men in both houses, with all others that might be wavering, for it is a question now whether we are to be governed by Parliament or the mob. Many circumstances, however, are unfortunate, and not the least, that though the public revenue amounts to 62 million L, yet the expenses of the year will rise to above 80 million L, and must be made good by means that will occasion the necessity of having additional taxes. This will cause a yell for peace, and such a peace as must be ruinous if made. We have also one adversary armed at all points, and whose depth of policy is such as ought ever to create alarm and the exertions of all the talents the country possesses to oppose him. May 3, 1811. I do not think that for the last 20 years of my life my general health has been better than at the moment when discontent, I fear, with the will of God, induced me to oppose that will. In the most mild and merciful manner, he had nearly deprived me of sight, without my feeling the smallest pain. Heavy as this dreadful deprivation is and must remain to me, I feel, in proportion to my convalescence, that even blindness itself may be a temptation. As a dispensation from God, it must have been meant as a calamity, and a calamity to be deeply felt. Is there not danger, then, that a mind which has been accustomed to look upon the favorable side of objects should gradually so accustom itself to its new situation as to deprive it in a good measure of the misery which might be the direct intention of the Almighty? The capacity of continuing the attention formerly given to old objects by means of the eyes of others may leave the mind almost as full of the world as when by sight eye could enjoy its visible objects. This is a circumstance which ought undoubtedly to be guarded against, that is, prayed against. For a man of 70 to be struck blind and to continue worldly minded, with his head and heart full of objects which, though not of sight, command attention, is to tempt God to send some deeper affliction in order to bring his heart home to its true center. This is a subject which merits great attention, and may the Lord of his mercy enable me to consider it as I ought to do. May 8, 12 o'clock at noon. My dear friend, Mrs. Oakes breathed her last, after a long severe illness and many and great sufferings. Thanks to God, she was attentive throughout this sad period, as I am well informed, to the state of her soul with God. Thus is terminated in this world a very intimate friendship of 26 years, with a temper so mild and cheerful, with manners so gentle and persuasive, that had it pleased the Almighty to have spared her, she would have been the source of great comfort to me in my melancholy state. May 16, 1812. At this time, a new oculist appeared in town, a desideratum much wanted. The highest accounts were universally circulated of his skill and success, and the most unequivocal good effects attended his new attempts at removing cataract. I was unwilling to go to him, cherished no hope of my own case, and considered this calamity as the appointment of Providence, concerning which I had but one wish, that of submitting to it with the most unaffected resignation. But the persuasions of my friends, more sanguine than myself, and the high reputation of Mr. Adams at length prevailed, and a day was appointed finally to decide my state, to give some expectation of recovery or to destroy all hope. The feelings of the mind may be subdued, but they cannot be destroyed. From the reluctance I showed to name the day even after resolving to go, the dread of hearing my doom, and the natural desire to enjoy a little longer the precious glimmering of hope, may be inferred. At length the long-wished-for dreaded morning came. The sun shone brightly as I walked to the house. I felt its warmth, and the thought that perhaps his light may still, ere long, revisit these sad eyes, lent new interest to his cheering beams. The man who has never had his mind enlivened, and his senses cheered by contemplating the scenes of nature or the employment of his fellow creatures, would feel much less at the thought of learning whether this would ever be his fate or not, than he who, once having felt in every variety the extent of the blessing, loses it, learns by experience the sadness of the contrast, and goes with a throbbing heart to inquire if any hope exists of again enjoying that power. He would gladly forfeit all his possessions to recover. I was shown into a room where I waited a few minutes, they were painful ones, and Mr. Adams appeared. "I wish, sir, to be informed what is the state of my eyes," looking very attentively at him. "You have not, sir, undergone an extraction for cataract, that you must decide." "Why, yes, and I fear unsuccessfully." "Is there any hope of recovery?" Mr. Adams started, and looked down with evident marks of bitter disappointment the first instant he saw me. "I grieve, sir, to say that the eye itself is destroyed, the cornea gone, and there has been such an excessive discharge of the vitreous humor that the coats are collapsed." "No chance, then, of course?" "I fear, sir, none." Then, after a pause, "I believe I am addressing Mr. A. Young?" I bowed. "I have heard your case differently reported. It was the subject of much conversation, and excited unenviable interest last spring when it happened, and I had hoped that it would have been possible to relieve you, but I now see the contrary." "I am much obliged to you, sir. Good morning," I replied, and came away. Mr. Adams was a young man. His aspect was pleasing and intelligent, and there was a sorrowful look when I departed that well became the sad occasion. There were two things worth repeating on that morning. One was his liberality in clearing his brother professor from the character of carelessness, which he endeavored to do. I complained that I was sure I could not have been well prepared. But Mr. Adams replied that preparation was not necessary for extraction, that people of the worst habits had been treated in that way with no preparation and complete success, that the fault was not of the operator, but of the operation, which must always be liable to failure. Mr. Adams' own method of removing cataract was not this ill-fated scheme of extraction. The second remark is this: it had become much the custom to use hot water for the eyes when weak or inflamed. The author of this memoir had been afflicted with a transient indisposition of them, and on application to Phipps, hot water had been recommended and used for a 12-month without effect. Mr. Adams, on being questioned with regard to the expedience of its continuance, decidedly answered that by increasing the relaxation, hot water would only augment the disease, prescribed the frequent use of the citrine ointment to be had at any druggist's and cold water constantly. On the way home, I was for a few moments depressed. "How happy," I cried, "are those beings who can see. No one can tell the misery of blindness, the dark gloom over that mind never cheered by the light of the sun, especially now with me, who am certain never to see again. If it were not for religion, I should wish to be the poor man who is to be hanged next Monday. But, thank God, I can consider the whole affair as his appointment, intended not for a curse but a blessing, and can reconcile my mind to it completely as his will. You will see," I added after a pause, smiling, "I shall be as cheerful and happy as ever," and so I was. 1814. This year I paid much attention to the elements. My son came from Russia. 1815. Arthur, Jane, and myself went post to London the last day of January. Mary remained at Bradfield with Mrs. Young, who was unable to move. About this time, Baxteriana was published. Through the following spring I was, at various times, too apt to fall into reflections which tended, more than they ought to have done, to discontent. But in 13 weeks to the present day, I have not once entered the doors of any other person than those of Mr. Wilberforce, and I have not dined once with him, having been only at breakfast for the pleasure of hearing his exposition and prayer. For the conversation at and after breakfast has been entirely desultory, and not once on any religious question. And as to any Christian calling on me, John Babington, from Peterborough, once breakfasted here, and is, I believe, never in town without calling. Mrs. Strachey, who was in town a month, was so kind as to call 3 or 4 times Mrs. John Wayland twice, and here, I think, except Miss Frances, dining once a week, is the whole amount of my communication with those whose conversation would please me. It would be natural to suppose that a poor old blind man who, through the blessing of God, retains his health and strength might have received something more of friendly attention than this. But such discontent should be banished, for let me not a single moment forget the great mercies of God to me. And while many are on beds of torment from dreadful diseases, I am free from bodily pain. These are points that should give a perpetual spring of gratitude in my bosom, and if the neglect which I have been apt to think of too much turns my attention more to the Lord Jesus, it is a benefit and not a misfortune. Let me only take care to be looking unto Jesus, and then I shall esteem, in the manner it deserves, all that the world can do for me. Monday, March 6, most execrable riots began in London, on account of the Corn Bill, then in the House of Commons, attended with circumstances proving decisively the abominable effects, sufficiently proved before, of printing in all the newspapers those violent and mischievous speeches which are made as much to the gallery as to the House, and can be intended for nothing else but to inflame the people, which they have done to a degree of desperation. Petitions from a multitude of cities and towns pour into the houses every day they meet, and in fact, the prayer of them all is to beg that they, the petitioners, may be starved, which would probably be the result of granting their desire. 600,000 QRS of French wheat of an excellent quality have been poured into our markets to meet a crop generally mildewed. This has reduced the price on an average of the kingdom to 59s per quarter, and that average taken in so preposterous a way that the real price fairly ascertained would not amount to 50s. 90s per QR would not pay the farmer in so bad a year. If importation was to be continued, at least half the farmers in England would be ruined, and wheat consequently must rise in a year or two to scarcity, and if importation should be prevented, by many probable events to famine. Country laborers throughout the kingdom are in the greatest distress, as I know from many correspondents. For want of employment, they go to the parish. But these poor families never petition, even when starving, and a legislature which attended not to their interest would deserve the abuse now vomited forth by towns. From 30 to 40 houses at London have had their windows broken, many their doors forced, and everything in them destroyed. And after much mischief, with general anxiety and apprehension, the military were called forth. But it was the last day of the week before their numbers were sufficient to secure any tolerable tranquility. Monday, March 13. I breakfasted with Mr. Wilberforce, a file of soldiers in his house, because his servants had been violently threatened that it should be speedily attacked. The baller bearing last week, in the House, read a denunciation in a petition from Carlisle against the Board of Agriculture, which made it necessary for me to hire a bedchamber elsewhere, as blindness would not permit an escape by the roof of the house. I wrote to Mr. Vansittart, transcribing a resolution of the Committee of 1774, proposing to lay the millers under an assize. The bill for that purpose passed the Commons, but was lost in the Lords. In Mr. Vansittart's answer to me, he mentioned the difficulties in the way, but observed that as Mr. Franklin Lewis had taken up the business of bread and flour in the House, he would mention to him what I proposed. From Lord Sidmouth's speech, it seems they intend to remove the assize of bread, which will leave in case of scarcity the bakers without protection in case of riots, and also leave the millers in full possession of their rascality. At Mr. Wilberforce's, I met Miss Frances and Mr. Legge Richmond, who read to us, with Lord Calthorpe and General Macaulay, a most interesting letter from a Russian princess, describing her conversion to vital Christianity by Mr. Pinkerton instructing her children, and her translating into Russian the Dairyman's Daughter, and thanking Mr. Richmond for his other tracts sent her for the same purpose. Her English extremely good and real Christianity, with expressions of the deepest humility, breathing in every line. This was an eventful year, for my poor wife breathed her last after a long illness, and it gives me great comfort to be informed that she showed great marks of resignation and piety. My daughter was with her to the last. May 12. A few days ago, writing to Miss Frances, I used the expression, "If a Christian was to call on me, it should be entered in a pocketbook with a mark of exclamation." Mr. Wilberforce saw this note, and yesterday morning Mr. Pakenham called on me and introduced himself by saying that he came for some conversation with me. By desire of Mr. W., he was quite unknown to me, but I found that he was the grandson of that Lord Longford with whom I was in Ireland in 1776, 40 years ago, which lord was in the navy. And the present gentleman is also in that employment, about 26 or 27 years of age. His father living and an admiral. I soon found that he was a firmly established Christian, ready to converse on the good subject, which he did with good sense and no inconsiderable energy. He is in mourning for General Pakenham, and the Duchess of Wellington is his first cousin. Mentioning Miss Frances, he said he met her twice at Mr. Wilberforce's, and speaking in commendation of her, I told him that she was to dine with me at 5 o'clock, and that it would give me much pleasure if he would meet her. This he readily complied with, and came accordingly. I have not had so much religious conversation for an age past, and had not Dr. Halliday from Moscow called between 7 and 8, expecting to see my son, this conversation would have been uninterrupted. I wish he had come on some other day. Remarking that I had some apprehension of the ensuing war, because we should be, in fact, fighting for the restoration of the Pope, the Jesuits, and the Inquisition, Mr. P. replied, that Lord Liverpool had informed Mr. Wilberforce that Bonaparte was reconciled to the Pope, pretending to be a most dutiful son of the Church. It seems agreed by all that the first victory gained on either side will have most decisive consequences. I hope I shall hear more of this young man, whose determined avowal of his religious principles pleases me much. May 15. Breakfasted at Mr. Wilberforce's. General Macaulay there. He told me that in his late tour in France, traveling from Lyon to Geneva, he met with a Monsieur Michaud, who, speaking much of his farm and offering to show it, the general accompanied him to view it, and found everything in the highest state of management, and so much superior to all the rest of the country that he inquired into the origin of such great superiority. The answer was, "My cultivation is entirely that of Monsieur Arthur Young, whose recommendations I have carried into practice with the success you see." Much conversation about Bonaparte. The general is well persuaded that the Allies will be entirely successful, as B is, and must be, very badly provided to resist them, and that the first campaign will carry them to Paris. May 17. Last night, being at West Street Chapel, Mr. Gurney, after the sermon, came into the pew, when I told him he had not performed his promise, by calling, on which he came home with me, and gave us a long account of his life and conversion, beginning at 4 years old with a magpie which his father found in a nest, in a haunted wood, where he went at night in search of a reputed ghost, and which proved to be only a white pony. This magpie was, by a strange series of little events, his introduction to Drummond, the banker, and to procuring himself a school and college education, a knowledge of several of the nobility, and eventually, through Lord Exeter, the appointment to the rectory of St. Clement Danes. And all this from having been no more than a poor country laborer's son, and one of 22 children. The detail was very interesting, from being not only well told, but from the providence of God, clearly marked in many little circumstances, and attended by what to him were great events. These were so remarkable as to induce him to make many memoranda, and to think at times that they ought to be published, but on this point he does not seem to be at all determined. I urged it strongly as a sort of duty. He is uncommonly lively and animated in conversation, and contrived to talk with little interruption, from drinking tea and smoking several pipes, till 12 o'clock at night. I much hope that we shall see him often. 1816. This was a very barren year, for the memoranda made are uncommonly few, but among them is the preparation for the publication of Oeniana. The extraction from my religious papers of those published under the titles of Baxteriana and Oeniana has greatly diminished the mass, but the remainder is considerable and increases every year. February. Last Tuesday Senate Sir John Seabright, coming up to me, said, "Mr. Young, the Archdukes of Austria desire to be introduced to you, and the Archduke John, who Seabright said was the farmer, began a conversation on agriculture which, as many persons were around, was very short. Some days afterwards, Mr. Ackerman, of the Strand, called to inform me that His Imperial Highness Archduke John desired to have more conversation with me, and in 3 or 4 days he called and made many inquiries into those points upon which, I suppose, he had most doubts, contrasting many circumstances with the system of Austrian peasants, who, by his account, are in general the proprietors of their little farms, even to the amount of as little as 3 or 4 acres. In the conversation, I took occasion to mention my son being in the Crimea and intending to return to England by Vienna. In a most obliging manner, he desired me to write to him to tell him to be sure not to pass Vienna without making himself known to him, the Archduke, as he would show him everything worth attending to in agriculture. The conversation was in French, for he speaks no English. It is a pity that he will go away without seeing anything of Norfolk or Suffolk. Sir J. Sinclair just come from Paris. He saw Sylvester there, the secretary to the Royal Society of Agriculture, who told him that agriculture saved his life in the Revolution. He was in prison and brought to trial, and told that his life should be saved if he could show that he had ever done anything really useful to the Republic. He replied that he had unquestionably done good, for Arthur Young's Travels Through France contained much highly important information, and in order to spread it through the Republic in a cheap form, I published a useful abridgment, he said, which has been much read and has had important effects. I was pardoned and set at liberty. And then, turning to Sir John, he said, "Tell your friend, Mr. Young, that he was thus the means of saving my life." February 17. The board met for the first time last Tuesday, but had no business whatever before them. I suggested the propriety of sending a circular letter throughout the kingdom in order to ascertain by facts the real state of the farming world. They approved the proposal, observing that not a moment should be lost, and I retired in order to draw out a letter with queries. This they examined and altered to their mind. It was immediately dispatched to the printer, and all the rest of the week has been employed in drawing out lists of persons from the reports, to whom these letters have been addressed, post-paid, to the amount of 12L, and many yet to dispatch on Monday. The replies have just begun to come in. By 2 valuable ones from Maxwell, near Peterborough, and from Page of Cobham, the probability is that much important information will be gained, and a basis laid for a very interesting publication. But I greatly question whether they will permit any public use to be made of the information, and I suspect that it will disclose so lamentable a state of distress that it may prove somewhat dangerous, or, at least, questionable to make it public. What are we to think of the infatuation of government in laying on a property tax at such a moment, rather than borrow a few millions to avoid the necessity? One of the great evils resulting from our government being in all money matters little better than a committee of the bank. Answers to the circular letter of the board, which was dispatched throughout the kingdom the first week in February, flowed in rapidly till about April 10, and they describe such a state of agricultural misery and ruin as to be almost inconceivable to those who do not connect such a defect with the utter want of circulating medium. The ruin of the country banks, and the great want of confidence in those that remain, with an issue of Bank of England notes utterly insufficient to fill up the vacuity thus occasioned, has made the want of money so great as to cripple every species of demand. It is difficult to pronounce what the consequence of the present ruined state of agriculture will prove, but I must confess that I dread a scarcity, which must have dreadful effects, coming at a period when such multitudes are almost starving for want of employment, even with such cheap bread. What must be their situation should it be dear? To my astonishment, government seems utterly insensible of the danger, and has not taken one single step to prevent it, or to meet it should it come. March. Lord Winchelsea, who I have not seen for some time, called on me yesterday and mentioned his having been long absent in France, Spain, and see he was at Marseille when Bonaparte landed from Elba, in Provence. Every circumstance was previously arranged. Messina at Marseille kept everything quiet on his left, and the at Grenoble was prepared to receive him. Of all this there was no doubt. Uncertain of what might be the event in France, his lordship embarked instantly for Barcelona. From thence he crossed Spain to Lisbon, and throughout the whole of his Spanish journey he did not pass through a town that was not in a state of ruin and desolation. He everywhere inquired the cause, and was always told that the French had done all the mischief, with many expressions of cordial detestation. He would not have conceived a country to be in a more wretched and deplorable state. April 24. Miss Way and Miss Neve, daughter of the late Sir Richard Neve, both high Calvinists and constant hearers of Mr. Wilkinson, called on me the other day in order to converse on religion. They appear to me to be perfectly sincere, but seem wedded to the high Calvinistic notions of that preacher. Miss Way lent me 2 manuscript sermons of his full of predestination and the impossibility of falling from grace. Her sister took them in shorthand. This day Miss Neve called on me again, bringing with her Miss Johnson, another Calvinistic lady, who, being in Italy with some relations, went to Elba to see Bonaparte and had much conversation with him. He had told somebody, who told the Johnsons, that he wanted to see my Travels in France, which he had often thought of reading, but came to Elba without them. Mr. Johnson had these travels, and took them with him to Elba and presented them to the Emperor, who expressed much pleasure at receiving them, and Mr. Johnson afterwards heard that he had read them eagerly and with much approbation. His countenance indicates a steadfast, resolute, determined mind, and he is known to abhor all doubtful and hesitating answers that do not come immediately to the point in question. In the very short interview that took place, he was standing with his hands in his breeches pockets clinking the money in them, but she observed that his nails as well as his teeth were dirty. He inquired, when they were in Provence and especially on the coast, whether there were troops at Antibes or at Nice. This conversation took place on the Thursday, and he left the island on the Sunday following. He asked her name, and on the reply of Helen, "Oh, I am to be sent to St. Helena, this is ominous of my voyage." The interview was very short with him, but with the Bertrands the conversation was rather longer. I have finished reading the first volume of Gibbon's miscellaneous works, published by Lord Sheffield. Of mere worldly production, it is the most interesting that I have read for many years, more especially Gibbon's own memoirs of himself. I have been acquainted with Lord Sheffield above 40 years, and more than once met Gibbon at his house, and if I remember rightly, the first time I was at Sheffield Place, which I think was in 1770, being invited by him on my advertising the intentions of the Eastern tour. Mr. Foster and Lady Elizabeth, his wife, daughter of the Earl of Bristol, were there. I thought her a most fascinating woman, an opinion many times afterwards confirmed by often meeting her at Eichworth. I was not therefore surprised to find such advantageous mention made of her by Gibbon, but alas, the whole volume has not one word of Christianity in it, though many which mark the infidelity of the whole gang. Lord Sheffield never had a grain of religion, and his intimate connections with Gibbon would alone account for it. Of course, he took no pains to instill it into his family, and if Mrs. Clinton and Lady Stanley have any, they are not indebted for it to their father or to his friend. A great number of persons of high rank, extraordinary talents, and great celebrity thus passing in review, and all of them, Burke alone excepted, without the least suspicion of religion attaching to their characters, yield a melancholy impression on the mind of a Christian. 19 and 20 of the persons mentioned are gone to their eternal state, and of what account is it at present whether they were celebrated authors, splendid orators, great ministers, or successful generals or admirals? Whatever might be their worldly greatness, how little are they to be compared at present to the case of a poor Christian whose employment was sweeping the streets. Without doubt, the propriety of such observations depends entirely on Christianity being true. But what a dreadful situation is that man in whose safety is attached solely to the falsehood of that religion. The reflection makes my blood almost run cold, and old and blind as I am, and scarcely exchanging in 6 weeks a single word with more than 1 or 2 persons out of my family. I feel a comfort and consolation, and I will add a measure of happiness, not one atom of which would be found in my bosom, if I were not most perfectly convinced of the absolute truth and importance of that blessed religion, which forms the sole enjoyment of my life. June, Lord Winchelsea called here and chatted with me upon cottagers, land for cows, which he is well persuaded, and most justly, is the only remedy for the evil of poor rates. 1817. The death of the Princess Charlotte this year created the greatest sensation ever known. 1818. On coming to London in February, 25 claims for the premium on the state of the poor, the causes of their distress, and the means of remedying it were received, and it afforded me continued employment for many weeks in reading and giving a character of them. Much the greater part of the authors who drew up these memoirs were of the same opinion as to the cause of the national distress, attributing it to the peace having thrown a vast number of men out of employment who were in the army or navy, or working in the manufactures immediately supported by military demands, and this evil concurring with a general stagnation from the failure of a multitude of country banks had materially affected the industry of the whole kingdom. The remedies proposed were various, and many of them visionary. The most rational advised the issuing of exchequer bills in payment of various sorts of public works, such as canals, roads, harbors, fisheries, and many other employments. Such suggestions had been proposed to government, but unfortunately, the ministers in England have very rarely indeed listened to any such propositions. My friend Mr. Atwood, of Birmingham, in a work publicly addressed to me, wrote upon the subject with great ability, and most justly remarked upon dismissing at once both the army and the navy, and turning such numbers loose upon the public when it was perfectly well known that they could not find employment was highly mischievous. This ought to have been done slowly and gradually, as the expense would have been an evil far less deplorable than that which was ensured by a contrary conduct. It was the beginning of 1818, before the kingdom was decidedly found to be in a reviving state, and in the meantime the infinite number of offenses against the peace and property of the people arose to an alarming height in every part of the kingdom. The first week in January I received half a year's rents, and it was a great comfort to me to find that the tenants continued their regular payments without running the least in arrears. And this at a time when complaints on the non-payment of rents were very general over the greater part of the kingdom. I attributed this effect, which was very general around Bury and through all Suffolk, to the stability and flourishing state of our country banks, whose paper passed readily current, and formed a perfect contrast to the deficiencies and distress so generally felt in various other countries. Nor can anything be more lamentable than for gentlemen of small estates finding their tenants running in arrears of rent. This was much experienced in the counties of Cambridge, Huntingdon, and part of Bedford. Sir George Leeds informed me that he had farms in the former counties abandoned and lying absolutely waste. Here ends the diary. Arthur Young died in Sackville Street on April 20, 1820, and was buried at Bradfield. The following letter from Mary Young to her brother in Russia gives some details about his last years. The letter, undated, apparently belongs to 1818. My father talks of going to Bradfield in June with Miss Frances and Mr. St. Croix. He is fearful lest Miss Frances, who is a granddaughter of Dr. Burney and a daughter of Mrs. Broom by her first husband, will join the Wilberforces at Brighton and leave him. When at Bradfield, she sleeps over the servants' hall, with a packthread tied round her wrist and placed through the keyhole, which he pulls at 4 or 5 times till he awakens her, when she gets up and accompanies him in a 2 hours' walk on the turnpike road to some cottage or other, and they take milk at some farmhouse. And she distributes tracts, religious ones, and questions the people about their principles, and reads to them and catechizes them. They return at 6:30, as that is the hour Mr. St. Croix gets up his secretary, who finds it quite enough to read and write 2 hours and a half before breakfast. After breakfast, they all 3 adjourn to the library till 1, when Mr. St. Croix takes his walk for an hour. She and my father read, or write, or walk till 3. Before she went to Bradfield, Mr. St. Croix had but 1 hour. She has a table and great chair filled with books in all languages, as she reads in every language every day to keep them up: Greek, Latin, Italian, Hebrew, Arabic, German, Spanish, French, Dutch, and C. My father puts children to school at Cuckfield, Stanningfield, and Bradfield. Every morning, summer or winter, she inspects and teaches at these schools. Every Sunday they all meet in the hall and read, and are catechized, and every Sunday night 100 meet, when St. Croix reads a sermon and a chapter, and my father explains for an hour, after which a prayer dismisses them. Last summer they went to church at Acton or Ampton every Sunday, each church 10 miles out and 10 home, besides teaching the schools and the meeting at night in the hall. He has taken out a license for the hall, as there is an assembly of people which would have been otherwise liable to an information. Adieu, my dear Arthur, are we ever to meet any more? Yours affectionately, M.Y. The following is added by Mr. St. Croix. Mr. Young's benevolent exertions for the poor in his own and the adjoining parishes, and constant plan for welfare and relief of their necessities, was very beautiful, and I believe and fear very uncommon. To women this attention is natural. H. Moore truly says, "Charity is the employment of a female, the care of the poor is her profession." But to see this extend to the other sex, to witness the same solicitude for the distresses of the ignorant, unextinguished by business or by ingratitude, in a man of such activity of genius as Mr. Y, was indeed an impressive sight. At one time he established spinning matches. A cap was the prize, and several young girls contended for it, the best spinner being victorious. This occasioned industry and emulation, certainly, but even this was not without its attendant evil, and Mr. Y finally abandoned it, from the dread of encouraging vanity, and appropriated the money to winter feasts. In this cold, unproductive season, there were amongst the poor constant endeavors and constant failure at repletion. Every Sunday after church, a set of poor people, chiefly children, were invited, and a plentiful dinner provided for them, Mr. Y waiting on them and carving himself. But this he was at last obliged to relinquish. The Sunday cooking was certainly a grand objection, and some neighboring ladies who had charity schools remonstrated at the absence of the children, who were crazy if they were not allowed to forsake everything in order to attend Mr. Wy's dinners. But another scheme, more extensive and more useful, succeeded this, namely, the introduction of straw-plaiting among the young cottagers. Index,